RTV, certainly the best.
Hello, good day, and welcome to WIC Women in Conversation, where this is a table where women sit together to discuss things that are pertaining to the families, to the world in general. We talk about things that we think should be addressed as women. Anyway, today on this table, we will be looking at a very interesting topic that has been making waves in the social media. We're going to be discussing it and try to get our views and opinions of each woman that is seated on this table. You know how interesting this red table is. The red table is a beautiful space for women where we discuss and give it a positive answer. Anyway, with me this day to do this is Esther. Esther is on my right. Esther is on my far left. Esther Unen. Esther is, she is an administrator, educationist, and a proprietress. Esther runs a school. She didn't want me to introduce her that way, but I insisted that the world should know that she runs a school. I knew why I did that. I'll let you know that later, but she is also a proprietress. Esther, you're welcome to the program.
Thank you. Thank you.
It's good to have you here as a proprietress. Of course, Children's Day is coming up very soon. So you're going to come back to this table to tell us more about children. Okay, so let me go to my near left where we have Dr. Juliet Igwe. Dr. Juliet Igwe is the business person on this table. She is a business and a leadership coach. You're welcome.
Thank you very much.
It's good to have you. And then to my right, I have Gift Furera. I hope I pronounced that rightly. Okay, so Gift Furera is a professional chef. She's going to be serving us lunch after this program. But anyway, behind the camera, I asked her what Furera means, and she says it's a beautiful flower. She's as beautiful as her name. Thank you for coming.
Thank you very much.
Okay, ladies, we're going to be looking at relationship with divorced persons, and I decided to bring in this to the table because of what has been making round on the social media pertaining Pastor Peace Ibiyoma. I hope we all know who Pastor Peace Ibiyoma is. She is the wife of Pastor David Ibiyoma. Okay, so during the week, Pastor Peace Ibiyoma was trending online after advising married women not to keep close friendships with divorced women, claiming they could negatively influence their marriages. The pastor went further to lay curses on women who snatch women's husbands, praying that they also will be inflicted with cancers, and even laying curses on the children. I saw the video and I decided that you women should speak about it. I don't want to talk about it. You all have your opinion. I have my opinion about what happened. So you have your opinion on what happened. I'm going to start with you, Esther. I also know you are a pastor. That's why I'm going to start with you. I know that you're a pastor. And this is a woman pastor who had come online advising married women not to have negotiation or not to have friendship with divorced women. And she went on to curse them and curse the children. What's the take on this?
Well, personally, this has to be my personal opinion. Okay. So for me, I don't really think, based on my own personal opinion, that she was right to say, using myself as an example, that I don't have any business to do with women who are divorced. Looking at it critically, it might not be their fault. And going through what has been happening, what if the woman decided to leave the marriage for her health
Or
purpose?
domestic
Or
purposes, domestic violence purposes.
Like we all know and we've been saying. So on that note, would I say, oh, because my sister left her marriage, I should not have anything to do with her? No, for me it's wrong, because it's not her fault. Basically, it's not her fault. For the sake of life, we all know, instead of a woman dying in that marriage, please leave. So I, as a fellow woman, should not, keep distance from the person. So personally, I don't think that was proper.
As a pastor, is there a sin to to divorce? For probably, like you said, it could be domestic violence sake. It could be different reasons why a woman decides to divorce. Is there a sin attached to that?
Well, the Bible critically states that God hates divorce. But now, in this situation, under these circumstances that we are finding ourselves, if it has to do with threat to life, they should be separated. They should stay apart. Maybe after a while, after counseling and after advice, they could come together. But at that critical time, that has to do, like we have been initially talked about, domestic violence, the person should stay. They should be separated.
Gift, let me come to you. Okay, this is a heart-touching story. I'm sure the video made so much waves on the social media, and I'm sure you have also seen the video where she laid curse and saying such women that goes around to take people's husband should be infiltrated with cancers. And she also went on to curse the children of such women. What's your take on it? Do you think it was the right thing to do?
Well, for my own personal opinion, that cause wasn't necessary. Yes. And then if I will start from where she said, that we have, relating with divorced people is wrong. To me, I feel maybe because she might be speaking from the position where she is.
What position?
As a pastor's wife, who must have seen a lot of things concerning divorce, and probably for the reason of evil communication. You understand? If you affiliate with the divorced people, evil communication, probably she might be talking on that terms. So, but laying curse on somebody who took somebody's husband and even to the children, that is not necessary at all, because it is not in her state to judge. Yes, it is not in her capacity to judge, because judgments, even let's look at karma. Even if she does not curse, let's just leave everything to karma. Karma will always catch up with anybody that defaults in any way. Okay, so that is,
Dr. Juliet, I know you're a business person, but this has to do with women. This has to do with family. Okay, if you have a sister that is divorced, Pastor is saying that Pastor Peace Ibioma is saying that you should not associate with your sister. Do you agree with her?
Well, I do not totally agree with her.
But there's a part where you agree with her.
Yeah.
Please go ahead.
Where I agree with her,
Okay.
because I want to believe that she's speaking from the perspective of a mother. A mom will always want to advise her children. Just like we are mothers, we advise our children, don't follow this person. This person might influence you. Don't go here, don't go there. So that is the perspective I want to agree with her to a certain percentage.
But the fact that even if it's my sister, I shouldn't relate with her, except if that my sister has always been a negative influence on me, right? But if I know that my sister need help, relating with her in that time of stress, that time of divorce, would actually be what she needed to really rethink her decision for divorcing that man. And maybe through coaching, I'm a leadership coach.
I thought it was just for business. Okay, you do leadership coach
Yes,
too,
of
right?
course.
Good.
So through coaching and support and therapy, she might find a common ground with her husband. And that would even help to resuscitate the marriage.
Okay, behind camera, I was discussing with a man, not even a woman, and he said to me, he said, she probably is trying to say out what she's experiencing, but might not be able to, say it as a pastor and as a pastor's wife, not to tarnish their images. But that she might be experiencing, I'm not saying that's true. That's what the man over behind the camera said to me, that she might be probably experiencing ladies in the church,
Trying to
her husband. Okay, so she could be speaking from that angle. Do you agree with such saying?
Well, the thing is that she might be talking in with what she is going through.
I'm going to stop you a little bit, Gift. Let's quickly go on a very short break. We'll be right back. When we come back, we'll continue this discussion. Please sit. Come back. It's to the table of WIC, Women in Conversation, where we discuss everything pertaining women, children, husband in a little bit anyway. But without the men, actually, we won't have the women. So we also discuss them. I just make them jealous when I say we discuss about them a little bit. We were talking on relationship with divorced persons, and you were saying something before we went on a short break. Please go ahead.
So what I'm saying is, she is a pastor's wife. And most pastors' wives, they go through stuffs that they cannot relate. They cannot share because they should be the one advising, not them talking about what happens to them. So probably is a ground for her to now peer up.
Oh, wow.
Yes, probably is a ground for her to now, say what is inside. I'm not
say what she has been swallowing.
Yes,
yeah, okay.
So it could be that, and it could be not. It could be not it, because she is a mother that has a lot of people she takes care of, and she could be saying her mind to them, and she could be, advising them on something that they should, also guard themselves about.
Okay, so
yes.
A lot of Nigerians have. This has sparked a lot of reactions from Nigerians. Okay, yes, you want to advise your people as a mother, as a woman, but does it warrant you cussing? Let me start with you, doctor. You're looking at me. Does it warrant you cussing that they will be inflicted with cancer? We all know what cancer is, and then also curse the children. What is the business of the children in all of this? They didn't ask that they should come through, that person, or through a relationship that is of a person's husband. They just found themselves in the woman's womb and having that man as a father. So what's
in fact, that was a no-no for me. You can't afford to curse people on the altar of the Almighty God. In fact, the Bible said you should bless and not curse. No matter the level of provocation, considering her standing, she shouldn't stand at that altar and curse people. That was where she got it wrong for me. Like when I spoke earlier, I said, I agree with her to some certain level. But for that part, it's a no-no. Let karma do its work. If Jesus had cursed all the people that worked against him, I don't think we will have someone like the great Apostle Paul. Because Apostle Paul worked against Christ, In fact, he killed a lot of Christians, but Jesus was still, he saw something that other people did not see. That someone is divorced today doesn't mean that the person is 100% a bad person. And that doesn't mean that the person cannot retrace her step and make the marriage work. So, cursing that person is a no-no for me. She would have stopped at the level of advising
Even to the
people
children.
not to, not to go into
Snatch.
divorce or snatch
Snatch
people's
people's
husband,
husbands.
and leave that cursing part alone. So that is a no-no for me.
Do you think the cause came from a place of a personal interest? Like the man that spoke behind the camera said, she probably is going through a whole lot in her marriage and decided to use that curse to, send a warning to people that she knows and the people that knows her, we don't know.
Well, for me, I may say yes and no. Okay? Yes, on the ground that it might not be a person. It might not be, it could be maybe close relations, or as a pastor's wife she is, people from the church that she has close encounter with, and in the course of advising, in the course of ministering, she has heard a lot. So I from that angle, maybe she felt that's the right channel to address people. Don't go about snatching your fellow women's husband. So I see that maybe based on what she must have heard or having close people around her. So that's why I feel it could be she's coming from that angle.
So cursing is okay.
No, I'm not saying it's okay. You asked, is it based on what the person outside behind the camera said? So I'm saying it could be from a personal experience that she came to do that, but it's a no-no for me.
Okay.
She shouldn't have done that. Cause is from God, if at all he wants to. We are not in position to curse anybody. And as a pastor, we are in position to bless. You are to bless your friends, you are to bless your congregation, you are to bless, the people that comes in contact with you. It is not, let me use myself as an example, it's not in my position to curse anybody.
Okay.
Thank you.
Let me come to you, Gift. Your name is Gift, so you give a lot of blessings. Let me put it that way. Was it right that she asked, or rather she cursed the children? Do you think God will listen to such prayers? We are not God. We are just assuming as humans, with what we have studied in the Bible. Do you think such curses, like the Nigerians will say, is in all water? Do you think such curses can get anywhere in the presence of God,
Well,
especially for the children?
I'm going to say that in two ways. The two ways I mean is that, because she is a woman of God and she stood upon the altar of God and made that curse even to the children. Like in the scripture, there's a word that says, and God will visit the iniquity of the parents to even to the 10th generation. He was going to visit their iniquity. And several times, so many people have heard in the scripture that God allowed the whole family to go down. Like Korah went down with his family, like the one that wanted to hang Esther and Haman went down with his whole family, So on that, she might be right. Okay, and then the second one, like I said, I'm talking about it in two ways. The second one is, or we have a new dispensation now, and that dispensation is dispensation of grace, that our Lord Jesus Christ has paid it all for us. So I believe that those things are shadows, that have passed. So on this note, the children shouldn't have been involved in that cause.
Okay, so let's come down to, we're just looking at the Christianity aspect of all of this, and then the divorce and and then taking someone's husband. Let's move it to our brothers and sisters in the Islamic religion, where they are allowed to marry more than one wife. In that situation, will you say that someone had come to take someone's husband? Yeah, go ahead.
For me, it's their culture, it's their religion. So the women there already know this is what is obtainable in our culture. So the man, it's not even the woman that goes to meet the man. It's the man that after the first wife, the religion says you can marry up to 4 wives. So it's not the woman that goes to meet the man, it's the man. So in that culture and religion, is acceptable by them. Yeah.
And so you think this course will not affect such people? Because we're particular about the course.
She's not referring to the Muslim.
No, she generalized
The
it.
Muslim, you said the man goes to meet
The woman. Mm-hmm.
Do you think that this husband snatching thing, that is always the woman that goes to the man? Is it
No,
not the man that will go and tell the lady, I like you?
That's what I'm saying.
And from there, they start the relationship and the snatching starts.
So for me, that's what I'm saying. The man goes there. So, okay, I understand your question. But you know, in this part of the world, there are women who are consciously snatching the man. Yes.
You speak as if you have seen one before. Can you share? Snatching, consciously snatching. Can you share with us? Deliberately snatching. Okay. Can you share with us?
Well, I've not seen one, but we've heard, of course, we've heard a woman trying to, be nice, going to extreme of doing things that ideally she's not supposed to do. When you try to show, how do we have side chicks? So when you try to show a man some kind of love, whom you think the wife is not doing at home, that is a way of,
preparing the snatching.
Yes. And maybe there are some things you are doing which, as a wife, we all are wives. We know by the time you get up in the morning, running after children and do a whole lot of things, you might not really have that time to give the man.
Let me come down to this. I have seen a story where men walk away from their marriages, from their wives. Okay. And now if a man decides to leave his wife, not even divorced, but you just walk away and, not even giving the wife the reason why you decided to walk away. You just took a walk and leaving the wife with the children. And then years have passed. And then another woman finds him and decides to marry him. Does this cause also? Because I am particular about the cause.
No, yeah, they of course the cause won't happen because that other woman that came later already was not in the scene. Was not in the scene at all.
Which other woman would have caused
the wife caused the husband already.
Abandoning
the children,
everybody. Strange woman. She was not aware of any strange woman. So the cause now is on the man alone.
And for the fact that some people enter marriages for some certain reasons. You understand? Because some of these marriages, some people enter transactionally. Okay. Maybe the woman has money and he came in, or the man has money, she came in, and now there's no money. You understand? So the man is off. So in the first place, the man did not even, for me, in the first place, in some situation, the man did not even come into the marriage with his heart, with being committed. You understand? Most cases, it's like that.
Okay.
Yes.
We've just been told that our time is almost up. So, but one word from every one of us. What is your advice to those that snatches someone's husband?
Please stop it. That is just one word. It's if you snatched someone's husband, just be assured that that same husband will be snatched from you. So stop it, whoever that is involved.
Stop it. Don't snatch someone's husband. To you, what is your advice to the pastor? Pastor Peace Ibioma. What is your advice to her? Continue to curse, or, take back the curse and pray for your congregation?
Of course, she has to pray for her congregation. But I want to advise women, married women, take care of your husband. Make him happy, make him comfortable. If you notice that there is snatching going somewhere, let him know that thing he saw there is still here. Right?
So that thing that he saw there is still here. What will you say those things are for women? Advice to women out there.
Well, I would say that, they should respect their husbands. Yes, and make them want to yearn coming back home, wherever they are. And to those who are snatching husbands, I would say that women, we are the demons of, ourselves. We are the witches to ourselves. Please, let's love ourselves. Let's love ourselves.
Okay.
Yes.
Coming from Gift, she's giving us gift advice. Let's love ourselves.
Yes.
Stop snatching. But you also, Dr. Juliet, also said that let's do those things that brings the men back home to know that those qualities are still in us. Give me one of those qualities that you advise a woman.
Look good always.
She already said respect your
yes.
husband. What? Give me one word.
Look good always.
Looking good always.
Respect him.
Give him quality food.
I know you're from Akwa Ibom. I know you're from Akwa Ibom State, and I was expecting that. So if you didn't say that, I know you're from Akwa Ibom. Give him good food. Anyway, thank you, ladies, for coming onto this program. Esther said, give your husband good food. Very important. I know why I say that. Very important. I know men that don't want to eat outside. They will tell you, no, until I get home before I eat. That's because their husbands give them good food.
Their wives.
And then their wives give them good food. And then coming from Juliet says, look good, just like she's looking
Look
good.
good
I
and
mean,
respect
there's
him.
no way her husband will see her and don't want to say, oh, come back home. And then from Juliet, and from Gift says, respect your husband. It is very important to respect your husband, because when you respect him, he will also respect you. Anyway, this advice I leave with you women out there. Stop snatching other people's husband. Until I see you again, I am Patricia Uremu-Giggles. Thank you for joining us today.
ITV, certainly the best.
This is Aqua Game, a popular game in Africa played by our ancestors to entertain themselves after each day of farming. It is also relevant in our coronation in Africa. It is a sport and indeed very interesting, as every seed had a role in the game. Playtime is 45 minutes per set. There is no age limit as long as you can spin Akwe seed. Ayo or Akwe game, known as the game of intellectual. This game requires a lot of mathematical skills. Akwe game is played with carved wooden box containing 12 holes.
ITV, certainly the best.
For masquerades displaying their skills during Ikpo Festival in Abiama community in Ikpoba-Oka local government area of Edo State. In Benin, Edo State, Ikpo Festival originated in the 18th century in Ugo Town in Orionwo local government area during the reign of Oba Akembuda. Or masquerade dance was introduced to Abiama village by the ancestor of the town to create oneness and good neighborliness among the people of the community. Abiama is a vibrant and culturally rich Benin Edo community situated within the Ikpuba-Oka local government area of Edo State, deeply tied to the ancient Benin Kingdom, as narrated by the Ohenore of Abiama community, Chief Aloha Osaodion.
This community is a home of heritage. They know us that we always have a culture, different type of culture. The one we are gathering here for is the Ekpo. We call it Ekpo. The Oibos call it masquerade, but according to Benin language, it's Ekpo. It has been a long time we celebrated this festival, which is 26 years ago. Since 3 years ago, when the Royal Majesty said that I should be the head of this community for now, so we all the brothers and sisters, home and away, we now join our hearts together that this thing is supposed to come at this time, since I am not the head. That is why the elders is sitting around me, the women, the youth, our brothers and sisters, to make sure this celebration is successful.
In Aviama, Ekpo Festival is celebrated in 4 days according to traditions. However, Ekpo Festival is used to cleanse the land against any epidemic in the society. The Ekpo moves from house to house during the cleansing process as the masquerades dance to satisfy the gods of the land.
This Ekpo festival is a festival that has been existing for a very, very long time. It's a very, very unique festival that we are doing now. And this festival is a festival when you hear that Aviama, they are doing their festival as Ekpo festival, people are coming from different areas all over the Benin Kingdom. A festival that unique us together, that all of us will be together. Like since then I'm here, so I felt I want to witness it again. So that is why everybody, we are all here.
This Ekpo festival, it cleans good every bad thing in the community. It's just like as we are doing Christmas, we are doing it here, happiness. We cook, we eat, we play together, we marry together. Everybody have a own way of his life. You can't force someone to do it. But we are doing it to gain it. We are happy, as all of us are here. When you go inside the town now, everybody is happy. Every year we will be doing it now. But 26 years ago, we thank God today we are still doing it.
Abiama is particularly famous for its spectacular Ekpo festival. In the community, Ekpo is revered and the dignity is respected throughout the land, as the dance steps are viewed and interpreted by the elders to mean one thing or the other. After the Ekpo dance from house to house, they reconvene in the village square for final dance in the presence of the elders and the Ohen Nori.
There are a lot of benefits associated with this festival. Number one, it is normally held between January, February, March, every year. You know, that period is always hot. Then this, what we call it, measles, chicken pox, this and that. Any moment this Ekpo masquerade come out, they will all vanish.
The Ekpo, after performing this dance, they return to their final home for peace. The final masquerade is the mother of all masquerade who came to bless the community as the women present white chalk to the masquerade for blessings. The Ekpo Festival comes to close till the next year.
ITV, certainly the best.
pass Bolu for pepper.
ITV, certainly the best.
ITV, certainly the best.
This is ITV, certainly the best.
Thank you so much for staying tuned. Welcome to 60 Minutes Nigeria. I am Wilson Omasho, standing for Ehosa Osamudame Agbalaho. That is all his annual leave. When he returns, definitely he's going out there, relax, recharge, to refire, talk about things that is going on in our country for 1 hour. Before he comes back, I'll just be the one filling in for this particular moment. So today is all about the local government election that will take place on the 11th of July, which is a Saturday in Edo State. That is the focus of today's discussion. When you get to hear people talking about local government elections, many have misfeelings, misgivings. You know, their own interpretation of local government election. Way back, it wasn't like that. You get to hear phrases like 18 over 18, 14 over 14, 10 over 10. You just, depending on the number of local government area in a state. Now, this seems to be a kind of festered into the fabric of election that has to do with the local government in Nigeria. It's not peculiar to one state. It's not peculiar to one party. It's like everyone is just doing the same. The big question now is, will it be different this time around in Edo State, taking Edo State as a case study? Is it going to be free, fair, credible, and of course meet that particular mark that Edo State citizens will hit their chest and say, yes, we are getting it again? Or is it going to be 18 over 18? Anyway, my analysts, they are here. They'll do justice to it. If it's going to be 18 over 18, what are the factors that led to it? Would there be arm twisting? Or some alleged people going to write results? Or be like, said, Chema, go ahead, just call the result, give it to us and all that. All these and more will deliberate on this edition of 60 Minutes Nigeria. Very close to me, you get to hear put food on the table, you will not see or hear any of these things happening. The voice of the common masses, Jimmy, to welcome Comrade Okoro Osaho Obare, and of course the PRO of Oedo local government. Comrade, welcome to 60 Minutes Nigeria.
It's good to be here.
All right. So very close to him, he's an academia, but when he starts talking politics, be like, come on, you're supposed to be a politician. What gets us? A mathematician to the core, Prof. Jimmy, to welcome Professor Owen Olowo. Thank you for coming on today's show.
Thank you for having me.
I wouldn't want to dive into one area so sensitive. You know what I'm talking about? I wouldn't want to say it right now. All right. All right. And of course, at my extreme, he is a clergyman, political affairs commentator, and of course, a political analyst. Join me to welcome Reverend Chris Imiowale. Thank you so much, Reverend, for taking our time to join us in the studio.
Thank you, Wilson. Good afternoon.
All right. Reverend, I'm going to start off with you.
Okay.
For some good reasons. The election is coming on the 18th, on the 11th of July, which is this Saturday. I mean, generally speaking, the atmosphere for ones like you know emanated from what you can perceive. What do you feel about it in general?
Well, I will ask you, is the election holding, except when I hear on the radio? Because those days, once there's election, you will do election vote. I've not seen any billboard, I've not seen any flyer, I've not seen any campaign going on. So who do I vote for? I don't even know. I don't know candidates that are contesting. So how do I vote you? So I will ask you again, is the election holding?
Are you asking me that question right now?
Of course, because I don't see anything that indicates to me election is holding. Like I told you, no billboard, no flyers, nobody is campaigning, nobody is telling you anything. And then on the Saturday, you just go there and vote for who? I don't even know who to vote for either if I want to go to the place. I don't know who is chairman, who is the councillor. I don't know what's going on. That's my own opinion.
No, for now, you don't know what is going on. You can't feel it in the atmosphere.
I only just know the election going on by radio or television.
Interesting. Quite interesting. Well, Prof, over now to you. He said he's not feeling it. No gusto, no hype, nothing. He just got to see it on TV and heard it over the radio. But he's not feeling anything about election. Local government election is going to take place on the 11th of this month.
Well,
just took it off me. Apparently, if he had started with me, I would have also said the same thing. I can tell you for free that the majority of Edo State citizens are not aware that there's an election on Saturday. There's no public awareness. I'm sure that is supposed to be the duty of the EDSEC, I don't know what they call them, body in charge of
local government elections.
There's no awareness. Sometimes on social media, when I'm maybe scrolling through Facebook, I would just something will pop up like, oh, this particular candidate is moving from, it's already into social ward, and you see a few persons that are just gathered. So the local government election, my own perception, people see it like an election for some persons to participate in. People don't see it like a general thing. And I'm very sure if, of course, Saturday will be, I don't know if there's going to be restriction of movement. If there will be restriction of movement, maybe that is what will now make people to be suddenly conscious. Because this is going to take place in the 18 local government of Edo State. The implication is that there may be some level of restriction of movement so that election materials can move from place to place, and also people can also go and exercise their franchise. If there is no such restriction, I can assure you, we see that everything will just appear to be normal. Like your normal working day, people will go about their businesses and all that. Even if there's a restriction of movement, I can also assure you too that people will just use that day to do laundry, just rest, because the perception, general perception in the local government election is that the election is just meant for a few persons. The people, I can tell you for free also that people don't even know that that local government election that is coming, they can participate with it with their INEC card, that voter's card. They may think that, oh, it's a special kind of election and they don't have the credentials to participate in the election. So I think this is not, this is, and again, when you talked about 18 over 18 and all that, people, because my take, people are not really interested in local government elections. Yes, people are not interested.
Not interested, you sure about it?
Yes, people are not interested because they just feel what people are really like. That's why most times I give kudos to President Bola Ahmed Tinubu for his effort in trying to give local government autonomy. Before now, I really don't know how far, I really don't know the autonomy thing, how far it has gone. The local government is seen as a part of a state, as a part of, you know, there are 3 tiers of government.
Yes.
But many persons, the state and local government seems to be fused.
We'll come to that. We'll come to that. But I will come back to you. Well, comrade, you've heard both of their opinion. They are saying that they cannot feel that particular bursts of energy that usually surround local government election in this election. What's your say?
Yeah, thank you so much. I think what the prof has said, the prof has done the classroom digestion of this very question. He has said it, there is already a failure on the part of the EDSEC, the EDSEC to communicate for that are in the process. I think we are very well aware the campaigns will be ending midnight today. Are you getting it now? So there will be campaigns here and there from ward to ward to meet with people. So it has really been ongoing for, but I think people too, the way...
Are you speaking for all local governments or just particular local government?
I think I should speak where I stay. If I start speaking of where I don't stay, it will be very myopic. I should be able to digest where I stay. I'm telling you that, you know, we've moved around the 12 wards, we've moved around virtually each, again, doing it, going back again. So meeting all the various individuals. But Prof has also told you that our people don't really know about local government election. Our people pretend to read, and even if they read, what do they read? Are you getting it now? That's just the truth. The truth is that most people don't even know about local government. Most 80% don't even know what is local government. They just believe in states, they believe in Tinubu, they believe in, that is their own mental process. So it also boils down that the National Orientation Agency should go do more about enlightenment to do, because it was the people, if by the time they are aware that the local government is the closest to them, I think, and if they also hold it upon themselves to participate, it will ginger the momentum more. Are you getting it now? And also, you know, now election is now very, very expensive. Unlike before, it's very, very, very now expensive. For you to run an election now, as we speak, citing the case of India House of Assembly, you need neatly above 500 million. Neatly above. You don't need 200. You don't need
500 million.
Over 500 million for you to say you are prepared. Then to go for a senatorial election, you need above 2 billion. To go for House of Rep, you need above 1 billion, 1.5 billion for you to say you are serious. Not you are, that's cash. Are you getting that? That you are not going to sign receipt in anyone. Is you are going to pull it to say it's here, and you do it if you are serious. So it's also good, you know, since it's also councillorship and local government, they also try to see how best they can cut costs to also make sure that they are also going to spend, but not the way it's going to spend like that. So seeing all those areas that we are expecting is going to be in the bigger election, because this one is supposed to be popular, but the people are not even aware. You can, if not that we are politicians, you heard when we were on radio 2 days ago that somebody from our place was telling me does not even know the councillor, whereas I know the councillor. He said he does not, that the one he knew before was the one who was councillor within our unit. So the National Orientation Agency need to go out, go to market, go to mosque, go to churches, go to where people gather to let them know about what is ongoing.
Okay, Reverend, well, it's like all of you are like saying the similar about the awareness campaign. We talk about local government election. What do you think is responsible for this? He said EDSEC talked about National Orientation Agency. Who is responsible for the inability of people to, one, hear about the local government election or develop interest in partaking in these local government elections?
There's so many reasons you can adduce to what's going on. The first one is that many years back, the impact of the local government was felt. I know in this state that local government used to tie rules. At least I'm old enough to tell you that. And that your local government used to do things that you can know that there's a system going on. Right now, nobody is telling you about local government. What you hear is governor. That's all. So when you have that kind of situation, who will be interested in what is not? When you don't feel the impact of anything, why are you interested? It's what you if you know that something is going to affect your life or affect your, then you will be interested. Now the local government impact is not even felt anywhere apart from concerned in those states. It was not like that before. I can tell you when it started. I don't want to mention names here. I can tell you when this thing degenerated to where we are now. All you hear is governor. All you hear is those states. You will not hear about local government chairman. Though the local government chairman can talk, address people. You know, it was dignified to be a local government chairman. Right now it's like a civil servant appointment. Number two, when there's no credibility, you will not have healthy competition. What is going on is that there may have been a predetermined candidate who will fill this space.
So predetermined candidates?
In my own opinion. Who is going to be struggling when you know your name is not on the list? For example, how many parties in those states contending now? Because there's no competition, nobody is sure what the result will be, everybody is on their own. Because I can't waste my money when I'm sure that, number one, it will not be fair. Number two, somebody already predetermined who will be there, then I will be wasting my money and wasting my time. That's what you are seeing. I may be wrong, but that's my own opinion.
All right, I'll come back to you, Reverend. Well, for what the EDSEC chairman said, he said we have 11 political parties that will take part in this election. But still, I have not seen or heard some persons from other political parties saying they are going in for the local government election. Do you feel that it has something to do with the opinion of Reverend?
Well, you are saying you have seen, or you have you are judging based on what the EDSEC Chairman said.
Yes, said 11 political parties
are participating. Well, of course, he has all the data of those who have fielded candidates for the election, and take him by what he has said. But in all honesty, like judging from what, in fact, in those days, like when I say in those days, in the recent past, not too far in the past, it is only true when I'm moving along, I see people gather in some schools, I'll be asking, but this is what's happening here. Besides, today's election, are you not aware? But this one, I am much aware. And I won't tell you why I'm much aware in this one. The thing is, the political parties, I will not say they don't seem to have faith. When I say political parties, beside the ruling party, the other parties are skeptical. Even if they are affiliate candidates, if it just be to fulfill all righteousness, they are all skeptical about the outcome of the local government election. They believe that it will not be fair because local governments are seen to have been ceded to the state governments. In every way in this country, I will be shocked if the election of tomorrow is not 18/18.
No, Saturday.
Yeah, Saturday rather. I will be shocked if it's not 18/18 because that has been the trend. And even though other political parties may have fielded candidates, they will not put in much energy. The election is money. My brother here who is into it has told you that election is money. I mean, he's not lying about it. No matter how small the election is, councillorship election, you have to spend money. You have to mobilize men and materials to the units in your ward to campaign. And when you are going to see these people, it's not, they are not going to just see them with everything. And election is money in this country. Election is very expensive to run in Nigeria. So the other political parties who are participating, the 10 others who are participating beside the ruling party now, may not be putting. That's why, like I said earlier, I've been seeing Facebook posts, like when you just go on Facebook, you just see people, mainly the ruling party, and the ones who are spending money to do jingles, spending money to go for word-to-word campaign, because the others are skeptical to spend, because they also know that the way this thing they go, so people are. I'm not campaigning. I want to tell you for free that the way it is in those states as it is, people are happy with the governor technically. I'm not campaigning. I'm not singing his praise. But I'm a servant of the truth. I like to speak truth anytime, anywhere. People are happy with the governor. Look at especially the day before yesterday. Today is 8, right?
Today is 9.
There was this 770. My son, who just turned 18 on the 5th, came to meet me and said, in the evening, 6th of July, Daddy, he said tomorrow is 7/7. He said we should not be careful. We should be careful. We shouldn't go to school. We should be very careful. I laughed when he told me. I said, don't worry, you go to school. I laughed and I told the mom, I said, in the fear of Bewulu, Bewulu will tell you, I will come to your house and I will bring your house down. This joy in the face of.
So you are saying it's going to be an easy ride for his party? Is that what you're saying right now?
What I'm saying is that people seem to be happy. Even if it's only the security. Before now, sir, you live in this state now. On that service, they're going to cancel calls. But on the 7th, did you hear any? But what I told you, there's even a compensation for people if you get information, see something. We'll give you 3 million if you want to report a cultist. But I'm not even afraid so that they don't go and report innocent people.
I'll come back to you.
What I'm saying is that the way it stands, people that there are projects going on, people are seeing and all that. People may just say, because of this man. So the others, political parties, they are skeptical. They don't want to get too involved, so that they don't start counting their losses.
I'll come back to you. Well, let me come to you, Okoro Sabai. Well, you heard him. He said because of the governor, that other political parties, they are jittery. But from the feelers we are getting, they are saying that there is no need. That's like what our Reverend said, it will predestine. They know who is going to lead, who is going to win, who is going to come out. Because I said that it's going to be like what happened, the allegation leveled against former governor, that his own people clear the slates and all that. Is that what you'd be expecting, comrade?
We've seen when I tell my friends I'm coming to ITV, they'll tell me, how much are they paying you? So sometimes they'll just stop and tell them, how will I tell you, where am I going to share it with you? But when they now also start coming, they don't ask me.
They don't ask because they don't know.
They don't know.
Yes.
So it goes to show that what you didn't participate in, why are you judging it? I get it now. Now so that they dwell, you are at home, you didn't participate, you don't have right to also judge that system. I get it now.
But also because they are afraid to lose their money.
I'm saying, if you try and listen to me, you see we are saying the same thing. Even if you are afraid to lose your money, did you participate in the process to now say, I do this one, I make it. We just judge. And they don't write down, I get it. And we're in this town when they say they wrote
the results.
When the big movement swept everybody off the field. So, and you get that selection until it is over, it is not over. I'm not telling you that it has. Why will it be written in this jet age? What you didn't participate in? I get it now. Are they not going to set tribunal? Don't we have cameras to see? I'm not trying to tell you any issue here, but participate in the process.
Whether your position or not participate in the process.
It's your right, your civic right to participate in that process. So telling me what I want to do that day, because the same local government will come and tell ITV here that day to say, you are under my local government, your tax that was 1 million before is now 8 million. You now say, no, we will not pay. You didn't participate, you are going to pay. Okay, but if you participate, you can now come to the table to say, oh, that day you come campaign for us, so we tell you this, you say, what we want to. Are you getting it? So people that are aware are aware. The local government, truth be told, the prof told you something. Now as we speak, I can tell you, black and white, that it's 99% autonomous. That's why you see
local government.
I'm not asking you, I'm telling you.
Are you sure about this coming, Obaraye?
Listen, my words are words you can take to the bank. That's what Obaraye said. I didn't say ITV said. I'm in it. I'm inside it. I've seen, I listen, I watch. So it's like this, okay. It's not really good to judge you. Now I know that this is how it comes. I get it now. Yeah. Because I'm not there, I see. Okay, allocation never come. Allocation will come, you see it. It's on the system, you see it on internet. So the chairman can never tell you he didn't receive it. You go to FAP, you see that he received 700 something million. You're on your own, not that everybody published. You go, you see it. So by the time it's not also working, it's eating the money. You cannot say it came, this is it. He will not tell you it didn't get to me. You say no, it's it. So the process is, I'm advising that we should try participate. Though election is expensive, I told my friends I will never contest again for any position because they don't pay you money back.
If you lose, you lose.
Or you are on your own. Pray you lose to somebody that has sympathy and empathy. That will now remember you to say, because you did this, come and follow me to be this. If you lose to a wicked person and vendetta continues after you lose, you might not survive the process. So my advice is that election is coming on Saturday. I'm very sure, I'm 80% sure here that there's going to be restriction of movement that days, maybe from tomorrow evening, so that things moving from Edo can get to Isako, get to the Kukuruku on time. You cannot move on Saturday morning. You can't get there on time, so it might start moving tomorrow evening. So we might have half day tomorrow, starting from maybe 4 start moving, so that everything can work on Saturday. So the process is there, and I'm very sure the process is going to be free, fair, and credible.
You very well said, nobody should be afraid. You can take a shot out in the political party you belong. You can easily come out to contest. Right now, for what you also opined, local government is 90% autonomous.
Listen, one of the things I don't like is that we are not able to tell ourselves the truth. We are all suffering it in one way or the other because truth is far. Listen to me. If I hear from him now because they are involved, now can I hold the government chairman responsible for what's going on? Those days, like I told you, the government chairman used to tie rules. At least I've seen them that time tie rules. Now I also know when that thing stopped. So if you're telling me now that the government they don't have the money, then I can see this, then they are nowhere to go to and now hold them responsible. That's number one. Number two, tell me any state where opposition won local government chairman in the recent time. I don't like just say in Delta State or in Oyo State or in Nasarawa State, local government when they connected local government chairman, opposition won 3 seats, and what it has always been the ruling party saying true, because my brother, were you not here when election was still going on Uromia? It was an announcement was made here, not here. An announcement was made that somebody had won. I think my memory has not failed me. I remember that election was still going on in Uromia when election result was announced, and they did not go through tribunal. Who succeeded? So let us be factual. If I'm not sure that I'm going to get a fair treatment, I will not invest my time and money. And that's what's going on, because money is now very difficult to get. So if I get money, I will not go and put in something like 3 million, 5 million, 10 million into a project. But number one, I'm not sure that I'll be giving fair treatment.
I'll come back to you, Reverend.
Fair treatment.
I'll come back to you. Well, Prof, you heard me say he's not sure of the system, because right from the onset, aside the 1999 election, all those have been just one way.
Yes. You see, I'm very, I tell people, all of us are blaming the government at the central. We should also learn to hold our governors accountable. And just now, we should also learn to hold our local government accountable. Because monies are going to all the 3 tiers of government, directly to their account now. They all have accounts with CBN, all the local government. And if we're not started seeing, I will talk to that, I will speak on that. Yeah. If we're not started seeing the dividends at the local government level in those states, does not mean that other states. We have seen videos of how local government chairmen in Lagos states are tying roads, giving, donating, etc. Just recently in this Tinubu government, unlike before, everything was just strictly to the state government. Now, on the issue of election, like I said earlier, if because of what is happening in this state now, if the ruling party takes 18/18, I'm sure people will not protest. I'm sure there will not be bad blood. So rig an election.
Are you speaking for yourself, speaking for everyone?
I'm speaking for major. Let me tell you. See, for you to rig an election, you must have what is called some level of legitimacy. See, when I say legitimacy here, when you just aided the process, because let me just say the everything is for you technically.
All right.
But in order to just you run on that. You know what I'm saying? Yeah. You run on that goodwill that you already have with the people.
Okay.
To secure everything. So you must have some level of legitimacy. So when people here say you win or say I'm supposed to win and see. Okay. Don't do it like that.
All right, thank you. Thank you. We want to take a break right now. When we return, we'll continue with this discussion. Free, fair, credible. Is that what Edo State citizens should be expecting this Saturday? The question is very much on the table. Don't go away. Staying tuned, if you just joined us, this is 60 Minutes Nigeria. We will take 1 hour, talk about issue, political issue, economic issue, educational issue, you just name it, centering on Nigeria. Joining us right now in the studio, he is a clergyman, political analyst, political affairs commentator. Join me to welcome Bishop Bright Olumese. Bright, thank you so much for coming on today's show.
Thank you.
Right.
Good afternoon.
I believe we're watching, listening to their own points of view about this particular local government election. Do you feel that is going to be different, or is going to be the same old story where winner takes it all? Vis-a-vis 18/18.
Yeah, you be asking that is normal. The same actors.
Yeah.
You know, you could see, you should just reflect. The last primaries will tell you, we no longer have democracy in Nigeria. The definition of democracy in Nigeria is different now. Definition of democracy we used to have, government for the people, by the people. Now it's not government for the political leaders, godfathers, and you know, the primaries, people who want primaries were rectified. Political godfather sons' name were submitted to INEC. Go to various places like Benue, you see protests. Kwara, you see protests everywhere. And you now talk about local government. It's okay, and all of that. We're not expecting. That's why you see, there's no jingle, nothing. There's nothing happening. People don't even know why there's local government election. And this local government election is supposed to be the election of grassroots, election of the people. People should know who should cover them. But this is the level where we are. And all of that. This is the reason why Nigeria is kept poor. Poverty in Nigeria is deliberate. It's a truth. The average man today, if you don't go out to look for food, your family can feed. So that it's anything that will trouble your ends meet is like an enemy to you. So nobody wants to, even nobody cares, and all of that. So, but what I want to say, that it won't last forever. We want ESSEC to beat us to this. We want to see that on the 11th of July, Saturday, I will go to my polling booth. It's not just this government, previous government. Local government election date, materials don't arrive. You wait there. After you've gone, results will be collated. You know, in local government election, spirit does votes. Because when they used to get what they can't, it's only God that knows where.
So spirit votes on local government election. Can you prove that?
Because now you now said I goes to my polling unit.
Yeah.
Waited all day, nobody came, but the result was announced from
When did this happen?
In me, ghost. No, I'm talking about
previous election, okay.
We're not, it's not something, it's not an APC thing. It's been on. Did you get that right? Let me ask you, the autonomy granted to local government, where is it? This is a constitutional matter.
The comment at least is in there. Is it at least 90% autonomous?
Sir, if he don't say that, he lost his job. See, that's what do you want him to say? Because he's there, he's not supposed to speak. What do you want him to say? This is Nigeria politics. We know how it is. You get that right? See, let me tell you, there is nothing like. If you want to tell me, do you know what's called? Does the federal government control the money of the state? I'm asking you. So if it's autonomy, now there's even a constitutional problem. What's it called? Why is ESSEC how to do? Why states still conduct local government election? If they are granted autonomy, it means they are an arm of government. The INEC should do and create a healthy competition and all of that. So the issue is that let's say we are still growing. America just celebrated 250 years. When I was doing a breakdown the other day, that when America was 60 something, they've advanced past this stage and all of that. So the problem we're having is not that this current political gladiator, is that they are raising, if you look at some young persons following these guys, their mindset is even more terrible. And that is what is getting me really concerned. So the problem now is that there is a local government election. The local woman at the market is not aware. The local man at the market is not aware. Most people not aware. Jingo is not there. You don't see billboard anywhere. You don't see flyer everywhere. Where is the door-to-door campaign? In those days, 1999, when the lack of the Hagbon won as the opposition party, APP, and all that, you see door-to-door campaign. You see people coming to your room, coming to your doorstep to knock. We need your vote and vote. People came out to vote and people won. So now, this is the reality we're having. Are we having democracy? I just told you the democracy we're having now. It's not democracy for leaders, the democracy for settlements, and democracy for the elite. It's now this thing they have settled it. You need to settle. You this one, House of Rep did not reach you. Okay, we give you 2, 3 councillors and 1 local lecturer. So there's not enough. It's not enough. Add 1 councillor to it. That's what we're having now.
Is there a settlement galore?
Oh God, you should know that.
I don't know. That's what I'm asking.
Nigerians know that.
Okay, I'll come back to you, Bishop. I'll come back to you. Well, Okoro, you heard him. Before Bishop came in, Professor Owen said, look, as it stands right now, it's been a while there's a local government tying roads. For what he said, they have not seen campaign, TV, radio, or street-to-street campaign for this particular election. Do you have proof of it that he is wrong in this aspect of campaigning? One, time of road. Two, we're talking about local government in Edo State.
Thank you so much. Before I will answer you, I want him to retract the statement that if I don't speak the way I'm speaking, my job will be returned. He should retract it.
All right.
He should retract it. No, not that. He should retract it.
Okay, hold on. Bishop right now. Hold on, Bishop. Bishop, it's like you hurt his feelings, so please retract the comment.
Retract it. I'm sorry.
Okay.
The way you did this, you try to Google my name. Google my name. Yeah. Just try to Google my name. My name is Osahon Okoro Obaraye. And you get it now. My first house of call is the Civil Society Group. That is my first call before politics, before my business. And you get it. So I don't come here to blab for anybody. I come here to speak fact to power, straight the way it is. We always say, Obaraye said. I don't say what I don't know. When I say 90, even 99% autonomy, I was very right. That is not your field. I can't tell you how fasting and prayer can cure malaria. That's your field. If you say it, I would dare ask that. If I tell you I'm here and it's like this, don't say because you don't.
All right, he has retracted it, so let's get to the point right now.
As we speak.
Yes.
I can count. I count so many roads. Oh, the chairman already has time because I'm there. I'm saying it. When 730 million comes, I see the alert. I say, okay. They will sit down at ESCO. It's dividing to say, if you are paying this one, that will but we're tired. Let this one go for this one. The new Benin, let this one go. The airport road at Piamont, the other junction, let this one go. The school we are building at Omaba, let this one. We see sharing. No, Oga, leave this school first. This one will come in the next month. So I see as it flows, and I know. It's not, nobody's telling me now.
As a PRO?
Yes, nobody's telling me. I attend ESCO meeting every Monday 9 to 12. So if I'm seeing it, I see. And they know that whatever I says here is living.
What about the issue of campaign?
The issue of campaign, I've told you, that is pending tonight. It has been rigorous. Meeting people to people. Yesterday, we met the Igbo community in New Benin Market. We met those at Mission Road. Are you getting it now? Then today we'll be meeting with the Arewa. Today we meet Arewa by 4.
Then how come others are not doing the same? Because they say that they can't feel it.
It is good. You see why?
They can't feel it.
You see why I always tell you what you can quote.
Yes.
I can't tell you go to Rio. I can't tell you go to Rio there. I'll tell you what I see. So that when you say Obaraye said, I will not take you to say, come and sit here. Show him that file. Show him that this. Show him that this is this. Even when I was not there, you should know that we still have you take our protest down to their table to say this must be done and this is done. And even when we are protesting, the one at Tony Kabaka just was supposed to be only that person. I protested to say no, you can't carry Grida with two. Then we're not doing no good in Joshua. It must be done. You don't talk, you don't talk. I am not add and journal, but you know that is where I must speak first. Nobody. So if you are taking my job, you don't beg for the job first of all. I don't beg for job. I pay my worker more than what I've been paid to the council. Not my workers receive what they pay me.
It's like you are really hot, but now he has retracted. Let's leave it. He has retracted it.
I have over 11 workers. Some of them receive what I receive in council. So that is by the wayside. So I'm going to add.
Fine. No problem.
If I'm coming and they know that you are speaking, the chairman will say, allocation never come. Ramekwe never do this one. No, go tell you. I will say, I will. I know allocation has not come. And if it comes, so I'm like a watchdog to that thing, which the man is proud of. Are you getting it now? A few days ago, I was going home at Wingwood, and I saw they were protesting Thierry Balance.
Yeah.
I packed immediately and called him. Where are you? He said, already at home. I said, I'm here at 9 o'clock. What is happening? And he said, make a call. And I did my own physical survey and saw that our vigilante went against one bus driver who hurriedly now is trying to run, hit a woman. I get it now. And in their presence, I did and stood by the side of the people. So say this one at night, for say let these people also small now. If we had them 6 o'clock since morning till 8, at this time, he said no, Galabuna said to us, say make it just be 24-hour service. Are you getting that it should be dried up because that is the night.
So you are saying your local government is working?
You can say that.
Okay, hold on now.
That one is audible to the.
Let me ask one question. Hold on. Let me ask one question. If out of 100%, 5% is working, is that a pass mark?
Listen.
No, comrade, is it a pass mark?
To who?
5%. Let's say out of 100%.
Let those that are
5% is working.
Yes.
Is it a pass mark?
Let those that are in the local government speak. I'm speaking for mine. Don't let me go and speak for what I don't know.
Of course, because of Edo State right now.
Yeah.
In the whole of Edo State.
Yes.
Maybe you have 18 local government.
Yes.
Only 2 are functioning optimally.
To you.
Is that a pass mark?
To you.
I'm asking a question.
No, to you. Okay. To you.
All right.
If I was living at Ambede, I should be able to speak at Ambede.
Okay.
A man should speak what tomorrow when you wake me up to say you said so. I will tell you I said so.
Okay, fine. I'll come back to you.
For me to tell you what that has been tied.
Okay.
I know. So I don't even know what the other man is tying.
I'll come back to you. Now, for what he said. Calm down. We are still in this show. Everybody calm down. So let's not attack each other's emotions. So let's be calm. Now, for what he said is from his own local government. The hard road. But it cannot be said for others. He says from his own angle. Now, for what's really going on right now, for what has been going on, do you feel that this election is going to be based on performance of local government or the performance of the governor?
Let me tell you this. With due respect to the governor,
yes,
the governor is doing well in my own assessment. But I believe that elections should throw up the best, always. And it does not always follow that the best will always come from the ruling party. So if election is supposed to be done, it's supposed to throw up the best at every time. Okay? And if we go by that, it means that the election should be fair. If there are people who belong to either PDP or the other party who can do well too. So in local government election, all of them should be given time, at least fair treatment. That's what I'm saying. When you are not sure of fair treatment, you will not invest your money. Before I go, you will give me a road that already is tying. I will go there myself to verify it, so I will be double sure.
I
trust you. Just mentioned 2 right now. I trust you, but I will need the name. I will drive there myself.
Yes, I'll give you 5.
Because this is the first time I'm hearing
I'll give you 5.
the local government chairman are tying roads. In Ekpoma, nothing is going on. They quote me.
Okay.
So the local government, the chairman in Ekpoma should tell me the road is tying in Ekpoma, because I have lived there for a long time. So he should tell me which one is tying. He's so let it tell me. I will go there myself and this is what I'm hearing. Let us be truthful. We are here. We are here in our nation. Let me tell you.
Calm down. You have your say. Calm down, please.
Let me tell you.
Yes.
You see, in life, sometimes I assess things going on. By the grace of God, I also have privilege of going out of this country. And I see what's going on there. Sometimes I sit down and look, I said, this place ought not to be better than us. The only difference is that we are organized, we are not organized, those guys are organized. That is the difference.
All right.
So if you go by election should always throw up the best at every point in time.
Irrespective of political parties.
Thank you. That's right.
All right, I'll come back to you. Well, in our news, which we went out to cover, yes, really, there was a road being tarred by the Odo local government. It's on the news. I'm not trying to say X, Y, Z. I saw that. Myself. And of course, the governor also made someone that is not even from the state a commissioner, 2 persons now, right? That has raised so much dust. We don't want to dive into that yet. Do you think all these things will count with political party, Bishop?
Okay, let me say this. Politicians are like students writing exams.
Okay.
They don't mark their scripts.
They don't mark their scripts?
No, sir. If you are performing, it will show in the average life of people in your local government. What is the life expectancy in the local government and all of that. We're having a conference in August. We are supposed to be hosting America. Now there is an bank that says no, the conference security, you can't go, and all of that. And we have government in place. Like I said, the government people or the politicians who in government, it's their duty to tell the people this is what they're doing. One of the responsibilities of government is to take care of life and property. Today, what is it like, and all of that. So we are I'm not a politician, I am expecting. I came here today, bad roads and all of that. If you go to Ogbasa, you see the way my car is. We go to mechanic every day. We want better government. We are demanding and all of that. So people in government, I know they may be doing 1 or 2 things and all of that. We're all the same. The politicians that I say can also agree that they have not fixed all the problem. So if we are demanding, they won't be angry. So we are making more demand.
So you're not saying that no matter what is happening right now, you don't count in a free, fair, credible election?
In the free, fair, credible, this man has already said it. If a free, fair, credible election produce the best candidate, this is a local election. People knows. Look, you know what local election does is that we knew ourselves. We knew your capability. If you allow these guys to go on the free fair, you will be surprised the selection and all of that. So that's what we're saying. All we are just saying, we're not saying talking about person this. It's the norm in Nigeria. You get that right? The sitting party takes all. We're saying it won't be different. Because that's the question, that's the debate. Will it be free and fair? Why are you asking that? Was it free and fair elsewhere or whatever? They have a way of making sure that this come. Okay, let's assume I said that before. That is not even an issue. If doing that, emanated to good governance.
Yeah.
Do you get that right? Edo State is not made up of only Oredu local government. Okay. There are so many other local government and all of that. The level of insecurity and is all over the local government these days now. You can't even accept any local government. So we are making demands on all politicians. Political associate people have ability to power, close to power. We need more.
All right, we need more.
We need more.
Like Oliver Twist.
Yes, we need more.
Over now to you.
Yeah.
So we talked about election is going to take place Saturday, 11th of July, and many persons are not aware from what they all said. Even Prop talked about it, and you said the blame should go to either ETSEC or National Orientation Agency, right? But from your own angle, from what you can see from where you are, you guys campaigned a lot. I say you can't talk about the local government, but you can speak for your own local government. Now, the APC is in charge. If only your local government has a pass mark, is that really a pass mark?
Yeah, one thing that I will not change.
Yes.
Is me, my color, character. Are you getting that? I can't change again. Oh, I think it was a privilege. My son went to write my SSC in one school, and some people they were doing the ask, "What's your name?" And he said, "My name is Usaini Emmanuel Okobayi." And the man asked, "Which of the Oba?" He said, "Usamo." If you get to tell your father you so, tell him to continue his good works. And I think that will change my son's narrative for the father, to know that if that is what I have able to live, to say my son again, my children again cannot pass through a place to be straight because I have done that to them. I think that's grace. That's grace that follows. The truth remains, if I come here to start giving pass mark to local governments that I have not visited, I have not seen, tomorrow when you ask me, I will tell you. See, Reverend have told me that I should mention road. I get it now. So if I don't tell you, if I said it was so wrong, how will I not start mentioning those roads? I get it now. So if I not tell you a good junction by force to circular, that was a no-go area. That is one. If I go to tell you to go to Capiona, GRA, Westmead, Ozame leaves. I get it down. If I tell you again, go to New Benin, Total, and the other place, that was unpassable. No, you don't go there. If I tell you again, go to Airport Road, by Kenswa Junction, that was not passable. I can keep mentioning. I'm not here to blow the trumpet of a man who I told, if I to work with you, you must be like this. And who has also given me that respect to make sure that if he was in my local government, I will tell him, where is your road? Tomorrow I'm sending a grader there. And I've said so. If I get on tell the chairman, see this man, okay, go and do it. I was admitted in January, and as I was leaving, I told the doctor, for you to have done well, this your road is not good. We can't tie it. I can't promise you tie it. It's expensive to tie road now. It's very expensive. Ogumeni Junction took the council over 40 million. It was not done at back. It was done because I was in the process. If it was done, it was because the chairman, as an engineer, me and as an engineer, we went to the market to buy
buy Total, buy this and buy that and buy this. That is why it was about a little fraction before 40 million.
All right.
If it was on a contract basis, it would have been over 200 million, which the council cannot. Are you getting that? So because I'm there,
So
I know.
is it because of all this one now? It's going to be one-way ticket for your party.
Allah, when the song is good, you sing it twice. And you need to start.
All right. Our time is up.
Listen, you don't. Good Gary, I've told you every time. Now they sell itself for market.
Our time is up.
If it did Total Junction, now you first test them. You will go test for Permission Junction. You go walk back again to go eat that.
All right, Bishop.
Are you getting that?
Bishop
A
Bisley.
good native daughter does only signboard.
APC government, Nigeria's life is not better off. We demand more for you guys. The level of insecurity, the level of poverty, the people who came to my house were hungry people, and you can't even beat them. They look very malnutrition. I told them, not just give them to police, talk about somebody here. These guys look hungry. That's the level of we demand more from governance. Those people, thank God, this honorable man is here. His voice can be heard. Some also, the people in government, their voice are not being heard. We talk to some of them. They say their voice. See, your voice is being heard. Okay. Please,
but for the local government,
for the local election tomorrow, like what is
on Saturday,
it's not that people is going to vote; that they are going to declare winners. That's our position.
Thank you. That's your position.
That's most Nigeria position.
Reverend, please, briefly, our time is up.
Well, my opinion is that every election is supposed to throw the best, not minding which party it comes from.
All right.
So, but if the system is credible, transparent, then we can have good leaders come up from time to time.
All right. Thank you so much, gentlemen. Okay, fine, your 30 seconds.
Thank you. The people have seen it when this government came in 5 months ago in November to complete the tenure of those ones. Some chairmen did their best and they were returned. As we speak, over 4, 8 were dropped because of no performance.
Okay.
Over 4, 8 was dropped because of no performance. Most councillors was also dropped because of no performance. Because he has said it, the post said it. I'm not here to blow trumpet for the governor. What the governor is doing is he wants selling himself. Are you getting that?
All right.
Gone are the days where they vote for you. You go and say because they voted for you want to see.
Thank you.
Are you getting it now?
Thank you.
People will vote you out.
Thank you. Well, let's get to see how all this will pan out. Is it going to be the same story as usual, or something new might just happen? We'll be like, if something should happen, that's really big the news. We're expecting something this Sunday, more story or something new. See you again on Thursday, God willing. Bye for now.
This is ITV. Certainly the best.
ITV, certainly the best.
first floor. We don't know if they are going to bring the second floor.
ITV, certainly the best.
ITV, certainly the best.
Viewers, once again we welcome you to Message of Islam, reaching you from Independent Television. Inshallah, today we have another relevant topic to look at. I'm your uncle Al-Aji Alamin Alao. Today, inshallah, we are looking at the topic, position of Islam on intoxicants. To take this vital topic, I have with me in the studio this evening, Al-Aji Ustaz Arun Humar. Assalamu alaikum. Welcome to the program.
Wa alaikum assalam wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuhu. Thank you for having me.
And we also have in the studio this evening, Malam Nuruddin Asunuki. Assalamu alaikum. Welcome to the program.
Wa alaikum salam wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. Thank you for having me.
Alhamdulillah. Now, intoxicants. What is the position of Islam on intoxicants? Well, let's start with the definition. When we talk of intoxicants, I'm starting with you, Malam Nuruddin Asunuki. What are we looking at? Talk of intoxicants.
Intoxicant is that substance that when an individual takes it, it comes in contact with your reasoning process, it alters it, it makes it difficult for you to be able to coordinate. In other words, it's that which makes you act differently from the way you ordinarily would have acted if you were not under the influence of that substance.
Thank you very much. Intoxicants. Now, Alhaji Ustaz Harun Umar. Some do argue that the Quran does not totally condemn intoxicants. Now what Allah only said is that when you want to pray, do not drink until you can grasp the meaning of your words. And elsewhere Allah says there are benefits in intoxicants and you have disadvantages which outweigh the benefits. So what is the position of Islam on intoxicants before we proceed?
Alhamdulillah. As-salatu was-salam ala rasulihil kareem wa ba'd. Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuhu. Our esteemed viewers out there, we greet you with the best form of greeting. May the peace and blessings of Allah be with you. Intoxicant. The Arabic equivalent is khamr, as clearly stated in the glorious Quran and the Sunnah, that is the prophetic statements, actions and silent approvals of the Prophet Muhammad sallallahu alaihi wasallam. Now, by way of summary, you mentioned that some people argue that the Quran says it is only when you want to observe Salah that you don't take it, or when one is under the influence of intoxicant, he or she should not observe Salat. That's the ritual prayers. And you mentioned too that the Quran talks about advantages and disadvantages of intoxicants. So on the strength of those Quranic verses, some individuals argue, though erroneously, that yes, there is provision for the intake of intoxicants, probably in a moderate form. However, Allah Tabaraka wa Ta'ala, the creator of the universe, who knows how man operates, and there is what we call gradualism. You know, the Quran was revealed over a period of 23 years approximately. Part of the problems the Arab had is that they were neck deep into the intake of intoxicant, particularly alcoholic drinks. So because they were neck deep into this act, and if the revelation were automatic, stop drinking instantaneously, it would have been very difficult for them to stop that particular act. So the revelations came in piecemeal, that is progressive gradualism. The first one was, oh, if you are under the influence of intoxicants, don't come near to prayers. And then they had to now, regulate how they take it. And the Quran also talks about having some advantages and disadvantages. And finally, in Quran chapter 5, verse 90, when the revelation came, saying, "Oh, you who have believed, يا أيها الذين آمنوا إنما الخمر والميسر والأنصاب والأزلام رجس من عمل الشيطان فاجتنبوه لعلكم تفلحون. So at that material time, some of the Arabs had already on their own, based on the first two revelations, stopped the idea of taking intoxicants. So it is erroneous for...
You have not translated Quran chapter 5 verse 19.
Beautiful. So Allah says, "O you who have believed." Allah mentioned four things there. "O you who have believed," said, "Innamal khamru," surely the intake of intoxicant, wal maisir, and gambling of any form, and then the making, and slaughtering of animals, idolatry. You slaughter an animal, you take it to the altar in order to worship idols or to accord respects that they do not deserve, or kind of a honor that should be given to Allah alone. And divination. Allah is saying these four things, they are forbidden. They are the handiwork of the devil. Fajitanibuhu. Abstain from all of them if indeed you want to be successful both in this life and the hereafter.
Thank you very much. If you are just joining us, we are looking at the topic, position of Islam on intoxicants. I'm coming to you again, Malam Nuruddin Asunogi. It is discovered that under the influence of intoxicants, some people have the tendency and indeed committed some heinous crimes and atrocities which ordinarily they wouldn't have committed. Now he has quoted for us Quran chapter 5 verse 90, where Allah condemns intoxicants. Position of Islam on intoxicants. In our country today, it is not forbidden to take intoxicants. Can you please let us know the benefit of restricting consumption of intoxicants?
Well, statistics have pointed to the fact that for every 10 crimes that are committed, heinous crimes that are committed in this country, those who are the violators who commit this crime will first seek to acquire what you refer to as Dutch courage. Dutch courage will mean that which enables them to do what they will ordinarily not be able to do. And what drives this, of course, is the intake of alcohol. When the military or police are able to overrun those persons who are into crime, including those who kidnap, which of course explains why we say for those who are involved in kidnapping, they have sequestered themselves ab initio from the religion of Islam. Because when you carry out a raid, and some persons too have been apprehended, what is it that they do? They supply weapons in the same volume as they supply hard drugs. They now are able, once they come under the influence of these hard drugs, they become barbarians. Their capacity for barbarity becomes legion, inexplicable. And that is what they ordinarily will not be able to do. Mercy vanishes. They become increasingly fiendish. They are evil. They derive this from the influence of the drugs that they take. Otherwise, how do you, for example, would explain that some individual would have taken into captivity a lady who is heavily pregnant? Whether it was due for her to deliver or it was fear-induced delivery, she has a baby. And this baby begins to act like it is natural, seeking attention, and will cry like every newborn baby will cry. And this individual will feel disturbed. You know, they just cannot reconcile themselves with the audacity of such a baby to disturb the equanimity of the minds of these individuals, which quite a number of them no longer has. And so you pick that kind of baby and throw into an anthill. You can begin to imagine how excruciating the pains. But the drugs have known their feelings. They no longer have capacity for compassion. So it would have been much better if we were to succeed in dealing with the issue. I mean, we find the courage. Quite a number of persons have argued, oh, you say no to alcoholism, for example, and yet the money from VAT, you participate in the sharing. And we ask the question, what is the money of VAT? You need to do a holistic analysis. So if you, for example, say what was gotten from alcohol was X trillion, then let us find out what was the corresponding amount of money that was expended in fighting insecurity, and by how much this alcohol that had given us trillions in terms of VAT had contributed to the issue of insecurity. And again, how does the issue of the alcohol business operated to narrow the capacity that we are to deal with the issue of food security? Because if I am a farmer today, the natural tendency is to maximize profit. And so I would rather say to the breweries, my maize, my millet, which go into the production of alcohol, that is deleterious. It's not healthy in the least, regardless of what the position of Islam says. Medically, it has been established, whether it is liver cirrhosis, whether it is a kidney problem and all that, they all are traceable to the issue of alcohol, in addition to the serious threat of food security. If I took part, for example, it has capacity for nourishing. If all of this were used, for example, for dairy products, you use them to produce feed for our animals, our birds and all that, will become much more healthy, because good food, of course, will. And that will again reduce the loss of man hour. It will reduce what is spent on medication and stuff like that. So you find that the quantum of the benefit arising from you giving outright ban to the consumption of alcohol pays into insignificance whatever you think is the gain, which is so smidgen you get from what you refer to as the VAT derivable from the sales of alcohol.
Whatever Allah has condemned, if you try to justify it, of course, you are toiling with the law of your maker, Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala, who is the wisest. I'm coming to you again. Ustaz Harun Umar. We have the slogan, if you drink, do not drive. If you drive, do not drink. Is that not hypocrisy? In the country where consumption of intoxicants is not completely outlawed. Then let's look at the relationship between intoxicants and insecurity, which Malam Masunugi has started highlighting.
Well, Alhamdulillah, from his analysis, a lot of things are derivable. Firstly, Allah is the best of judge, and his knowledge is perfect, is comprehensive. Whatever he commands us to do is the best for us, and whatever he prohibits us from doing is actually the best for us to abstain from if we want to have a peaceful, a secured, and as well as an orderly society. The next verse, before I hit the nail on the head, it will guide us. Quran chapter 5, verse 91. Allah says, إِنَّمَا يُرِيدُ الشَّيْطَانُ أَن يُوقِعَ بَيْنَكُمُ الْعَدَاوَةَ وَالْبَغْضَاءَ وَيَصُدَّكُمْ عَنْ ذِكْرِ اللَّهِ وَعَنِ الصَّلَاةِ فَهَلْ أَنْتُمْ مُنْتَهُونَ. Firstly, Allah said that it is the handiwork of the devil, Satan, those who luxuriate, who take pride in the intake of intoxicants, whether in the solid form, in the gaseous form, in the liquid form, whether it was injected, whether it was sniffed, whether in large quantity or in small quantity. Allah is saying what you are embarking on, what you are doing is the handiwork of the devil, Shaitan. And Allah tells us clearly that Shaitan and his henchmen, they are your enemies. فَاتَّخِذُوهُ عَدُوًّا. Therefore take the devil as your enemy. And he went further to tell us the spiritual implication of the intake of intoxicants. It will turn you away from dhikrullah, the remembrance of Allah. It will turn you away from the observance of salat. It will create family crisis. And then he now posed the question, a rhetorical one for that matter. Would you therefore not abstain from the intake of intoxicants? Now we are seeing the effects. They are viral. They are very destructive. Of course, the relationship between the intakes of intoxicants and crime and criminality is directly proportional. The implication, therefore, is that if we are able to cut the supply chain of intoxicants to a very large extent, crime and criminality will be reduced in the society. And that's why in the Sharia, you have stiff measures on how to deal with people who engage in this kind of businesses. If you look at some of the Arab nations, you are caught with some of these dangerous drugs, cocaine, heroin, and what have you. More often than not, by the time the panel of judges look into the merits of the case, it could be life, imprisonment or death sentence, because the effect, the intake of those intoxicants will have on a society is far, far more devastating. And that's why the government should be very hard on those, whether it's transit nation or is producing, as the case may be, or consuming. Whoever that is caught should be decisively, summarily, mercilessly dealt with, so that it will serve as a deterrent to others. Otherwise, we'll just be wallowing in darkness, and more problems will be right there to ravage the entire society.
Thank you very much. Viewers, if you are just joining us, we are looking at the topic, position of Islam on intoxicants. I'm coming to you right away again. Let's look at traffic offenses, overspeeding, intoxicants.
Well, like we have observed, you see, our society is one that regals in knavery. Someone tells you, if you are drunk, do not drive. If you must drive, do not drink. A latitude or a window of opportunity is provided. And how do you determine, for example, at what point does Mr. A become drunk? At what point does Mr. B? A number of the fatalities that we have had are a consequence of people not being able to control themselves anymore because they came under the influence. I went to Makurdi some couple of years ago, and there was this story that was being told in a park. They were talking about a particular driver who got cashiered as a consequence of what had happened. He said he went to a lady who sells food, quote and unquote, and asked for the specific whatever food he wanted. And so he took it and came to the boss and said, hey, the vehicle is full, we are going to Benin. Nobody was inside it, and he entered. He started clearing everything on his path. At the checkpoint, the military was stopping, he continued. They fired the tire, vehicle fell. It was about the third or fourth day he gained consciousness. Not as a consequence of the vehicle somersaulting another. He was completely in a different world. He just didn't know. That was because he took whatever it was he took. And when you want to destroy society, do not again, if you were to do a peregrination into history, you find out that when they wanted to destroy those who had helped to build the American society, the black Americans, what was it that you did? It was to make the intake of drug endemic among the black population. And so by the time they took drugs, you whittle down or completely eliminate the capacity they had for competitiveness. And so crime fructified in the community of the blacks. And so they became useless. They were no longer purposeful. They were no longer purposeful. And so you can see the connection. In the Oyo forest, they have found what is happening there. In the northeast, you find truckloads of all of these hard substances are taken there. Because regardless of what you say you have, the core resource that any nation has is the human resource. And so when the texture of their humanity is depleted, you just begin to count number. And so when they take drugs, they are completely ocious, irrelevant to the scheme of things. Then they become subservient. And so what drug does to the man who takes it is that it robs you of your dignity and dons you in the wrapper of coloniality, which enables you to become manipulatable by those who ultimately would manipulate you for their own good. So society will honestly not do well when you do not find the hardihood, the intrepidity to say, hey, this is an act of criminality. It doesn't matter what we think is the benefit, because it's so insignificant when you compare it to the damage that it does that is irreparable. And so the question of when you drink, for example, relating it, a number, without alcohol, the road crashes can be reduced by 80, 90+%.
Without alcohol, road crashes can be reduced drastically. When you're taking intoxicants, which is a depressant, for example, like a heroin or alcohol, even if you are running at 200 kilometers per hour, it's as if you are making normal speed of 100 kilometers per hour. Because the body system is slow. And that's why you see them, the way they talk, I will get home. So everything is slow. So for everything to be normal, it has to be over speeding. Now I'm coming to you now. Let's look at the economy and individual pockets. An officer told of a lady who at a particular time in the past had up to 30 million naira in her account and 2 mighty houses. And a few years later, she sold the 2 houses, the account was empty on the basis of drugs. Now let's look at this area. Intoxicants, drugs.
Well, the Quran or the Sharia is so clear on this matter. The economic effects, the social effects, the moral effect, the spiritual, and so on and so forth. And the truth is, when one becomes addicted to the intake of these hard drugs, whatever the person may have amassed by way of wealth, properties, the person may end up selling them in order to keep on. And once the source of the finance is no longer forthcoming, the person may, end up searching for other means that could be criminal in order to sustain, to maintain that addiction.
So back to crime again.
Back to crime again. And that's why parents, the school, government, stakeholders, we all have critical role to play. And this hypocritical approach to the issue of fighting crime and criminality must stop. No government can effectively fight crime and criminality without tackling head-on the issue of intoxicants in whatever form. Like the issue of road crashes you mentioned. I remember I read the report recently talking about the core causes, the vehicular factor, road factor, human factor. Under the human factor, over almost 95%, they still traced it back to the issue of intoxicants. So I think it is something we have to take very seriously, not lip services, if indeed we want our society to succeed.
Malam Osologe, can you please, let's look at Saudi Arabia, one of the countries that does not tolerate consumption of intoxicants. Let's look at the rate of crime and security in Saudi compared to our Nigeria?
Well, if there are crimes in Saudi, you can be sure that we are the ones perpetrating them there. We are the ones, because we smuggle these drugs there, and when we take them, we want to act as if we were. In Saudi, you could move any hour of the day. You could keep the engine of your car running. The only thing you are likely to suffer is the fuel that you are wasting.
No kidnapping?
Who is coming to kidnap you? To do what with? Absolutely, that will not happen. In Saudi Arabia, you could have this place as where you sell foreign currency. And it's time for prayer. All you need to do is put a table in between to signify that nobody is inside. When you close for the day, you are not looking for boxes to put the whatever. You just leave them in a way that if anybody enters, it takes away. No difficulty in taking. And you return, nothing is taken. Because it's a society where people have not had their feelings numbed by this whatever drug. So it does happen. And in Nigeria, like you said, doing a comparison, if you live in some part of Benin, particularly this axis, when you go to work, you pray and hope that when you return, you will meet pockets of those you find doing POS. You see the small kiosk, and the person there is hanging a small bag. Inside the bag are drugs. The POS is a camouflage. It is intended to delude people. But what they sell is drug. And the boys who do this go thereafter to vandalize transformer, break into people's home, arrange with others to take people as captive for ransom. And so government must just wake up.
There is need for government to wake up in order to tackle the problem of consumption of intoxicants. There should be no lip service, there should be no hypocrisy. The insecurity in the country is on the rise, and one of the causes, of course, is consumption of intoxicants, hard drugs. They have different names. We have what they call colos, there is the one highs, and different names they are given to them, so that even the hearer will not know what they are talking about. And this is in line with tradition that different names are given to intoxicants in order to deceive themselves, so that they don't know what they are talking about. Criminality is on the increase. Economic crimes on the increase. Let's advise the viewers as we round up quickly.
Well, a word of advice is that we should go back to our Maker, Allah Tabarak wa Ta'ala, the one who creates us. Let us act by His instruction. Whatever He prohibits us, let us abstain. Whatever He instructs us to do, let us do it. If we do that, we'll have a peaceful, a healthy, and indeed a progressive society.
If you drink and you pray, what happens to your prayer?
Well, when you drink and pray, intoxicant, of course, the prayer is unacceptable, is hanging, it's like you dissipating your time. The summary, of course, is that whereas that prayer was to dignify you, intoxicant debases you.
Is there punishment for consumers on Judgment Day hereafter?
Absolutely, absolutely, absolutely.
Viewers, this much we can take today. Position of Islam on intoxicants. Islam has zero tolerance for intoxicants. So if you claim to be a Muslim and you consume intoxicants, know that you are not a practicing Muslim. We should try to abstain from whatever can cause harm to us as individuals and to the society in general. Thanks for coming. Al-Haji Ustaz Arun Umar, Malam Nuruddin Astroge, and the mayor uncle Al-Adi Al-Amin Al viewers, let us keep away from intoxicants. Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh.
Wa alaikum assalam wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh.
ITV, certainly the best.
Welcome to another edition of your program, Hitches and Voices. On this program, our conversation centers around persons with disability. My name is Kingsley Okoje. Don't forget that this program is brought to you by Network for the Advancement of People with Visible Disability, NABVID. NABVID is a non-governmental organization based here in Benin City that is advocating for the rights of persons with disability. Special apologies today because we are unable to have our sign language interpreter, which is meant to cater for our deaf audience. But subsequently, we'll be able to fix that and we'll have a sign language interpreter on set. Today is the 12th of June, 2026. It's Democracy Day, a day set aside to celebrate our democracy. I don't know if I can still refer to our democracy as nascent because we've gone more than a decade and that's no mean feat. On the program today, our attention is going to settle around the subject of democracy and disability participation. And who is best to have this conversation with us? We have with me in the studio a very revered and highly distinguished personality, Melody Omosa Esquire, one who has cast a niche for himself, not only in the disability community, but in our nation. I'll call him a national treasure because he's behind the conceptualization of the Braille Ballot Guide, a voting material that is meant to aid voting for the visually impaired. So you can understand why I call him a national treasure. Barrister Omosa, welcome to Hitches and Voices.
Thank you very much. Always a delight when I have the opportunity to be with our audience and viewers.
Welcome. I'd like to say a big thank you to our audience who are following on radio and those of you who have taken out time to follow us on television as well. A big shout out to the management of ITV for walking the talk when it comes to disability inclusion. They have made Hitches and Voices a household name in Edo State by ensuring that this program comes to you live on television and on radio simultaneously. But back to the subject. Today we are talking democracy. Like I said, I don't know if I can refer to our nation's democracy as nascent. I would like to have your overview on this. What's your take on Nigeria democracy? Do you think it has properly evolved? Do you think our democracy can rank among celebrated democracy in other climes?
All right, thank you so very much. Thank you, viewers and listeners, for joining us again on Hitches and Voices. 29th May 2026, our democracy became 27 years, and that in an economy that is stable, in developed societies, if when things go according to plan, a man or a woman that is 27 years is already a father or a mother, have graduated and started living their life. So by no stretch of imagination should our democracy again be referred to as nascent. 27 years down the line.
He's a grown man.
A fully grown man. And I'm happy that today, of course, that leads me back. Chief Anthony Enahoro was said to have moved for the independence of Nigeria in 1959 at the Western House of House of Region, the Western House. Then, when he was but 26 years. So when juxtaposed against our democracy, the Fourth Republic, that is already 27, you agree with me readily that it is not a baby anymore. But it's a long way. But of course, when juxtaposed with other democracies, United States, France, and all that, well, we are still a very long way away. But we're talking about June 12th, the 12th of June, and I'm sure many of these present, the Gen Z generation, they call them, except they do a little bit of history. may not have known why June 12th.
But unfortunately, history has been taken away
from our curriculum. Very unfortunately. You recall that on the 29th of May 1999, the military handed over to a civilian elected government, and the President Olusegun Obasanjo became the president, and that day was set aside as democracy. But down the line, there was the clamor that before May 2029, there was a June 12th, where MKO Abiola, Moshood Kasimu Olayiwola Abiola, was elected by an election that are then adjudged to be the freest and fairest election that was organized, where he won, had a landslide victory on the way to become the Third Republic president on the 12th of June 1993. Unfortunately, that process was cut short in that the elections were annulled, I think on the 23rd of June that same year, by the then head of state, General Badamasi Babangida. And of course, a year after, he declared himself in 1994 as as president, saying that the military under Abacha was unwilling to hand over to him. He was incarcerated, and in 1998 he died. The first from his own part of the region, Ogun State and the whole of the western region, continued to clamor that he should be recognized as an elected president, even though that process was cut short because he was sliding to victory very comfortably before that whole process was stopped. So for the western states, they continue to recognize June 12th as Democracy Day. That for them, that is the proper day of democracy, and would even declare those days as public holiday. But Mohammed Buhari, of blessed memory, the president between 2015 and 2023, I think a year or two before he left office, recognized June 12th and declared it a Democracy Day. What this president has done now is that June 12th is not, no, I think Buhari recognized that Abiola actually won the election and that he declared him as a former president. But this administration has properly recognized June 12th as Democracy Day. And instead of having a public holiday on the 29th of June, 29th of May, June 12th has now been declared as Democracy Day. However, the handing over day and change of government from one administration to another remains on the 29th of May because it's a constitutional matter. But my take would be that the National Assembly should allow this to reflect. It is popularly accepted to move our Democracy Day by 13 days from May 29th to June 12th. Not, however, this administration or parent elected president and National Assembly, state governors and state houses of assembly benefiting from it. But this administration can do that so that whosoever is elected next will know that the taking over date and handing over date will not be on June 12th. No need to recognize May 29th and also recognize June 12th simultaneously as Democracy Day. So that's the brief history of what has happened. So Nigeria is no longer, we are a grown adult, and we should be seeing some features of an adult who is actually growing and in charge.
All right, you said something very stunning, that a 26 years old Auntie Naro moved for the independence of Nigeria. Yes. And I'm wondering where our current 26 years old, where they are now. I'm sure they are out there hustling for jobs, trying to get themselves one employment or the other. Meanwhile, years ago, a young Anthony Enaro had the opportunity to be in an assembly where he could move that motion. One would have expected that we would have evolved to a point where we have younger people in position of authority to impact governance. But like you said, a 27-year-old child is a grown man, and there are certain things expected of him. And we are hoping that we'll continue to mature. But let's come back to disability participation now. There's the issue of democratic inclusion.
Do you think our democracy as it stands today is more inclusive of persons with disability? And what does democratic inclusion looks like?
All right, thank you very much. In democracy, we say there's always a social contract between the government and the people. And that is what distinguish or differentiate the system of government to other types of government. Whether the monarchical system of government that is largely by hereditary, or the authoritarian system of government, or the theoretical system of government, where people take either by religious inclination or by other forms assume rulership position, not even leadership. But any form of democracy, being parliamentary, presidential, provided the people have the free choice, can participate and decide who their elected representatives will be. It is said that the people willingly donate their power to their representative, and therefore a social contract exists between the government and the governed. And I think that opportunity to participate in those who lead you should be the starting point. You don't wake up and say government is not responsive and responding to the yearnings of their citizenry, when in the first place you have no say whatsoever in either due to lethargy or you fail to perform your civic responsibility, or the opportunity to so do was not even provided in the first place. The point I'm struggling to make is that democracy starts from when the people are able to participate and decide who leads them. And it is to that extent that inclusion should be the bedrock and the watchword of every system, democratic system, that is aimed at bringing everyone on board. And to how inclusive can we say the democracy is for persons with disability, I would say the conversation is on, but we are yet not there at all. We have started because I recall that I and the organization I lead, NABID, or a network for the advancement of people with disabilities, were a part of a process where we campaigned for Access Nigeria Disability Vote Matter campaign, where we engaged the Independent National Electoral Commission, the National Assembly, and other relevant governmental bodies to the end that they would make our electoral process and open enough for participation by persons with disabilities.
All right, we'll go to the issue of electoral participation. They usually say that in democracy, majority have their way, and the minority can have their say.
And only have their say, yeah.
I know that the community of persons with disability, we are in a minority in terms of our population and in our democracy. Would you say we've had our way, or we've been able to have our say, even though we can't have our way?
Well, I don't know how much you are in minority. It depends on what your calculations are. We are talking about over 35 million persons with disability in this country. And if we are able to harness that, everyone come together, I think the community of persons with disability as a constituency can sway election in any direction in this country if we properly harness. By what margin? What was the participation of the vote in the 2023 election between the candidate? We had a little over 25 million people participating in that election, and so I wouldn't really say that we have as a constituency that we are in the minority. Of course, if in any case we say that we are the largest minority, that is how we like to brand ourselves. But of course, we know that we are not a political party, and so we belong everywhere. But the point will be that when it comes to advocacy for inclusion of this demography, the women group, for instance, and started long before, even the youth. Certain things were considered for the women and the youth group that we still yet do not have as a constituent.
All right, we'll stay on that subject, but we'll go on a quick break now. When we come back, our conversation continue with the Executive Director, Navi Melody Omosa. Let's go on a quick break, and we'll be right back. It's still Hitches and Voices on Independent Television and Radio. My name is Kingsley Okoje, and our subject for discuss today is democracy and disability participation. And before we went on that break, my guest disagreed with me that the community of persons with disability, we are not in the minority. Nigeria has a population of over 200 million, and it is estimated that the disability population in Nigeria is well over 30 million. So that is not a minority, or we'll call it the largest minority, like you said. Let's go to the issue of electoral participation. INEC at a time talked about inclusion. It was a big issue within our electoral conversation. But I recall in the last election, it seemed to me, my personal opinion, judging from what I heard from other persons with disability who were in the field, that INEC seemed to have relaxed in terms of their commitment to disability participation in the electoral process. Where I voted, for instance, there were no Braille ballot guide, not just for me, for other persons with disability who were there. People complained that there were no instructional materials for the deaf. Elections were held in places where wheelchair could not access. So a lot of persons on wheelchair would rather stay at home rather than suffer themselves to go to a polling unit that is not accessible. So when it comes to participating in the electoral process, either as voters, let's even stay with voting. What's your take? Where are we on that?
All right, thank you very much. Like I said, there was this campaign where we tried to deepen inclusion in our electoral process with INEC, and we very well believe that engaging was the way to go. So we did not only advocate, but we were actually on ground to prefer a solution. That's where the Braille ballot guide you talked about was designed in the first place. First piloted in Osun State in the 2018 gubernatorial election that held on the 18th of September 2018, and thereafter deployed nationally at the 2019 general election. One would have expected that there will be a progressive use and coverage in terms of distribution of the use of the Braille ballot guide. And Braille ballot guide is a system by which visually impaired and blind voters can access the ballot independently and be able to vote for candidates and parties of their choice. Like I mentioned, used nationally in 2019. After then, we continue to engage INEC to find out how we were progressing. Since then, in every election, we have always monitored. I have always been on the field to see the inclusion and the deployment of materials for the blind, the hearing impaired, even those with albinism, the provision of magnifying glasses for them to use. And what I see is that, like you noted, INEC seemed not, the momentum seemed to have dropped. I wouldn't know what happened. I recall that not only did we provide this guide, these materials, assistive materials for INEC, we also embarked on collecting data to know where voters with disabilities, the polling units, they vote, so that with that record, INEC can deploy materials made for the individual voters to use depending on the disability type. And we also ensure that the CVRO, Continuous Voters Registration, that INEC now have, would, in the process of registering, you would have your disabilities type and stated in the form, so that they know firsthand that you are one with a disability and on election day, seamlessly you'll be able to participate in the process. But that's not what we are saying. INEC has always had this logistic problem. And I think that for a group of persons with disabilities, for that matter, it should not be much a problem. Even though we know nationally they do have their challenge. But I would say that from what I monitored in the last election, I'm not impressed at the pace INEC is going. I think that yes, it's fine that we had this problem 2018 when it was piloted, 2019 it was used nationally, and given the obstacles the election, if in the obstacles the election, organizing the election for a state like Edo, Ondo and all that, you cannot successfully deploy these materials for the persons with disabilities to participate in the system, I wonder what happens in general elections.
I mean, like you said, this is a 27 years democracy. And we would expect that at this stage, disability participation in elections should be a given. It should not be something we are still urging INEC, trying to encourage INEC to do. It should be a foregone conclusion that persons with disability can indeed participate in the electoral process because the electoral process is accessible and inclusive. So we can only call on INEC to do the needful. Let's move over to representation. Do you think that persons with disability are adequately represented in leadership and in governance?
Well, they are not. The Convention on the Rights of Persons with Disability, UN Convention on the Rights of Persons with Disability 2006, Article 29 has asks that state parties should open their political and public space for the participation of persons with disability. And that was also ratified by the Discrimination Against Persons with Disability Prohibition Act of 2018. But what do we have? I think that as we tinker with our constitution, we have had the Fifth Amendment, and of course, the National Assembly is also making move to further come with amendment. I think we need to have seats reserved for persons with disability. It's not enough to come up and say by political parties, where for some of them will say,
but they say power is not served a la carte.
Well, we are talking about representation.
Of course,
and,
of course.
Government must be seen to be protective of the weakest, of the minority, of the vulnerable. And a minimum standard. Why are women asking for a 35% affirmative reserve for them?
Women?
For why are they asking that certain seats should be, 1/3 of the seats should be reserved for women participation? That's why I said that the youth, of course we have, perhaps not serve a la carte, but we have the not too young to run be speaking to the participation of youth. But why are we not having something specifically directed at persons with disability, protecting their representative rights in the executive and in the legislative arm of
sorry for cutting
that of the
without mentioning any political party. I heard over the news that a particular political party has mentioned that as part of their policy, women and persons with disability who want to contest under their platform will be given their expression of interest free at a very minimal discount.
I say that is tokenism. that is just, that's playing to the gallery. It's like, oh, the Kingsley Okojen has the money to buy the form and I do not have, and we are contesting for the same point. You have paid for the form and have given the form free. Who do you think the party will hand over the tickets to? The one that did not pay to contest and the one that paid for it. Until they make such persons their candidate to say, okay, we have reserved because this person have indicated interest, this party is presenting this person to run for that seat, then there's no guarantee. And even where parties are willing to do that, what is the assurance that other parties will follow suit? So I think the way to go is to have our constitution amended, to have a represent, and it is done in all democracies. There are
like in
certain
Uganda, for
constituencies.
instance.
Yes, in Uganda, even in Iran, in Iran and Iraq, for instance, I know very well, which is an Arab nation. They have certain seats for the, reserved for the Christian population, a certain percentage. Right? That is an Islamic country. And so we see that everywhere, that certain group must have some level of protection. That is not all they should have. But at least we shouldn't have a 360 National Assembly members with no one representing the disability community and issue. Like I said, we are not just only a community, we are a constituent. And our issues should be so serious. So I think that we will do more to amend our constitution to guarantee some level of protection. That way, it will be a far cry for disability representation. You look at the executive, you talk about women, you talk about youth. How many governor or president have in their cabinet a one with a disability holding a substantive position, apart from what they try to do sometimes, having an SSA on disability matters?
All right. But very quickly, in 30 seconds, I've known you over the years. I've seen people in politics and in governance. I don't think some of them have some of the qualifications that you have to contest. Looking at the future, are you considering? I hope you know what I'm thinking. Are you considering contesting for any elected position? Because I know you are more than qualified, more than qualified than some of the persons I see out there. Would you consider that?
Not for the moment, and
yes.
We'll see what the future holds. But
because I'm preparing to be your campaign manager.
Thank you so much for offering that. But I actually want to see that our system change and our democracy, our electoral process have such integrity that people will believe participating will not be shortchanged.
All right, there's a wrap on the program today. Such an interesting conversation, always with the executive director Navid Melody Omosa Esquire. It is our hope that as our country's democracy continue to evolve, that disability participation will become more inclusive and accessible for persons with disability. My name is Kingsley Okoje. Spot the hitch and be a voice. Goodbye.
ITV, certainly the best. ITV,
certainly the best.
Good evening and welcome to the news update at this hour. I am Amarachuku Azuka. Catholic priests and other faithfuls on Friday gathered for a special mass following the death of the Archbishop of the Benin Metropolitan, the Most Reverend Augustine Obiora Akubeze. Elhis Ohunamure reports that an atmosphere of grief enveloped the Bishop Clearly Pastoral Center in Benin City.
Archdiocese of Benin City has been plunged into mourning following the death of its Metropolitan Archbishop, the Most Reverend Augustine Obiora Akubeze. The news of his passing has left priests, religious, and thousands of Catholic faithful in grief. Following his passage, a special mass was held at the Bishop Kelly Pastoral Center. The high point of the mass was the narration of the passing of the late Archbishop to the Catholic faithful by the Chancellor of the Catholic Archdiocese of Benin, Very Reverend Father Michael Oyanuafo, and prayers for the peaceful repose of his soul.
They had dinner that evening, and he jokingly told them, whenever I'm in Nigeria, it's 11 o'clock, I'm already sleeping. That's already 11 by his calculation in Nigeria time, going to rest, so they all laughed. And they dispersed from the table and went, good night, see you tomorrow. The following morning, the younger sister, as she usually did, prepared breakfast, only to get to his apartment, knock on the door. There was no light in his room. That made them kept surprising. They opened the door, discovered he was lifeless.
Archbishop Akubeze was ordained a Catholic priest in 1983 and was appointed Bishop of the Catholic Diocese of Uromi in 2005 before becoming the Metropolitan Archbishop of Benin City in 2011. He also served as president of the Catholic Bishops' Conference of Nigeria, where he was widely respected for promoting peace, justice, dialogue, and the spiritual growth of the church. The late Archbishop reportedly passed away in the United States on Thursday. From Benin, Elhis Ohunamure, ITV News.
Edo State Governor Senator Monday Okpebholo has expressed deep sorrow over the death of Most Reverend Augustine Obiora Akubeze, Archbishop of the Catholic Archdiocese of Benin City, describing his passing as a painful loss to the Christian community in Edo State and Nigeria. Governor Okpebholo, in a condolence message signed by his chief press secretary, Dr. Patrick Ebojele, said the late Archbishop devoted his life to the service of God and humanity, leaving behind an enduring legacy of faith, compassion, integrity, and selfless leadership. The governor noted that Archbishop Akubeze distinguished himself as a humble shepherd and courageous advocate for justice, peace, and good governance throughout his ministry, both as Metropolitan Archbishop of Benin City and as former president of the Catholic Bishops' Conference of Nigeria. Governor Okpebholo extended his heartfelt condolences to the Catholic Bishops' Conference of Nigeria, the priests, religious, and lay faithful of the Benin Archdiocese, as well as the family of the late Archbishop. He assured the Catholic community of the solidarity and support of the Edo State government during this period of mourning and urged all Edo people, irrespective of their religious beliefs, to pray for the peaceful repose of the departed cleric. The Catholic Church in Nigeria has announced the passing away of the Metropolitan Archbishop of Benin City, Most Reverend Augustine Obiora Akubeze, who died on the 9th of July 2026 at the age of 69. The announcement was made in an official memorial statement issued by the Catholic Secretariat of Nigeria. In this special report, William Siama chronicles the life and times of the devoted shepherd.
Late Archbishop Augustine Obiora Akubeze dedicated his life to both the spiritual renewal of the church and the holistic development of the faithful. Under his leadership, the Archdiocese of Benin City witnessed significant growth and development, while he remained deeply committed to the welfare and formation of priests. As a former president of the Catholic Bishops' Conference of Nigeria, Archbishop Akubeze will be remembered as a steadfast defender of the Catholic faith, whose preaching and leadership were anchored on truth, humility, and faithful service. His episcopal motto, that I may bear witness to the truth, John chapter 18, verse 37, was reflected throughout his ministry. He was a compassionate pastor whose patient listening, generosity, and gentle disposition earned him the respect and reflection of both clergy and laity. Archbishop Akubeze believed genuine authority in the church was measured not by power but by service, a principle that shaped his pastoral ministry and leadership. The late Archbishop devoted his life to the service of God and humanity, leaving behind an enduring legacy of faith, compassion, integrity, and selfless leadership. Archbishop Akubeze distinguished himself as a humble shepherd and courageous advocate for justice, peace, and good governance throughout his ministry, both as Metropolitan Archbishop of Benin City and as former president of the Catholic Bishops' Conference of Nigeria. The relationship between the late servant of God and the House of Benedict could best be described like that of a father and son. On September 17, 2022, late Most Reverend Augustine Akubeze dedicated a 3,000 church edifice, singularly built and donated to the Archdiocese of Benin by the Honorary Roman Consul to Edo Delta State of Nigeria, His Excellency Sir Chief Dr. Gabriel Osarbenino, the Samar of Benin Kingdom. The Catholic Church, dedicated to the patronage of St. Gabriel the Archangel Catholic Church, is located in Okada Town, headquarters of Ovia North East Local Government Area, Edo State. Beside the church building, the Samar of Benin also donated a rectory, a vocational school, and a convent for the nuns who will manage the school. Late Archbishop Akubeze was full of gratitude to the Samar of Benin, whom he described as a very detribalized man for his very large heart. During the Thanksgiving Mass to commemorate the 87th birthday celebration of the Samar of Benin, late Archbishop Augustine Akubeze eulogized Sir Chief Dr. Gabriel Osarbenino as a humble, humane, generous man who has used his word to better a lot of people all over the world. Children of this summer, led by former governor of Edo State, Sir Chief Dr. Lucky Nosaka Benedict, told me late the legacy of charity for which this summer is known. Born on August 25, 1956, Archbishop Augustine Obiora Akubeze served as Archbishop of Benin City from 2011 after previously serving as Bishop of Uromi. The death of Archbishop Augustine Akubeze marks the end of an era in the Catholic Church in Nigeria, particularly within the Benin Ecclesiastical Province, where his years of faithful ministry left an enduring legacy of truth, humility, pastoral care, and unwavering service to God and humanity. His death, no doubt, is a painful loss to the Christian community, Edo State, and Nigeria at large.
That special report, which chronicles the life and times of the Metropolitan Archbishop of Benin City, late Most Reverend Augustine Obiora Akubeze, who died on the 9th of July 2026, was put together by Williams Yama. Now moving on, Edo State Police Command says there will be a restriction in the state from 12 midnight on Friday to 3 p.m. on Saturday, 11 July 2026, to ensure the peaceful, orderly, and secure conduct of the local government council elections. A statement by the Command's Public Relations Officer, ASP Eno Eko Edem, says the restriction is part of the comprehensive security measures put in place by the Command in collaboration with other security agencies to guarantee a peaceful electoral process, protect voters, electoral officials, and sensitive materials, as well as prevent any breakdown of law and order. According to the statement, vehicular and human movement within the state is prohibited during the stated period, except for officials of the State Independent Electoral Commission, accredited election observers, duly accredited media personnel, security agencies, emergency and other essential service providers on election duty. The command urged members of the public to comply fully with the directive, as security personnel have been strategically deployed across the 18 local government areas to enforce the restriction and maintain law and order. It's warned that any person or group found violating the restriction or engaging in acts capable of disrupting the electoral process will be dealt with in accordance with the law. The Commissioner of Police, Monday Agbonika, reassured the people that adequate security arrangements have been made to safeguard the election and urges residents to come out peacefully to exercise their civic responsibilities in line with the guidelines issued by the Edo State Independent Electoral Commission, as the command remains committed to ensuring a free, fair, peaceful, and credible election. Now moving on to Lagos, where the Lagos lawmakers during plenary session tabled for a second time a bill aimed at prohibiting street begging throughout the state. The lawmakers said the initiative emanated from the increasing prevalence of street begging, which is described as a social challenge that has persisted for years and now poses a threat to public safety, environmental sanitation, and the image of Lagos State. Contributing to the debate, Honorable Desmond Elliott emphasized the need for a compassionate approach, particularly towards children found on the streets. He urged the government to remove vulnerable children from the streets while providing them with adequate care and rehabilitation, and also ensure that relevant state agencies effectively fulfill their responsibilities. The Provost, Igbenedion College of Health Technology, Mr. Edwin, has added another feather to his cap. He has been awarded the African Trailblazers Merit Award in Academic Excellence by the Unveiling African Parliament Writers Network in collaboration with Parliamentary Initiative ECOWAS Commission Annex Abuja. The report is represented by Efosa Uwangwe.
Presented under the African Legislative Excellence Merit Awards program, the accolade recognizes leaders whose work advances people-centered development. In his citation, Mr. Edwin Ojeo was lauded for transforming health technology education through practice-oriented curricula, upgrading training facilities, and strengthening clinical partnerships that prepare graduates for frontline healthcare roles. Receiving the award, Mr. Edwin Ojeo dedicated the honor to the Esama of Benin, Sir Chief Dr. Gabriel Sawari Igbenedion, acknowledging the founder's steadfast support for education and community service. Mr. Ojeo said the institution's focus is to marry theory with practical so that graduates live not only with knowledge but with the confidence to serve. He said the school will continue to deepen practical training and community engagement to meet Nigerians' evolving health needs.
When in fact I was told of this award, I was flabbergasted. At the beginning, I had to communicate with the founder of the college, the greatest among the universe, Sir Chief Gabriel Sawari Igbenedion. When he replied and said he wished me well, that I deserved it, I said, he said, I never knew I was doing something because I was just doing what I think I knew how to do.
The high point of the award was the unveiling by the African Parliament Writers Network, a coalition of journalists from print, electronic, and digital media across 6 African countries. The launch of African Trailblazers magazine, where Mr. Ojeo has been penciled down for an exclusive interview in the magazine's inaugural edition. The award reinforces Igbenedion's College of Health Technology's commitment to producing competent ethical health professionals and to serving communities through training and preventive health programs. From Benin, Efosa Uwangwe, ITV News.
And that report brings us to the end of the news at this hour. Thank you for watching. I am Amarachuku Azuka. Good night.
ITV, certainly the best.
ITV, certainly the best.
All right, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, it's another beautiful episode of your favorite Rendezvous for Guys on television, and I'm talking about the Guys Hangout Show on independent television, reaching you live from Benin City, Edo State, Southside Nigeria, West Side Africa. Now, for starters, the Guys Hangout Show is a very, very interesting show that teaches men to put themselves first in a society where nobody cares about the feelings of men. All right, so we encourage men to prioritize themselves. I believe that it's only when you invest in yourself that you can give out to those around you. After all, you can't give what you don't have. My name is Harry Aigboje, and of course, it's my pleasure to have you join me on another beautiful episode of the show. Now, tonight, I've got two gentlemen with me. Of course, they've been with me before, and we're doing this again. And let me begin with the one that sits far away from me. All right? To my far left is someone that is really passionate about everything that concerns guys. Okay, he goes by the name of Osas Zabi.
Yeah, yeah, thank you. It's great being here again today.
And it's great to have you.
Yeah, thanks.
All right, and of course, seated next to Zabayo is someone else who is also very passionate about masculinity. He goes by the name of Benedict Ochagu. It's good to have you on the show, bro.
Were you thinking about it?
No, I was actually looking for a better way to introduce you.
Oh,
yeah.
All right, thank you so much. It's always a pleasure being here, knowing that you are listening and watching us from the comfort of your home.
Absolutely.
Yeah, once again here.
Okay, so gentlemen, we have something really serious to talk about. It's one of those very controversial subjects. And of course, you know that we live in a controversial era where certain things tend to offend certain people. Okay, so as guys, we come across some terms that we use, and some persons just get offended. And one of such terms is, jealousy and insecurity. All right. Now there seems to be a thin line between both. How would you define jealousy, and how would you define insecurity? Some persons believe that both of them are the same thing. Now, what's your take? How do you see both words? Do you think, they are the same, or do you think one is good and the other one is bad? So let me just hear your thoughts on that. Let me begin with you, Zabi.
Yeah, okay. Like you said, actually, there's really a thin line between both of them. For someone being jealous and someone being insecure.
Yeah.
But they come from two different emotional standpoints. So I believe for jealousy is actually the very evil one. Everybody talks about even is the sin, but the Bible has never talked about insecurity. The Bible has not told us that insecurity is a sin. But for jealousy, the Bible stands against that. Even the Quran.
Is jealousy a sin?
Yeah, of course, it's a sin. It's a sin. Now, how is jealousy a sin? Now, I see you progressing. I see something in you that I want, and because of that, I start hating.
Okay.
I start getting angry. I start having what ladies call mood swing.
Okay.
Because I'm seeing something in you that I need but I can't have. So that is the standpoint of jealousy.
Okay.
Now, insecurity, basically, for me, I think or I believe that insecurity comes from me not having something, but you feeling I have something to offer, and then I now have to try to prove to you that I have something to offer, knowing deep down within myself that I'm totally empty. So at that moment, I become very insecure. So, insecurity as an emotion is something that can actually be worked on, and there are no casualties in the game. But for jealousy, then you might record casualties.
Oh, really?
You might record casualties. Oh. But for insecurities, you might not record casualties. It's just that maybe you can learn on yourself, maybe balance up where you're lacking and all that. But for jealousy, there most likely will be casualties. When I mean casualty, someone might definitely get hurt, or you might want to go into any means to make sure that. I think we're having a discussion backstage about a particular firm where most persons are fighting themselves and all that.
Okay.
This stems from jealousy, not insecurity.
Not insecurity.
You understand?
So jealousy is the bad one, not insecurity.
Exactly.
All right,
that's how I want to put it.
Okay.
let me put that disclaimer.
That's a fair way to put it. But let me hear what Benedict has to say. He just said that insecurity is not necessarily a bad thing, but jealousy is actually the destructive one. What's your take on that?
I don't agree.
Okay.
The reason is, for me, first let me say that I think you have broadened the context of this discourse.
Okay.
I thought I don't know whether I'm the one that misread it.
Okay.
It was supposed to be about in the context of love, relationship, and all that.
Yes, of course, you could also do what you
which is
romance,
which is a nice thing to do. But again, like Zabi tried to talk about the fact that jealousy is the bad thing. No, for me, jealousy is not bad. What Zabi was explaining in his analysis is envy. Jealousy is not a bad thing. Even God is a jealous God.
Yeah, I was going to make reference to how the Holy Book says that God, the Creator himself is jealous.
Yes, there is jealousy is not a bad thing, but again, in context, in grammatical context, some people seem to use interwove envy and jealousy.
I think it's the same thing that people do to the word pride. When you say someone is proud, you could be proud in a good way. Like I'm proud of who I am. I'm proud of my accomplishments. But proud could also mean arrogance. Right? So I guess that's the same thing that applies to.
So in context, for me, jealousy, if it is for romance, jealousy is not totally a bad thing.
Okay.
Because when you love, there will be elements of jealousy triggered in you. No matter how much you try to say, me, I don't care. If another man wants to have her, the man should have her. There must be something triggered in you. That is an offshoot of love.
Okay, so that's healthy.
That's healthy. But when it is taken beyond the boundary of relevance into insecurity. Insecurity, like he was trying to say, tends to be something, to be a function of an inner defect, and so we cannot excuse it.
And what inner defect are we talking about? Could it be
inner defect of emptiness, like he talked about emptiness and low self-esteem. And so, and when it comes to men, when it comes to low self-esteem for men and emptiness, we must stay and address it, because we cannot allow men to be empty.
Yeah.
We cannot allow men to be bereaved of ideas. And so because of the position, the sacrosanct nature or the sacrosanct position that men occupy, because of how important the position of men in society are, I will always advocate that men deal with the problem of insecurity. Because what brings witchcraft sometimes is insecurity. It may seem to be an innocent word, but if it is unbridled, it can lead to a whole lot of other things. Like Zabi was trying to say that it can be managed, which is the correct thing. Every man has an element of insecurity in him. You can't pretend about that. But if you have also the ability to manage it and put it under control, means that you have something beyond the insecurity itself. It means there's an element in you that is more powerful than insecurity. But if you are stuck with insecurity alone, that's a big problem.
Okay.
Right? So that is what we are trying to say, that love comes with a portion of jealousy. But insecurity with men, especially when it comes to do with a general workplace, can lead to so many things. For me, I want to say that instead of being insecure, work on yourself. Grow. When you grow, you will now find out that the next person is not your problem. That your problem was actually lack of growth.
Okay.
If Zabi is trying to do certain things, the reason why I will be feeling insecure when Zabi comes around to do his thing is that there is no value currency that I can also bring that will make me relevant around Zabi.
So you feel threatened by his presence?
I feel threatened by what he's doing. But if I have value currency, and then he's shining his shine, and I'm shining my own shine, then that self-esteem narrative will be, gradually to erode away, and we'll become best of friends, we'll become partners and not just competitors.
All right.
So can I quickly let me strike on a part, because I believe that's where most of us want to really miss it.
Okay.
We believe that anything that has God in it is good. When the Bible says God is a jealous God, that doesn't make jealousy good. Because what happens to the people, if you now read it completely, what happens to the people that defect? The Bible tells you what happened to them, right? So that shows you that jealousy is bad. Because God now being a jealous God means that if you now give what is due him to somebody else, there's a repercussion.
Okay.
Which something happens.
So the problem is with the repercussion.
There is always a repercussion. There is always something.
Right.
So that's what I'm talking about. There's always casualties.
Okay.
So just God being a jealous God, there's always casualties.
Okay.
Well, Christians are not casualties.
All right.
I think I quite agree.
You're not getting
sometimes just in language, lexical context.
Yeah.
Sometimes the Bible was interpreted from the Hebrew and Greek.
Okay.
Sometimes the right word may not even be jealousy.
You see.
You understand? But okay, we are not here for Bible study.
All right, in case you're just joining us, it is the Guys Hangout Show on independent television, and the topic for tonight is jealousy versus insecurity. Now, you just said, Zabi, that wherever there's jealousy, there is likely going to be casualties, right?
Yeah.
Okay, now I would like to ask you this. What would you rather have? A woman who's not jealous, a woman who doesn't quite care what you do with other women, or one who raises an eyebrow the moment she suspects that you're entertaining the advances of another woman?
Okay. So, so I think we're bringing to the context of relationship right now. So, but for relationship, I would always want to look at marriage, not dating.
Okay.
Because dating, anything can happen, anything goes. Nothing
is cast.
Nothing is cast. So I can just see your hairstyle and I'm done with you. I'm done with this relationship. You understand?
Okay.
But in marriages, there's nothing like I'm done with it. You're there. You're stuck here forever. You understand? So when it now comes to jealousy, then and insecurity in marriages, I believe that this majorly comes with the percentages are more from the feminine side than the male side. But whenever it comes from the male side, it's always very disastrous.
Okay.
That's where you see issues like wife beating and all that. But I believe that it's actually unnecessary because before settling down with somebody, it depends on what you saw with the person. Now, if you saw, if for example, when you were dating, what attracted you to the person is what will attract everybody. No, so I believe that's why most of the times guys are advised to go for ladies that have inner beauty. When we say inner beauty, actually, we don't even talk about beauty inside. We're just talking about some particular traits, some particular values and traits.
Women who are less physically attractive.
No, not that actually. Not that actually.
I think I tried to play safe here.
All right, okay, so the point I'm trying to make is. I think we go for ladies that they have the value that everybody can see.
Okay.
And then another person sees the value and tries to admire it, and then you become insecure or you become jealous. So I'm trying to use both of them together now. So I believe that this is, like I said, insecurity is something you can work on. But jealousy is not something, they're bound to be casualties. Now, if you are being insecure, it's normal. For example, I have a very curvy wife, and then she's working ahead of me, and I'm behind, and I'm seeing guys trying to wow. Definitely, what's going on here? You understand? But that doesn't mean I'll not start getting angry with my woman, because it's the same thing I saw that I came after. You understand? But when you become jealous, you are seeing that she's attracting favors that you cannot attract, and then that devilish spirit of jealousy starts breeding in you. And when it starts breeding in you, you start taking actions, doing things you're not supposed to do. You start venturing into areas or angles you're not even supposed to look into. But for insecurity, it's bound to be there, definitely bound to be there, because you're saying that, what's going on here, you understand that kind of thing. But jealousy, it's like I keep saying, is the actually bad one. And I believe we try as much as possible to just kill it, or don't even venture towards there. But for insecurity, it's normal. Everybody has one particular area that is insecure. I can go into, like I can go into a gathering where everybody's discussing football, I become insecure there because I don't really know much about football. You understand? But I can go into a gathering where of like minds, and I will flourish. You understand? So the same thing, I'll be in a gathering flourishing, and then somebody is there, doesn't understand what's going on. I just be insecure, like what's going on? You understand?
Right.
So it's normal.
So just to be clear, you're saying that there is nothing good about jealousy.
There's nothing.
Jealousy can't be healthy in any way.
Never. I still stand by it. There's nothing. It doesn't build anything good.
Benedict, let me get your thought on this. What are the subtle ways, right? The very infinitesimal ways that people exhibit traits of jealousy, not just in relationships, but in interpersonal dealings.
Well, the thing is, I'm trying because there is a whole lot, but sometimes when I'm on air like this, I also try to keep a lot so that somebody will not go and begin to pinch on innocency of another person and say, this was what I heard on air. This was what you understand. Because somebody, what I may say here may be just an innocent expression from another person. And then because you heard it here, you just begin to say, okay, it means the way this person
begin to mirror somebody else's life against it.
That is the word. So I'm always very careful in making general examples. I just like to establish an open-ended kind of thing, and then you make out of it whatever you
will.
But again, I think not being excited about somebody's success to the point where you want to do something to stop the person's success. That is one of the biggest ways. For me, at that point, like I always say, Zabi chose jealousy, me I chose envy at that point.
Okay.
Yeah, I call it
envy. All right.
So at the point where you be, naturally, if we are being sincere, when people are succeeding around you, there is a trigger in you that where you now like, why this is not happening to me? Yeah, because every man wants good thing to happen to them. So when you are seeing it around, you tend to question yourself, why am I not getting this thing? You feel a kind of a bit discomfort at some point, not always, at some point. And then also, knowledge will not teach you that everybody has their turn. Then immediately you will come up as, oh, let me celebrate those that he has gotten to their turn, right? Then that is somebody who will really go far, the person that it will eventually get to his turn. For the one who always take it a step further, that I must stop there, that failure is sweet when everybody is involved. That's why it will never get to that person's turn. So I would like to restrict it there. I don't want to expand the analysis so that people will not begin to mirror people, like I said earlier, people's innocent expressions as a kind of trait of jealousy or envy, whatever language you put.
All right, thank you very much, Benedict. Now, Zabi, let's take a look at the role of social media in all of this. We are in an era of, in fact, we're in the digital era, and much of what happens in our day-to-day lives, is made manifest on social media. So what influence do you think social media has on people and the way they express themselves vis-a-vis jealousy and the insecurity?
Yeah, so I think in 2019 we had a discussion like this on radio, and I made reference to a point because I'm an added user of LinkedIn. And then you go on LinkedIn, you see somebody posting BSc at 18, MSc at 20, PhD at 25, and then you're looking at yourself like, where did I miss it? You understand? So this is for persons you don't know. But for your circle, you're seeing progress. You're seeing these guys aiming, achieving this, achieving that. It's
smashing goals.
Smashing goals. So I think I'm going to use myself as an experience and then as an example, and then I just break it down with the experience. Now, instead of going to jealousy, like, I'm supposed to be having this, I'm supposed to be getting this, I think what I personally do, I study the process of how they get there. How they go there. Okay. So back then, when I was working with a firm, I met top thinkers and big thinkers, and I started seeing how they're making progress. And would I say it's jealousy? No, definitely not jealousy, because I started going through the background to see how they made it and how they got it. Started doing my research, started going through their processes, the certifications they've done, the trainings they've gone through and all that. And I started taking myself through those trainings and the certifications. So that is, I think that's what draws the thin line between jealousy and then realization, like, I want to be like this person. Now, most persons will think, oh, you are jealous in the person, you want to, but no, I know there's a process.
Okay.
And then I can go through that. If this person can go through this process, I too can go through the same process and be like this person.
All right.
Yeah, so I think that's what draws the thin line. That's what actually casts the difference between being jealous and then being realistic.
All right, thank you very much. Now, Benedict, what he just said borders more on, or paints a picture of laziness on the part of some persons. Okay, he took his time to study the people in question and figure out how they achieved their goals and all of that. Does that not give us the impression that some persons just don't have, should I say, the energy to follow through to get to the point where, you know, the people that they are envious of, so to speak, went through? Do you think laziness has a thing to do with this?
Yeah, it does. The one thing is the laziness, the mental laziness, the laziness of the mind, the function in the thought processing mindset. For example, like he was trying to say that he saw some persons doing great thinkers and then I find out, okay, what's the process? As a guy, one of the ways you know that there's problem, that you might not go far if you don't deal with it, is when you embrace people's glory without trying to find their story.
Their story, okay.
Yeah, you must find out people's stories, and their story may not be basically exactly like yours, but you must also find a pathway of that story to create your own story and know that it's not going to be an easy thing in the process. So you have to find out, like he said, he need to also go and try getting certificate. It may not necessarily be that he got exact certification as some of them got. But again, when they eventually met at the table, it means that he has gone through his own process and this one, and he's now qualified to have conversation with them.
So he became relevant in the scheme of things.
In the scheme of things, not necessarily because he got exact qualification, but also because he has also learned the principle of paying price to also get some of those things. So me, I feel if you look at it as a, what makes this person outstanding, then you also need to find out your own strength. One of the things that breeds jealousy is that people want to be envious of people who are not even going their direction. Yeah. For example, if you are saying, like my pastor would say, if you are saying I am envious of you, find out whether what interests you is what interests me.
Okay.
You may buy a car.
In other words, it might not even be the same.
You may buy a car and I come around, maybe you see my features, you feel I'm being jealous. Maybe car is not even my dream in the next 1 year. That's not my pursuit. So find out if a car is my pursuit, or maybe you bought a brand of car. Find out if I do fancy that brand of car before you say I'm being jealous of you. So sometimes what you need to do is find out where you are going to. Find out, create a roadmap, and then look forward to becoming better. If you can focus on becoming better in your own life, so all of this envy, jealousy will really die down. Because people can be doing well in their own choosing line. That may not be your life. And so when this one succeeds here, you are envious of this one succeeds, you are envious of this one. Before you know what happened, you are in the game of trying just to pull everybody down and everything just. So it's about building yourself. So that when Zabi comes and Zabi is speaking as a mathematician, for example, I know he's very good with calculation. You understand? And then I speak as a journalist. My drive is not to be a better mathematician, for example, than Zabi. My drive is to be a better journalist than I am today.
Because that's your profession.
You understand? Than I am today. Or maybe, okay, going into the business line, because Zabi is also a businessman. But we are not into the same line of business. I'm happy seeing him do what he does. And then I am also happy doing what I do.
Okay.
Right? My goal is to be better doing what I do. And then, again, I will also be happy that he gets better, so that when we meet at the echelon, the top echelon, we'll be able to have conversation. And life is easier at that level.
Okay, life is easier at that level. Now, Zabi, what do you think, or how do you think communication can reduce jealousy and insecurity, in relationships, not just in romantic relationships, but, across board?
Education?
Communication. Yes.
Communication.
Yes.
Okay. Yeah. So I think I'm a very big advocate for communication. Not just communication, effective communication. It can actually be communicating and then it's not being effective. So I think when it comes to jealousy and insecurity, most of the times, majority, 100% of the time, is people don't study or understand the process that the person used in getting whatever the person got. You understand? So I think I was just thinking about this earlier. Like, I think in fact, the only way that kills jealousy and insecurity is understanding the process.
Okay.
So if I would really advise most persons that are actually making it out there, and I think LinkedIn has been a very good platform for that, where people tend to maybe explain the processes of how they got it, especially for legal means. When it comes to, for example, we grew up in Benin City, you see a lot of guys succeeding, and then you are a bit like, wow, you're supposed to be age mates, this guy is succeeding, and then you go back and look at the process, and then you now tell yourself, God forbid I do this. You understand? So there are so many successes you see, and then you just tell yourself, God forbid I do this, and then you become contented. Because you're like, definitely I can't go through this process. Okay. Just the same way for some ladies too, they see their colleagues rising up in the office, not knowing that the colleague is sleeping with the boss. Small big girl. And then you're already envious, you're already jealous. And then you now find out the process and you're like, so you immediately become contented. Okay. So I believe when we communicate much, like for example, I'm seeing you, and I like what I see. And I'm communicating I communicate with Bennett, like, I like what I say. And they're like, don't look at what that guy went through. You can't go through it. Yeah. I don't understand the process. So I believe effective communication actually helps to reduce and kill jealousy and insecurity.
Thank you so much. Now, as we begin to wrap up, in fact, we have less than a minute, so you're going to be saying this in less than a minute, Benedict. What's your final word, to young people out there who feel intimidated by their peers and probably don't have the energy to forge ahead? Just in less than a minute.
Be patient with yourself and take it easy on yourself. And then again, try to get better. Your speed, your pace may not be like theirs, but if you are getting better daily or weekly, before you know, you will get to a point where you just tell yourself that I have done well for myself. Okay. If you can get to that point, then you have conquered.
I like the part where you said, I have done well for myself. You're not doing well for anybody.
Yeah.
At the end of the day, it's yourself you're doing it for. Yeah. So that will help you to curb the spirit of jealousy and envy or insecurity. Okay? We are all going to succeed individually. The only thing that matters is what Benedict said, that we get to that point where we are all relevant on the same table, right? Not a situation where you think that other person's success is a threat to your own success. Okay? We don't all have the same calendar. That other person is running in his own lane and you're running in your own lane. The most important thing is that we all succeed at the end of the day. And not just succeed, but succeed in the right way. Well, I want to say a very big thank you to my guests, Zabi Osas and of course Benedict Ochagu, for doing me the honor of being on the show with me tonight. And I hope that the next time I call on you, you'll oblige me. All right, thank you so much. My name is Harry Aigboje, and until I come your way again, same time, same station next week, ensure that you do the right thing always, okay? Do not dabble into anything that you'll regret in the future. Of course, if you look around you, there are lots of young people that are doing crazy things just to succeed. You don't want to look back, in the next, say, 10 years and begin to ask yourself why you took the route that you took. Do the right thing, stay out of trouble, and bye for now. Good night.
Certainly the best.
tomorrow, when be the 11th day of the month of July 2026, now we say for here they will come choose local government chairman. Election when we say they will do, when we say they will cover the 18 local government when we say they for Edo State. So we'll get new local government council chairman by tomorrow for Edo State when we say everybody will go poll. So I go ask all of us what you do for Edo State. I beg, take your card, go vote for a person then when we say you want make it be your local government chairman across the 18 local government areas then when we say they for Edo State. We hear say now 12 political parties now they participate for inside the contest when we say they want to do tomorrow. That's why I want to welcome all of us come to the program today when we say we call Good Morning Nigeria. My name is Thomas Ado. My brothers, all of them, they here with us to make sure say this thing they work out the way it's supposed to be, because the pot when we put on top of fire today, the thing they boil well. We don't make all of them take on a plate now, make we serve now. The next chef when we say they with me for here and I be Emmanuel Akbololo. Emmanuel agree to this morning. Tomorrow the election. No?
Yes, people first I truly big salute. I hope somebody stronger first at lot. This rainy season, how will they enjoy? Rainy season a very special period. I would say na they well.
I ask you a question. I said tomorrow na election. No?
Well, yes, very well. Now 12 political parties want to do that election tomorrow, and from Uti, the Commission of Information tell us this morning. We say the letter will come later, but as of today. Kasim Afeba let us consider the registration of movement.
Yeah, even yesterday said the INEC commissioner SCEC commission, our SCEC commissioner for Edo State. We say name Jonathan. That get one long name like that, but let's say first name Jonathan. He talk and say yes, a restriction movement. Good day. Yesterday when we see the do press briefing. Victor, we own my other chef when they I greet you this morning. Good morning. I greet you.
Victor, good morning.
Good morning. Where you have now?
Okay. Good morning, Victor.
Good morning.
See body tranga for inside class. Hope they enjoy the rainy season.
The rainy season, I know the Nigerians they always a fico.
Well, it's always a fico. Now you know what to make you the fico. If you know say the fico, make you go buy tea, hot tea.
And they take hot tea. Now you take hot tea before you sleep. But for midnight now, cool good day.
I don't know where you're
going. It's not as fortunate as I am.
I don't when a fortune from call. So I congratulate you on your fortune. When you marry Akwa Ibom woman, I'm convinced. Yes, your Akwa Ibom woman that told you say every time I see a television, people don't talk about it.
No, it's the reality. You don't need to. Nobody tell president. Talk. But the reality with that. I tell you that now.
What you want me to do? I might go drive my wife. I might call my woman.
I'm robbers.
It might leave that matter. Leave matter. Victoria, tomorrow na election for Edo State. How you prepare for it?
Prepare? I don't understand that word prepare. The preparation, they organize the people who they organize the election. They don't prepare now. Our government they organize the election now, so they don't prepare since now. The body where they in charge, they don't prepare for the election against.
They don't prepare.
I say they don't prepare since.
That's now be saying no here.
So they don't prepare for the election since now. May tomorrow come, may everybody go out, go vote.
All right. Before we enter tomorrow proper, because this matter when we say concern the election, we'll talk on small. Today we will talk so many things that when we say concern us. We don't forget to look at this matter when we say concern the election. When we say they come tomorrow now for Edo State local government election, we can get new local government council chairman. By tomorrow now, we say we'll go decide that we'll look that one. We'll look the matter when BCSA concern insecurity for our state and our country, Nigeria. And even say if all of that matters, then when BCSA, as they come, will they take the one after the other, we copy paste, they go do when BCSA, we go say look. I will not forget, yes, this the state of rules there for Edo State, to get one particular one BCSA, I just get particular interest. This Benin what they call the Opasi Local Road. After you got the lot there, around Okun Junction for that end, that side, man, that place, you know, manga. Shit. If you say it's bad, now small word with that one. When we say we will go look for all of this matter. Matters when we say papers go show us as the program they work out. My brothers and they for that side, they for Lagos, they for Abuja. More take the one after the other. More see waiting. They say they happen for that. I go tell you say good morning, my brother, my friend, and everything. I can name Eyang. I greet you so muchly, this morning.
Good morning. Good morning. As not the election, I believe St. Victor and they to cast their votes. But we need to know this election supposed to be the main election when Nigerians take seriously. The politicians need to make that because we what people they do like with these different kinds of patterns of different patterns of politicians bringing out first to the people, songs, different parts, things, especially like go see that go meet one elder, go meet one chief, go meet market women, go meet youth leader, like that. Before you go see say, even for street, you go see boys and people just the activities we dey along, we dey follow campaign, we dey follow manifesto spreading. E no dey like before. But when it reach time for state governor election or presidency election, people dey come out. But our main Nigerians know say na local government election that be the main election we suppose take seriously. Na local government chairman and the people we suppose dey fit hold accountable for say oga, see this small road o, see this culvert, see this market, see this healthcare wey concern us wey we dey close to. Na area councils or local government area na we dem be our business. No be Okpebolo, no be Sanwo-Olu, no be the governors, no be president. The people who they face, we supposed to take our plight to the governor. The governor will relate them to the president, that is area council chairman or the local government chairman. And the last election for Abuja here, as people don't take it serious. But the main thing be that. So I just pray, say on Saturday, those people will come out plenty to come vote, because if you vote, let me say you don't choose the person where you want. May stand for your area council, your area. You don't be like family. Now that will be the first place, port of call, before they go relate to governor. Now Abuja Network Station, what we talk about today now the welfare services. What they see for Nigeria? What are welfare even they say? Because for some other countries, you will see ambulance. If woman want born, they go call number. Ambulance will come. Carry a pregnant woman, go. Ambulance will come for malaria. Carry rush you go. Small hospital first to check. But for Nigeria, the only time where I don't see ambulance carry person at the body, I never see ambulance carry person when they sick, critically ill. When you call a pikin saying they work, you call the husband say they're out of town. You go call emergency number. Ambulance go one come back. Carry person put for say ambulance. They treat and they go. Not be until they won't carry blood body for mortuary they bury for Obito. They call the say ambulance. Ambulance I never see whether it don't be new ambulance go carry person who won't born or sick person. No not tell me, because for Nigeria those kind of things it be like scarce commodity. It be like saying for just some set of persons, for the dead and for the rich people. But normally ambulance supposed to be for emergency, to carry woman who won't born for nights, or to carry person with a sick critically. We need help.
Okay. No, you do my brother and friend Ekanem. Now two, that one be say they say they get two different type. When we say the ambulance, now the one we say they sick person need emergency care. That will carry and go. The other one they call HAS. That one be say they carry dead body. That one a person who already died, and they can. They look alike, sure. But that one we don't carry that person when they say don't die already. They all they blow one again.
So which one there in those states? Now the one that they carry sick people like there in those states. Which one you they see?
Which one they see? Anyway, the one where beside they see, that be the one beside they see. I know say for here, because I dey always apply this Ugbowo Benin Ugbowo road. I dey see one ambulance, that one na UBTH own. I dey see am all the time, maybe because say they are around UBTH there. If I dey drive the car and they quick, they see that one. When our brother die, Kingsley Uchegbu, we go carry one hearse. When we say we take carry and come out, when we say okay, all of what they call an ambulance, go carry that hearse. Then now they carry Kingsley Uchegbu to come out from UBTH, carry and go Egbinido University Teaching Hospital mortuary. Daddy said I may even lead the team there. Go that place. So make we know say I look at the but that one no deal, no sleep on that one because that's an issue where we say you go discuss that with the person when I go bring and I go know how business take stretch for Abuja. But for here we deal seriously about what will happen tomorrow because it concerns all of us. So just like you talk you talk and say you make everybody who can come out, make it be say they go vote and make them vote well. Iba Apololo, you go make we look at this matter well. Whether we like them or not. You kind of remind us just now. It's saying the local government election for Abuja, they call an area council election. Now the one we say they years the people pass. You know, if you say that one is supposed to be the most important election. It's supposed.
Of course, you use the word suppose. You know, guy what you want debate for this TV right now. Now, two factors. Two truths for now they very constant for the world, no, for Nigeria as at today. We no go change in the next 20 years or 10 years. Let me say local government election number one. Now one way, whether you like it or not.
No, I don't believe you. You know what I'll tell you. Wait, no, before you take the second choice. Yes. You know what I'm going to tell you? You say for Nigeria.
For now. Yes.
I say for now. Yes, now. You say you're not sure it will change in the next 20 years. Yes. That have to quote you.
Yes.
Just last time, so we can conduct local area council election.
Okay.
The ruling political party, we cannot call it political party now because that's very, very sensitive now.
Yes, okay.
The ruling political party wants some, and the opposition win for them.
Yes.
You understand? So what will they talk here? So it happened that. And secondly, too, if you look at me, I will look at it for those states, it will even change.
Okay.
Why? No, I'll tell you why. Right. Because if you look at Senator Mondo Okpebholo, now different person will say want to do things differently. You understand? Now people say want to do things differently. You tell all of that. Remember, say go our campaign. You know, see the kind of serious campaign for this time.
The campaign was
it was intense. You understand? I never seen
door to door for the first time.
You understand? So the campaign was very, very intense. I'm not sure say they want to change the old order. You don't understand? So if you know popular and everything, now you know if you know say you different political party, according to that Jonathan, whatever it may be, so you say. Many of us are talking that I say whatever your name be, I go get his name. But Chief Jonathan will be the SCEC chairman for here. He talk and say, now 12 political parties, now they won't participate for this district. The ballot paper, I don't know why they laugh at Pololo.
What you want to tell us? You don't tell us now.
I don't blame you.
You know what I talk about?
I don't blame you.
See, what you portion of the Bible, we say God is known by the judgment he has executed in the past. In the past, we have written it.
Okay.
So maybe you are not telling me that the narrative has changed.
The narrative has changed for the better.
All this
now you won't change that.
The narrative. No, this God won't change that.
No, see, you know why? You know why I talk say they change. And they write on the back of wetin Akporolo talk.
Okay.
They say for the past, it never changed. Now reminder of one where it happened for Abuja, the head for the city. You understand? See, other political party. He win for there.
If not,
you understand? So let me say, and the body language of the governor, he say you people go and I ask you one very simple question, and you agree. Say the campaign they do this time.
No, I follow them. I follow them very well. I was even shocked. The way they do on door to door.
Okay.
In fact, if they do the presidency like this, my brother, they still go ready. But it was door to door.
So now that redness, how you define so? That redness,
so local government election, ordinarily in one way, and we see people in the scene, but the kind seriousness, the kind strength, the kind
The zeal.
I was really impressed. Make it not come be like Ekiti because no time for Ekiti. They get one political party. People say they come up. My brother. When was they getting on that 90 some?
That are local. That are
government. I want to give example. When was they getting on there? What they get 2000? I don't pray make.
No. You go there, go test your popularity. Now between the
So I want to really know the position now. The way
you understand
what will happen. It don't local government election and a true election because Ekido don't really know the set of the opposition. They really won't take the stage of social media.
It don't reach time because they give oxygen to opposition. It don't reach time.
No, that will give the same oxygen.
Yeah, because
see, whether we like it or not, I'm always taking reference. I'm always referring them to Wiki, not because he's doing right, but in his own eye, their own work politics with that. And when everybody Wiki, they tell you, say, look. Nobody will come and give you power.
Where you are seated. You fight for it.
You will fight. You will contest. You know, it's something that you struggle. You use strength to drag and take. Not be say and argue and talk on social media and television. Then the next thing they say go declare you or local government chamber. Who will give you? They play.
Which I know CSC you try to you get your own mind and what CSC want to talk about tomorrow election. What do you get to tell the people?
Best per se people, governor Senate people go out or the people where they contest, mean them go out go campaign. But I will tell you say the atmosphere. You know be as before when local government election they come. Because everywhere just the
if you don't do like that, why people come the campaign like that?
Follow them.
I mean, listen, let me tell you, not be you know, at times when we talk, they talk as if say you are not even part of you, not even be this country.
But if you say people, you say you don't see.
No, I don't say wait. I not say I not see. But I dey tell you say when election they come, and they know as the real area
they be.
But it won't be like that. That's what
area for the area where you are.
So that be at least for the state
for the area where
but people campaign, but the spirit. Not be the people where they campaign. The people where they campaign different from people where they come and come vote. I know a lot of people ask me, say they ask say which election they want to do. That's saying a local government.
They go ask. You know why they go ask?
There's a duty to tell.
Because that's very correct. Because the baby they work for a place like this, you're supposed to know.
I tell them
because if you look at good way you tell them. If you look all of them, the way we say it don't be now. Whether you go by election, you will get what they call a governorship election where we say yes, no the uniform again, it's scatter, or you will get presidential election where we say no the uniform. Okay, they don't the uniform. Yes, even the senatorial election, no the uniform again. The House of Reps, no the uniform again. So almost every 3 months they conduct one election for this country. Okay, you know that's like now there's some governorship. Maybe Ekiti they do that time. Or should they come now? You understand? Then later that the whole government go do. And just say they go do. You understand? Before they come to do those states later. And the rest, so that be the same thing they there.
Because even some get where I did yesterday, they still talk about this election. Some people never still they ask say how movement go do now say movement no go the election na election.
Even they're supposed to give something today like a work free day.
Okay,
so they're supposed to do something like that.
So maybe half day work that people can go to their local government areas.
Inside there, some people say which kind election wey dem wan go one way election. See the one wey dem first do that time wey come be say when this governor come sack all the chairman wey dey say na one way election.
Everything when say they do they follow the law. You understand? So when it be say
at least this governor now if you watch
for
the first time I think almost in a very long time when he come blessings, the law changed in a way. He waited. Ordinarily, as he come, he goes, okay, do local government election the next week, put your people. But the law said 6 months time. Have you? Now it gives 6 months time.
You understand?
Put the law. So, and this July, let me
so I remember that time. See, before the governor come, now one political party did. You understand? But when this can't come now, we can't give that time and the rest of the Sunday the camp and the stay and the rest.
When they talk of law, this the past people, the past government, they not do election to elect the local government chairman. Yes. Even when you cannot sack them. No, see, when they talk of law.
Listen, the instrumentality of the office. Yes. Now they say use and the law when they say you say you understand. So whether you like them or not, Mr. President tell you something was happening in Rivers State. And similarly, Fubara, the governor, was removed. Yes. And somebody else come. And you see, if you look at now, you follow the law, you bring everything when you say come, and everything. And so when the president do that, I follow law. Beside all of this, if you know, say you are not at home, what is happening, go to court.
Sado, it's good. I believe say we think what they do here now to encourage people to do what is right.
No, not to educate them.
To educate them to do what is right and all these things. That is what I believe. But if we say make we the citizen really follow and they follow the way some politicians they do the kind of things they do for this country, and with the citizen we fight.
You know, thank God. Let me thank God you call them politicians. There's a difference between politicians and leaders.
Yes, okay.
They are politicians, so they can do like that. Leaders are different. Another day I will let you know, and Nigerians have also let them know the difference between leaders and politicians. So a politician will always be a politician. Like someone like Wike, for the first time, we are seeing one human being who is a leader of 2 political parties in one state. He has not been in the history of Nigeria. You don't get. Whether you like it or not, whether you hate him or you hate him, he is there. No, wait now, that will let me tell you. I say he's a politician. He will always behave like that. It's different from when you say a leader. A leader will tell you that these children in forest, as far as they are there, me I will not sleep. The politician will sleep and do two party. When the children are the forest for over 40 days. Not saying. So understand the 54 days. No, politician will still go and sleep. We still do party. We campaign. We do everything. The leader will say lala until these children come out, I go stay here. That's what it be.
I just chip in one small thing before I go. Probably I say we go check papers and the rest. Do you know that for this xenophobic attack when we see they happen for South Africa?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Now, when they call on this president of the place, Cyril Ramaphosa, he come out, he enter plane, say they go Ghana. Now the president when they say, don't come to my country.
Simple.
You understand? He said, don't come to my. He tell him, said, don't come to my. He tell him, don't come to my country. You cannot be driving my people, beating them, killing them. You are saying you are coming to Ghana to come and do what? You don't understand? So whether I want to go beg them or want to do anything from your place there, they beg. You understand? No, it's the answer. I say no, come my country. But I just pray so that kind of thing make it happen for here in Nigeria. But you understand? I pray make it be happen.
Unfortunately, the man is set. The man governor, the president too. Now that president is settled.
Of course.
Because at the end of the day, the African Union will scatter.
Not true. And besides, you know what it is there? Some of us want to know some kind of things. When you do some of these things, yes, that because they do them now. Yes, they clap, they follow them. The only thing when we say it the other Tuesday, it says if you want to protest, go and protest, but do not let it be peaceful and all of that. Can't you stop that protest?
How can the president be telling people
a protest that has destroyed so many things, a protest that has destroyed lives, a protest that has destroyed people's livelihood, a protest that has removed them from the face of the earth.
How many protests they don't do for South Africa where they peaceful?
No, man, no. And
do you know? May I tell you one thing? May I tell you what they do for South Africa? I just put this matter before we commercial, but we will come to address the matter. Let me tell you one thing. Do you know that those people they carry their protests? They go as we talk now, no. For South Africa,
yes, sir.
You still get area when we say black people no go fit enter.
Yes, sir.
For your whole country, I say yeah, this thing. Black people no go enter. You still get schools there when we say yes, black children no go enter. You still get supermarket when we say yes, black people no go enter. You get area when we say yes now for only white people. Now they come out, they carry the protest, and they go meet the people for that. Those white people they carry gun, they shoot at them. You get it? They were shooting at them and they go, now they run, go back. Now what will be the problem when we say we talk about? They say yesterday they carry our women, then they carry our business,
carry our work.
They carry our work. I'm even working
wait first now. Which work are foreigners doing that they carry for now? Most of the people are businessmen. They be businessmen. Maybe somebody now they sell undies, women undies. A Nigerian, they sell women pants and the rest, and bra and all of that. They sell them. You see they boom where. Business and a bad idea. Why not go and open your own? No. Make you say. For instance, yes, they collect my own.
You are right now. The even report I'm working on us at last week Monday. A South African wasn't complaining. Now look, this people that don't drive come out now. I can't buy fresh pepper. I can't buy fresh vegetable. That vegetable they buy since now. Now dry one. They don't come to see fresh one they buy. You know where the car almost about 600 people come out? 600 Nigerians, 600 Malawians.
Nigerians they don't come out for that place. They don't pass over 1,000. What be 600? Because they're coming in batches.
As they are removing those people, the job that those people were doing, people know what to do. So what will happen to them?
To make matters worse now. To make matters worse. A Nigerian man, he married a woman for that side. He got children. They drive the Nigerian come out. They here. They drive and come out now. A wife and 3 children the other side. The woman is crying. Why am I go drive my husband come out? Then a person will say, I want to marry. They don't take the woman wife, the man wife from her. Take 3 children from her. I think yes. And then Nigerians are asking for compensation now. They say no, we'll be for compensation.
And the woman, the minister, they open mouth, they say Nigerians now drug addicts, now drug laws. That we should, the government of Nigeria should go and show them where the addresses of the drug addicts make them arrested.
Wait first too. If somebody is an armed robber, if somebody is a drug lord in your place, maybe you are supposed to arrest the person for jail. Arrest the person for jail.
Yes, sir.
That's a rich.
I belong not the work there. I belong not the work there. Maybe tomorrow now, if like what thing they happen for our state now, when you see some area all this lebuke work where our youth know the grade they do again. Now all this outside, all this now they come they do about painting everything, moving the blocks. Tomorrow now we'll say we'll come the protest, and they come out so they don't take our job.
Yeah.
Because now you know what work.
Right now for Bush or Abuki.
Yeah.
Lebuke, Abuki.
Painting.
So for Edo, nobody will learn how to repair AC. Nobody learn how to do mechanical. You remember that when they do fixed alignment. If you go up there with the fixed alignment for a second, you will see queue from Sapler go down, they only want the other side. Nobody they do alignment again. Nobody learn how to do anything. All we don't do them. We know they do suya. We know they do anything. All now just to press or travel. And tomorrow now you cause Abuki plenty. That day I was telling them, we see that work somewhere, sir. 30 Abuki just did it. Not possible. If something happen, these 30 people will attack us. Before we will come make call, make 30 of us gather.
May I tell you, Victor, may I remind them, Victor, you remember? You remember now, for a way, one fight come bust out between Section B, B-Way, if you come through B-Way, Section B, B-Way, they went there, one fight come bust out. When it bust out, before you know what they say they happen, all the people when they drive all the indigents they come out and everything. Maybe you forget. We can't call this man Badamosi.
Yes.
Now we can't call that time. Let me say can't go step into the matter.
Yes.
And all of that. The owners, the real owners of the place,
they drive
all the Benin boys and everything, they drive all of them come off. You know that they took over the whole place. Anyway, we could take a very short break because so many things that they want me to we will share with ourselves today. Outside this program, we'll take all of them one after the other. I'm going to take a very short break. When they come back, not go anywhere. Stay with us because the program are Good Morning Nigeria. You know, say we talk am before, say all the time we go to talk am again and say what you do there. Say if you wake up with the money, make you read paper, make you know whether make they run or more they waka. May not be like saying everybody they run, only they waka, or everybody they waka, only you they run. So now so we check the papers now. I could more check the papers together now.
Okay, yes. We'll start with the first paper, Tribune.
Anyway, we see this one, say state police, government seek fiscal judicial reforms. State police, government seek fiscal judicial reforms. Now I'm saying the water, the money will be taken to follow and the laws that when we see they follow now be the thing. They say parties raised to upload candidates on INEC portal as submission ends tomorrow. That
one really shake the political party this time.
Yes,
all of them, they keep their candidates to their chest. List is not going to bring out. Upload, they don't upload. All of them, all the political parties.
You see, here at the look at the fourth our judicial, our political system.
Yes, sir.
Now you need to talk as if there's a difference between a politician and a ruler.
Yes,
and a leader. You know what to do there. Now. Almost all the political parties now, they never see talk that after they don't do primaries. APC, where we now be the ruling party went for the center. For those states here now, we never still know who be senator, who be candidate, who be the senatorial candidate for those states. We never still know, and some others for those states here now. The same thing for NDC. You understand? We never still know what will be happen. Even for some part of ADC. Yes, you understand? So how come they want to for all of these political parties? Not the PDP, they get many factions. So many get pumas for that one. Okay, we are going to imagine all of these political parties now. Which one person won't trust? Till now, because ordinarily after you do primaries, why this results not come with that?
All of them, because they know the implication of what they do. You see, that's what I'm telling you. Politics get language. And you can see that if all of them behave like that, it shows that the language that they speak. Something happen because they know say if they bring out their followers to speak the language of them.
One check another paper where we say they for grant. When you see this one, New Telegraph, you say bandits threatening to kill Oyo pupils if troops advanced. And defense minister, this now once when we say like that. So because of that now, and I expect somebody like chief of army staff before.
Yes.
Chief of army staff. That be before he become the minister of defense. We are talking about General Mustafa, Christopher Mustafa.
A country, a federation. Look at what
so in this case, what do we do now? So not just leave there like that. Because
no technology, nothing. You cannot use anything to go to.
You see, when the Americans are doing some things or some countries are doing something, they say we shoot with precision. You understand?
Yes, sir.
They want to make a mistake. They know who will be saying they won't kill. How they take kill Ayatollah Khomeini, the Iranian supreme leader. How they take killer? You understand? Because precision. Do you know that against your current technology these days, now they will say, okay, this gun now they shoot one shooter for here. They won't go meet person for US. They go meet the person for inside a room.
Yes.
You go meet person for inside a room, or if you go outside.
Yes, sir.
If I car, you go for inside a car. Move for everywhere, move. When
I do security check, I'm not going to do about 6 years.
Yeah.
If 1, 2, 3, 4 carry gun, and 2 daily. They know what they go send them, go eliminate the people who carry weapon.
Yeah.
They leave, they won't carry to do them. There is a weapon like that. And they are coming out to tell Nigerians.
As Minister of Defense.
Oh my God.
As Minister.
What is happening?
As Minister of Defense. No, I think for me.
What is this?
For me, I believe I believe that there's something wrong somewhere that you and I don't know. Mr. President do speech the other day, he talk and say what in the day say, and give all the criminals window to surrender and everything. When they want shut that window, you're not talking. You understand? They say don't give the window, don't give the small time, and maybe they take surrender. If not, something will happen. when they want close this window, they don't talk. From when to when, they don't talk, and all of that. Is that how we do the caress? This
President Putin.
Vladimir Putin.
He say not being he say not being he not get power
to forgive terrorists.
To forgive terrorists. His responsibility now to send them go meet God.
So God go
forgive them.
Then the Castina State governor, they talk how to rehabilitate and reintegrate
but the new one now, they say Senate don't sit over and they say all the rehabilitation and reintegrate all of those terrorists, made them stop.
If they walk, why do they talk for inside?
Because me and they surprise. Now something you remind me so. Why Fagbemi? They talk and say that they try over 500 terrorism suspects. They forgive over 700 of them. And I can't imagine say so state law now can't be federal
law. And my brothers are do. When we know one thing, I tell us. All the language there, repentant bandit, repentant Boko Haram, repentant this one. Now say human being, bandit for Borno, they kidnap people. Out of them, pregnant woman dey. Because they use people to waka well, you want enter labor, born twins. They give those twins to their dog. Now with the eater, for the woman present, those dogs fit on those two trees. Now that same person, when a governor of Nigeria, when they swear in, they say he want to rehabilitate, he want to reform, he want to for repentant Boko Haram.
Much of this paper, I beg. Much of the next paper, most of what TBC did there. This one, the Ghana newspaper, it say how slush funds change fortunes. Realities, real estate business. Okay, how slush funds change fortunes, realities of real estate business. All the people that when we say don't carry money, when we say they don't be their own. Now that's when they call slush funds. So and you go to the enter some of these real estate businesses. We wish them where Tinubu made security chiefs and made troop salary backlash. Tinubu made security chiefs and made troop salaries backlash. We hear say even they say the Minister of Defense talk and now say what do they call all of them? The soldiers now say they receive 100,000 naira as their salary and that kind of thing. So I feel say now make them want to see say they call all of them. So you understand say how you go they pay this kind of point, they put their life on the line. That kind of money when we say talking 100,000 naira. They get the way it be. So now be the team when we say it did there. Anyway, that one now will be the last paper that we will take today and everything. If you want to get details of all of those things, make it BCSA, you go get a copy of the newspapers, make you check what BCSA is the inside.
Okay, you know say last week I talked something about sports.
Okay.
Yes. This week now, I can't get interest for sport now.
Okay, before we close the paper.
Yeah, let's go. I get interest for sport now. But I want to ask you, that Trump, that call where President Trump called FIFA Infantino. Why?
Okay, you guys one. You see, I think they done the spoil sports now.
What?
If you ask me.
I don't like sports now.
No, they don't. Why would they like the spoil?
Because
you know what when we say you go know. You get one Nigerian boy.
Yes.
What they call Folarin Balogun.
Yes.
They play for US and everything. So that's why they play. Just as we get George Weah's son when they play for US too. So people they play for US. Then their arrowhead. Then they score most of their goals for them. And every time we get Osimhen here, so that one be for that side. So I say you can't get red card because he no go free play again. But when they give a red card now, or maybe you get 2 yellow cards, so you go suspended for the next match. So now they say you can't suspend the guy, he no go play again. And that one I make Donald Trump. He take phone, he call Infantino. Then Infantino calls you no problem and all of that. Now he wants some back. So I go they imagine say waiting it be say it will happen. But at the end of the day, you see, God get the way to do something. Even if God will do for soccer and the rest, he get the way to do something. Okay, he bring a combat, but they go play against Belgium.
Yes, sir.
Then he came back, go play against Belgium. Belgium beat them 4-1. 4-1. You understand? So maybe 1, maybe 2, maybe 3, 4. Then they score against them 4-1. So that be 2 and say today. So I don't know why that kind of thing will happen. So that will show you say the level.
But it shows that for Infantino to stand and actually reverse the red card. It means that Obirie
Look at some people talk about say even though they protect Argentina.
Yes.
In a way. Look at I think the match between Argentina and Cape Verde.
Yes.
Lionel Messi matched somebody for back of the leg here. Once in football, once you raise your leg up, your what do they call it, your studs show. Once you want that's when you fall under the shoe. It show like this. Let me say you don't raise them too up. That missing a card offense there be that one. So he raise her up, he match the guy for back of his leg here. They don't give him supposed to be red card. They don't give like the Messi. No. You understand? So the same thing, now we say Folarin do. You know understand Folarin Balogun, the same thing now we say you do. Because they call him Flo Balogun. So the same thing now Folarin do. So when you do that card, then they get on that card. Now because they ask say, why you not do why you do like this one? That same match, if you watch on to Egypt play against Argentina. Abi? Yes. They were leading 2-0 at a point. Yes, sir. You understand? So that is what we say there. Egypt now get penalty, the goal score goal. They choke off the goal. 20 seconds after Ibise, they get one tackle when we say they rough. They get the tackle, referee no blow. 20 seconds later, they go score. They go back, go reverse to that place. That place. Let's say that 20 seconds ago. See what happened. They become that one. They can't cancel the goal. You understand? Can't they ask how? What did they happen?
So that the point that they try to make here. For what Infantino do is to say that Obuwe a day sports and you think they breed code when people don't know.
No, I'll tell you what he did there. What he did there be say, as they talk, if anything happened to you, go and test the law. When you test the law, you know what happen. So you don't test the law, that is easy. Now our papers go to the end today. Go if you work to anything when we say we don't talk here, since when we say concern newspapers, go outside, go get a copy of newspapers there. Make we say yes, so you get details for inside. Nobody here. We'll take you a very short break. When we come back, we'll continue for where we say we stop. Stay with us. One good thing when BC they bring development come for any area, now be the kind of roads the way BC you get. And if the road's good, for no TBC they happen, the way BC you go. And if you're not too good, you could spend hours there and everything. For time when BC say they do state government, they come to do repair this Benin, this Okun road, everybody they happy well when I be very, very good thing. But again when BC the road won't go past come out for inside Siloko for that side. Past local road after a Guadalajara community. You get one community when BCS did before you get to Igbo Shodi community. My brother Pololo, now the road.
Okay.
Nine be this one. This road there supposed to be a very good road BCS people they pass. Now the open road junction for inside nice. So
the other road did that side.
Now that you understand. So that be the open road. This one now, see as the road don't be now when BCS say people they pass. I'll come the one that say waiting it be say it they happen. If you know one filling station, they for front of one filling station there.
Okay.
You understand? You're in front of one filling station there. I for like make people like saying, oh, this record the one say again because you see them now. See the filling station where yes, you see road as the team be now. So I come the one that say waiting they happen. How can this road now Benin, now that road the part go Bazua. Because anytime we say it's supposed to say back in the house for this road, maybe it goes for a day or somebody or something they happen, or maybe a quiet road that's we call that a river there. Yes. No, it's point, and that's how you go the pass. My brother, I went past there, waiting my eyes see, not be waiting I like. Now me take my hand to record this thing. You understand? Waiting my eyes see, not be waiting I like. If they do this Benin, this Okun road and will come out, now the junction there, now just be this one. So
even the
junction for Okun road,
that's talk to Commissioner Osoke a few years for one because the Okun road called the Pepilo. I don't know why. So the work they take, they move at a point. It called the slow down, called the Pepilo, and we don't know why. And that now, no, that means this rainy season, it will really red for people.
But you know my fear. You know why? I will get it go past that place the other day. I guess somebody went there say they walk for via northeast. Then she can't go one day. Also no road for this side. So they are passing on that side, then they pass. You don't understand they follow my brother. So now I can say, okay, make a help and reach road because I can see they have motor there for front. Now I can take my time, help and carry am. I walk around and go that side to compa. When I reach that place, what I went through, because this time when we say I don't come out, when I come out, that means I can't stay, can't record them like that. So what I went through, my brother, for that, because that time in the morning, that rush day, everybody they go. You understand? Now just look at road. See the kind of body. See where the bike pass come out. So if the thing go from small, I should say you go for you. The man. Just imagine this road there. This time the one we say you say pass, they go that side. This time the one we say you say they go on side. Now the one we say they go slow side. You don't understand? You can't imagine say why this kind of thing go be like this. You know, if this kind of thing be like this now, okay, then see this one be like this. Okay, now so it be this one. The one we say the pass, they go home. Now be this one. So this one, yeah. This one they go beside they go inside home. The other one, now be the one we say they go Sloko. Now be this one we say they go Sloko. Just imagine how the thing be. I think you get. Imagine how this thing be. How person want to do.
Now that one I be assessing my fear because if it be like this now, with the year government is not say really want for 12 days.
No.
Is it 12 days?
So you say that go fall. So heavy rain will be consist for about heavy rain 12 weeks. Now 12 weeks. 12 weeks.
12. Let me say these people now they just
cut off from the whole thing. Apart from all of that one, so if ask that one be here, so now so this S&T, you don't forget this our S&T.
If I tell you now, make we take. I want to because this entity. We don't discuss S&T for this program
over and over again
for 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 years ago in the same condition. So the
it's even worse now. It's even worse now.
And now the thing is even worse now. So two things I want to know. I want to ask Commissioner of Environment, will be named. Nosazam. Is it that they don't know what to do concerning that road, or is government not aware? Or you know what tell governor because I dey feel say wetin dem dey do there maybe na their effort because if state government wan work on that S&T then the kind of work wey they dey do there e no show say na government dey work there as in I dey tell you so the commission maybe you need to bring her come or call am make go tell Nigerians edopo how and don't forget say I really go talk with now just drop it like that. Don't forget say why are they talk like this say maybe no oga Nusa Adams no know or Barrister Nusa Adams no know say that road don claim about 9 lives of Nigerians.
Innocent Nigerians. Innocent Edo people. And the commissioner for environment in Edo State.
In Edo State. So if you know inside that town that kind of roads don't take those kind of lives and
we don't know who will take next too.
We don't know who will take next and when you look at wetin dey talk say they do there because the other day we dey talk for radio and rural call am say they work for inside they work for outside because I think one of days ago I see governor go Edo North go Edo South dey monitor some road project now when you see the kind of work wey dey go for that S&T compared to wetin when you hear say government dey work it's a mockery so you bless say they dey mock Edo people they dey mock Nigerians that work will not lead to anything that work na just oduye.
No worry man could meet Agboje Ikworia because I hear say in get outside this say Lagos be because whether we like am or not now water na dey destroy us for here so and I know say the water go still dey destroy there are things they won't be say dey for that Lagos State because the Lagos State government and the minister won't be say they in charge for works David Umahi the best say don dey draw some kind of rope against each other. I greet you my brother Agboje Ikworia. Good morning.
We take the Lagos, where they talk erosion matter, water matter, road matter. You go see say the one when they between David Umahi now and the Lagos State government that they drag them because of that flood when pass those area where Coastal Road pass for Lagos. But again, one question when me I ask the minister, the honorable minister, His Excellency, Senator David Umahi. I ask him that question. He no answer my question. You know what he tell me? He could they ask me, say, I be me, no they follow the project. And the question when I ask, and a simple question, Osado, the question be say, they no do, you get what they call environmental impact assessment test, something like that. We go show you, say, this project when you want to do so, climate change will affect them, see what it go to affect the people, maybe erosion, maybe ecological problem, maybe in the next 10 years, 20 years, they go do all those things. Then they will come put those, use that thing to plan the road. Now I ask him. And the man tell me, say, it change and go another side. I say, okay, well, I know they. But when they call stakeholders meeting, I come there, yes, say, one of the people who come, the stakeholders meeting, come they analyze, say, if they first do the road, they'll come go back, do another assessment, then they'll come think of ways to do anything where they come. Why will they go back? Why would they go back and front? Why we not go fit, do the right thing at the right time? Why we go do something finish, we can't go back, come begin to rethink am. We don't know say that place, according to the state governor, say that place na flood before, water they always they dey there. And they dey there. And you go see they dey there, everything tomorrow go dey there. So when we want to do all this kind of project, we go consider those water because now Nigerians they stay in those places. Make person come suffer, come build house, finish there at the end of the day. You come tell us say flood don't carry there. What be government work? What government they do for the people? If not be say they provide basic amenities such like road. So if you can't do road now, the road now, people in the environment, they don't come the free pass enter their house. Though all of them still later agree say not be the coastal road actually cause the flood though. Say flood don't they did that place before, and because of say that the people they say that environment they block the drains where they do across the coastal road, pass under, go the other side, and the manhole that they fill out with sand. You know, say that place that now sand filling that they do for all those places. Now make the water. But what till me they talk? What till they talk? Be say make the federal government together. May they go solve that problem. Because the way me they see now, another demolition they come, another demolition they come. You know when they first do that demolition for that coastal road, it cause plenty problem, people they cry. Another one, now they come again, so because they don't plan that thing well.
Agoje Ikwaria, we go join you later so that you go talk to us and show us all the things that when BCSA you get today. I think that will be around the 8:30. And but just before I leave here now, I want to ask Iman one simple question. Iman Pololo, you go that coastal road the other day. Yes. For your own little, you just smile. Yes. For your own little, just give us a snippet of what in BCSA you see that time. Because now the road when BC you go when you go before. Now the road they don't talk to you say issue done the day.
No, issue the journalists, both senior journalists and junior. They ask Oga Umahi
different questions
for this environmental impact assessment. Please, you know, good enough. Now when this rain comes start to fall, when people go to backlash because the fact the road made the water come plenty.
Because now water they pass, they block so, now the road pass. Because before you go block the road, before you go put the road there, you go stand for that place. Before you say you go block her.
Yes, sir. So when you come ask her, before you come bring it out now. As you bring it out now, what you want to do? And this when you bring so, now what you senior colleagues don't ask her, journalists don't ask her, bring her before where you go talk and go there.
You should not the real one there.
Here we find say you don't get quarrel, don't get them down over this same matter. You understand? You know they agree say you go to dodge until when this backlash come when we say the government come involve this project for Lagos go increase. Now what you do cause this to the
come defend.
And this one now defend even they defend.
You can't be reactive. You have to be proactive. You can't be reactive now. You get the way the thing today.
But based on engineer now. Engineer work.
Anyway, we could take a very short break. Other things than the MCS we will do tomorrow. Night be the local government election. We will see what I could talk about after this break. When we come back, we'll continue for WebC. So don't forget, say by 8:30 we will join our Lagos studio. By 9 o'clock, Abuja will take over, and every other thing that will follow. Stay with us, not go anywhere. Welcome back. The name of the program now, Good Morning Nigeria, and they reach you from independent television. Where we see the watchers across the globe. Tomorrow, when we see the 11th day of the month of July 2026, now we say I don't people that will go outside, make it be they go choose people that want to go stand for them. Now we see they will become local government council chairman, and tomorrow we see they want to do the election. So we're going to look how the thing will be. So what we expect, say, will come up, and what we want make people do at the election. They come tomorrow. Now, make go bring people. They want to be say we know see their head sharp well for this kind of matter. May they talk to us, because now people they want to be like say they know how it be say the matter they work out, because they observe the matter well. Roy Oruabo, I greet you so much. Welcome to our program.
Thank you, my brother.
I greet you. Well done. I still get my other brother here, George or Mobude. I greet you, man.
Good morning, sir.
I greet you. Good morning.
Thank you for having me.
Yeah, make I start with you. Council election. They talk as now be the election. We say they closest to the people and all of that. And by application, you know, if that be the most important election for all the elections they want to say what they do.
Yeah, of course, for paper now, it's supposed to be like that for paper. As you talk and so on, so it be for paper, but for waiting with the race, it don't be so they be. Go as today, local government chairman said not even know how much when they get for federal government, because the one when they say they don't give the autonomy, they know they even get access to the money. I fear no will let them even talk and say they know they get access to the money. It's as bad as that.
You know the local government chairman, I don't know that one, because they're not complete. If you ask them, they say he wear the shoes, knows where it pinches. So if you don't come talk now, you don't do for this thing. You don't talk, say yes, say this thing. You ask her the question, you say fear no and talk, or you don't talk. How you go take no? You know local government chairman.
Everybody know as woman table, but they tell us they may carry a waste near fire.
Okay.
We know in this country we too deceive ourselves. You don't get anything when we talk, when we say we will change the whole arrangement. Tomorrow in a local government election, if you go out your camera and go straight now, you will surprise. If you ask 10 people, you will surprise that only one person will tell you say they are aware. Say election day tomorrow. The reason is that we know they bring anybody put, we know we bring our governor here put, we know we bring anybody. Now the way where we take arrange ourselves.
What do they call that? They say, is it because of lack of sensitization? Make I ask my brother. He said people know they so aware. Say election they come tomorrow. You they are aware now. Election they come tomorrow.
Yes, I be aware because I be political analyst.
Okay.
I get serious interest.
For
That's
politics.
why they are aware. But just like my brother talk, many people not just say they know they are aware. They choose to say, they assume say, or they decide say they will pretend say they know they are aware. Because the reason is that it is painful to see us at this level of our democracy. Say we see they deceive ourselves. We deceive ourselves in the sense that local government election over the years, we don't see the way they take they do the election, whereby the party will be power at state level go most of the time, if not all the time, they clear the whole seats. Reason is that waiting the election where they say they want to do, opposition most of the time their wish or waiting their, in short, they not even allow them, the government in power no they allow them to exercise their rights to participate. So me I see the surprise say even as the president, the attorney general say you go court, at the end of the day Supreme Court say they give local government autonomy. Even as they say you know they work. A good example in places like Osun and other place where be say the allocation where they come, even in all states including Edo, there is no proper accountability. We see they say state and local governments, they see you cannot differentiate them. Somebody, but now we foresee say at the National Assembly we be front burner on how they will fit in conduct local government election properly. Because what we see today now, at the year, no movement for 12 o'clock, SEC is ready, the other one is ready. We know so all these things now, bubu. We are going to see that.
You know the situation now, bubu. When BC say for time, we say nothing because now you talk with your own mouth. Say most times, say you don't say all the time. Say most time when they conduct the election, say yeah, you go say and say some people will win. The ruling party will be say for the state, they will clear all of these things. But let's not forget, you say most times. Not just all the time. And if you go back now, of recent, now they do area council election for Abuja. The ruling political party went there for the center, not the win all of them. Other political parties win. I don't know, they ask that. So you know when you can say yes, that or something.
You see, now waiting and they talk about say Nigeria until we choose by ourselves, say make we tell ourselves truth. We will continue to get this problem. Which party they rule for Abuja? Who be the minister of Abuja? Which party they? No, now you ask me, say no, party. I dey throw the question back.
Man, you need to ask question here. Maybe the answer question.
You will agree with me, say the minister for Abuja, who they call Nyesom Wike, will organize that election, or will be the head for that capital territory for Abuja. You will agree with me, say if you ask my children and some other person say which party wicked, they don't know because the reason we say today they will see and say e dey APC caucus meeting. Caucus na people wey dey decide wetin dey happen for APC. We go see am for the meeting. Then you go see am again say na
you dey carry me dey go round. You talk and say, you know see am for you.
He dey tell you why it be like that. If you come up for Abuja for the past 8 years, use another state still make example. Okay, for the past 16 years, use another state still make example.
Come Edo State because I told this just you dey laugh somehow and all of that. The governor for Edo State here, Senator Monday Okpebholo, he say make everybody make them go. Because it's not for the one say they do so. So make they go campaign and the rest. And you go say and say the campaign, when me I see, and I sure say you say and say, it dey intense more than how it be before. So you know sure say you say that's something new. Now you say if they come so.
How many parties you see where they campaign? How many parties you see where they campaign?
No, I see. I don't come call political parties. But the thing you say,
the party when I don't see where you campaign and the party in power for Edo State. Only they are say they don't campaign.
All that they don't campaign. If they talk and say that they asked the before, why they go the campaign?
And that will be the game of this.
So why don't go the campaign there if they ask the before?
Say we know they tell ourselves the truth. Tomorrow now, as I did here now, I will feel the result give you now. Based on prediction, that's what it will be tomorrow. Because no need for me and you, all those one, even me, we even try to say, I remember I even tried to marry governor, make an attempt, so make an attempt, say, no need to spend taxpayers' money till they do all this campaign. Because as far as I'm concerned, some of the guys now when you want to be chairman, some of them don't already be the acting chairman. We just fix data and restrict the aid and use that money, channel and to another thing will profit the people. Because tomorrow now, you know, guys want to talk and when we say, you know, will be 100% for the APC, 100%, and they will collect tomorrow. Therefore,
but you talk just now, say, who they campaign and only that one they campaign. So if you campaign now, the others not be campaign. So
the reason why the others not campaign, because if you go look,
how many political parties? No, how many political parties you did?
Me? Either the campaign and spiritual work.
No. How many political parties you did? How many political parties you did?
After today, I don't do any political.
Okay, so that the one you see, that you see.
The one will be each party they campaign. They know the hide one campaign. Not be you will see big board. You see people they mobilize. You will see people they talk to people. You will see rallies.
I said, no, if you agree, say you say.
I said, I only want this party now. The party where they rule for those APC. Now only they assist they campaign. On the strength of that, you give it to them. Now only they campaign.
So now they go win election. But other people talk about the Edo State chairman Jonathan. They forget his surname. He talk and say RCB. So say 12 political parties there. Now they want to contest this election. And that even the ballot papers and everything, they are all ready. When we say there are these 12 political parties there, if they no one participate for the election, it will go ahead with the print and put. I dey ask.
12 political parties na dey the states wey im believe say e wan contest.
No, it's not they show interest.
Because as
you want me to play the report, make it hear for your mouth when you talk.
There is no need. As we dey talk now, PDP, ADC, NDC, and some other major political parties wey me know has decided say that they boycott the election.
Say they no go do the election. And see my pain.
My pain.
If you boycott the election, you don't agree, so you don't lose. But that one.
See my pain. My pain be say we be like somebody will be say one political leader that time, Paul he say every time when they take play music, people they always tell you say go to dance, go to dance, go to dance. He say na mockery, be not be say you sabi dance because before they play music, so they say jump, go to dance. For us to continue to the rigmarole for one place, for us to continue to do one thing expecting a different result is painful. You know, say when I start just now talk something. A local government election, not just because of Edo State, in the entire country, most of the time, other political parties know the border. That is why when they
political power when we say no for the center,
or we say no go at the center, we say no be the ruling political party for the state. They know the border because they don't see them say most of the time the state governors they hand pick who they want make it be. Local government chairman, councillors, and most of these campaigns they talk about, they know they go. If you see the campaign that they go for, they know they go campaign say they will do anything different. Most of the time they just go there as a jamboree to point out say no be say we no campaign or we campaign. Not just because I don't state own they come tomorrow. That's why we discuss the state own. Me I dey use this media they call on our brothers who do the National Assembly. That there is need for them to enact law that will take the conduct of local government election.
So that now you know they blame the state for conducting the election the way they are doing it now.
Because the process, the way it's supposed to be. I will say if you read SEC law to narrow to this, if you read SEC law, if you see the rules and regulations for the election, it will appear like something that supposed to be normal, but the real practice has been abnormal over the years, not just in Edo State, in every other state. So what we dey talk be say there should be a framework that is different from this particular one on how this election should be conducted so that it will be contestable, so that other political parties, areas now dey wey be say the ruling party no dey popular, areas dey wey be say people for prefer another candidate, but the other parties no dey even bother because even if you do the election, you say you dey popular for a particular area, the result will come out. In the case of Edo North, tomorrow we are going to see 18/18.
You think so? That's what you think. Anyway, make we come. Make we look the whole thing now. If you look at now the. You talk and say make it be say the state government they pump so much money into the system when they say they can channel into another thing. But if you look at now, you say for anyone there is constitution, there is guidelines for the conduct of election and all of that. You talk and say if you look the SEC paper, the kind of that's will be for every other state. You don't understand? They go tell you how you go to do, how you to do, how you know to do, how you know to do. I will say they are not playing by the books.
They're not books even the way they want to play with man. Books not there in the first time, in the first place. You know, local government election. Before around 98 when they do local government election, you know when they read one, you will see say party go popular. Where you know they can win councillor for your ward.
You just like people, just like I think that even something young. That young will near be something.
We not get opportunity to discover some people say, oh, for here if you hold this side, but now you know they happen.
Because they only come out on the contest, they only come out on the campaign.
You know, you remember a man called Joe Yakubu for Rome now.
Okay, that's not Esa Northeast.
Esa Northeast now. If they do that election 10 times a day, Joe Yakubu will win now. But we see as it happen. Even everybody think when we're not interested in that election. They see they do election.
But some will do election now.
No,
some will won.
No, not with the party. I will tell you now because
John Yakubu was not the party in power for Edo State that time. They make sure say no fin win. If somebody, now remember I monitored that election. We don't remember because when they call it Shedua, we don't remember
they rescheduled election 2 times. So,
yes, now they rescheduled because of the way everybody was doing. We don't do election for Oromia. They monitor. We did somebody they draw our attention saying that they announce results. Now what thing we never see for this Nigerian the only way we will take go far for all those is that we will try to see whether we fit take election away from the state government so that we get independent body wey go dey run am. If we run am like that, the way we dey take dey do general election.
No, but na still independent. If you look their name, independent is Edo State Independent Electoral Commission.
Na to use the word independent abi na to do wetin to be independent. As I today now, I let those state SCA chairman, no be you say you no know the name so. For you not to know the name, now the matter so you call am. No. That one show to you say the person said we you know if I you go talk about
the name of the man. If you look the name of the man, you go say long well. It's now I know now Chief Jonathan Akpo something. You understand? Maybe Akpo Joliro or something.
No, the reason why we do that
or something. I will remember.
You remember the one with the Abuja. You know you do remember that, but the one with them here you hear. You know remember because the way about where even take off. The process not even dey regardless. We no interrogate the process. We don't even know whether president. We just say I want to say that the now come be the chairman. It's what this man wey dey there now with due respect to am. Me wey dey here now, me no see no wetin be the name. You know, I don't know wetin be the name. Na that one go show to you say this country e get the way. The only way we will take the local government election was that we will go back to in those days as Nigeria now don gather to go back. Wetin we don fair reject before. We don't go back to around waiting, like the police, state police, when they want to try and break corner again. Now we take decision around 1966. Say we don't agree again. We don't agree. Say police not good. You not good. Then the Congress say they go to federal. Now we don't move from federal again. Now we go. Now so Nigeria we dance up and down. The only thing wey surprise me for this election. Police not supposed to make the restrict movement. Therefore, allow people to go dey do business because I don't dey argue election wey they tell people not only Nigeria they do election we dey hear say they go restrict movement. Allow people make they go do their business. Allow people to go do their business because local government election not be serious election for Nigeria. Anybody wey pass through that process will agree with you say not be serious election because even I can even fit tell you that those wey dey even dey contest the election. Tomorrow now somebody go fit stand up for bedroom say remove that person name comot put another name or not the right come be the candidate okay the right come be the candidate it can happen nothing go happen.
No, not a very short break. No, we dey come back just and not go anywhere. Not a very short break. After we should go continue because we get to give you this message. Stay with us, not go anywhere. We don't come back and the program still waka dey go. We dey look for this local government election when we say we dey talk about when we say they come. Tomorrow we dey look at now say go make it be like say the people really dey independent. I tell you say independent dey for inside but they argue say they no dey follow say na paper like e be say e dey they no dey follow the way e be say e be. You know you try to tell me now say they no dey independent reach abi na wetin because for those states here now they no dey independent reach. May I continue with you?
Yes.
That guy when I beat David they talk so the chairman of Edo State SCA Jonathan Afo-Wokan. Yes, Afo-Wokan. That's the name. Afo-Wokan. Yes.
No one that you don't remember the name.
No, the name long. You understand? So before you will get some kind of it take me time for I tell you the one they say be IGP that Egbotokun before they cut you that to the one they say this so it take me time. Me say they call Egbotokun as what they used to before I come to say yes say Tunji this with this. I come there again.
Yes. They know they independent. You know, say they always even before the last election when I come here, I even complain of INEC. How say they know they independent enough. Right. Not to talk about SCA say the people we get interest is limited to a state and the person will be the mover and shaker of the state wey dey dictate wetin go happen who gets what and when and where na the governor of the state so that independence no really dey. They are not independent. Wetin make me dey I know you know when I dey talk this thing I dey always dey talk say I no dey blame the SCA of Edo State nor the state government. I dey blame the National Assembly because we no wan
tell ourselves the truth. We don't see am say over the years, see as local government election dey be. Now we be say we don't give the autonomy. They're supposed to sit down now, repeal the law and re-enact another law. We be say it go help say they do this election the way it's supposed to be. If there is a proper law, we dey like our brother for you hear acting chairman. In what way this person take become acting chairman? Who make am acting chairman? How which process they follow? We even see wetin happen for Oregon and other local governments that time. So this type of thing will be repeating itself over and over again. Successive administration will come. The so-called election where they say they take bring in the serving local government chairman and councillor. You go see the state governor will come say, I no dey okay with these people. I don't want to work with these people. As a result of that, you will find way, whether it's legal, whether it's not legal, to take remove these people.
But then because people say maybe a those state own different, because that will like them now. Most of the people that will be say they inside now, that they want to be say the day before, that they continue to the act and the rest. Most of them, now if I'm not mistake, they continue to the act and all of that before. What they do, because they do for inside the system. Some of them don't say they do for as councillors. They can't do election. They can't become whatever we say yes be. But now when we say with the pack our things, them they come out. Because time maybe our friend. I'll still come back to you. In this case now, they say the restriction of movement tomorrow and all of that. That will not be sign of seriousness that yes, something magnificent they come. Or in this case, now I put on that question now. You know, if you say it don't reach time when we say more seriousness should be given to the local government election, more seriousness than what is being obtainable now, because of say that the government when we say they closer to the people.
Of course, we suppose even our constitution talk like that, say that they close to us. If you want to access government, you go to your local government. If my local government chairman they do well and they do well with we need, waiting concern not to the one to the control so they be having. And because our chairman, the way man and when they take the local government administration, the way that they manage them, that seriously not the day. Who the governor now he get power, party get power to say see who they there, you will have pick and pull for there. And that one they make people they very discouraged to say I want to come out, go vote. I'll tell you tomorrow now the number of people will come out tomorrow. The percentage of people will register for those states. We will not be able to get 10% of those who register tomorrow.
That's what you think?
Not be waiting, I think. I've been analyzing politics for no. Therefore, I can continue. I will tell you.
That will not be voter party.
No, because people don't already say, now one way. I make me myself not happy when I hear say they see the restrict movement. What if the restrict movement for local government election? Local government election supposed to say you go and let your council. All of us know ourselves. We know now you dey here, now you dey. What you go to restrict my movement for? To elect somebody who want to represent me for councillor. You call it street movement. You know, because our local government election word now they do it. What is that word supposed to get councillor? That councillor not supposed far away from the people. Now you dey feel it. That's when get belle will go meet the councillor because they be governor at that local level. Then you contact them.
No, how person will get belle go meet governor? No. I remember go meet the councillor because I remember one man. Wait, before you go, I remember one man. The man said they contest to become governor. Early in the morning, around that kind after 5. Now he knock for a gate. Now the man come out. Now he see the man for outside. What did happen? He say a wife born for hospital. You don't understand? He say he born for hospital. So a day for UBT. He say they don't really make on get money. Maybe say he go take discharge the this thing. So the man come the wonder. He say according to him, say he can't go back go like that for his house. The wife come and say don't be person will go say no. He never wake up. He want go back to sleep. I make you know whether you wake up. I want make I take help you take buttress your answer.
The reason why I tell you that because who get belle go make councillor. What if the go remain and say we suppose get this person for this place. We suppose get
okay, that area you go
level so that area councillor not be person
because it's easier.
It's easier for you to meet her. In the evening, in those days when we dey really see councillor among the people, when they choose in the evening, we will go sit down with her. Everybody will go sit down. He go dey tell us how they work out for council. See wetin chairman wan come do. See wetin chairman dey don with council we don take decisions. Na so e suppose be now. Councillor they not sit down for their award again. Once they don't, the day when they don't sweat their hair as councillor, they don't move. Because one, they don't even allow the people at that locality make the get people to say, now you will represent us. The councillors go there, as I did, now somebody be councillor for my ward. If I tell you, say I don't know her, you not go believe. Some because I don't want to, because anytime when I dey try oga wetin how you take dey represent us, you go say no be you give me tickets, no be you make me come there, and that kind of attitude.
Maybe the feel say you no vote for her now.
No, where the vote dey.
No, you feel say you no vote for her now. Because what be say if you no vote for somebody, they no get her to criticize that government.
No, everybody no go fit vote, no be one party system with the operate. All of us no go fit dey for vote. We must vote for. Once you don win election, na everybody wey you be. If dem no dey say you vote for me, na only person wey no leader, any leader once you win election finish. You know you are no longer for the party.
Okay,
you
I'm
are
not
now for the
every.
people. And the people you will work for.
In a different line, now be say they draw now. I will say now, say these people now they are no longer they are no longer loyal to the people. Yeah. They are not loyal to the political party. And if you look at that, blast not be only that one in the bill. Blast and waiting be say even cut across even for state level, local government, what do they call it, House of Assembly and that kind of thing. Now that would be one of the reasons why people know they get the kind of development we want.
Yes, and that thing, it don't eat deep. Now, part of what we will go address in all stratas. For example, if as you dey ITV here now, the owner of the company, you don't even care about whether you suppose pass through the process. He just speak you, say, come here now. You be anybody where they talk to you, tell and say no, no, God. You are no longer accountable to the hierarchy wey dey the office, because now oga tell you say go there. Na so be the point wey you make just now. If you become a councillor and you know say during this process no be say na vote of the people na bring you in, you were selected from somewhere to become, you go say I no dey accountable to you now, you go do anything wey you like. E just be like I dey pass 5 junction recently, I see one thing wey dey do for them, wetin you no go fit do for your compound. They say na go local government do am, you put cement, carry granite, pour am for there. If you even see the way the thing be, they for even do am make e be like say e even dey first small, even though e no solid. They do am in the sense that anyhow una wan look am, when I dey pass there, I take my time, I come snap the pictures, I come down, come look and see for this period wey we dey so, somebody dey fit still do this kind of thing as popular as
first now e no do na say e no do now e do am well, e do am na say e no do am well.
Anything you do is what doing well. What is what they do am well, na wetin dey talk.
Okay, you dey talk yourself, now let you carry on.
So
that's one thing you say, bless him, what call somebody name just now.
You know, when you dey media like this, you go call the restrict yourself from some certain things. But wetin I dey try point out be say, if na the people na vote for this chairman, you go just get mind go do that kind of thing for center of 5 junctions and also. So we must allow the people. I will go back to wetin I dey talk since concerning the law.
But don't forget that road, that 5 junction, that caused wahala at that time between I don't know, Shomola government and federal government. You get where we say talk, what's in the federal road, what's in the state road, and that kind of thing. So if a local government comes to try to repair federal road or state road, you're not sure say you're supposed to give kudos.
No, I don't go give am kudos. If to say you repair am well, if you see people of Amamba, they come out for television, come appreciate the Oredo local government chairman for the way he take do that road. It just be like if to say as I pass there now, I see him say the man do good road. As I sit down for you, I go see talk am. Do you know that whether me, I dey look at whether the local government, sorry say I did that, whether the local government too big for the local government chairman to manage. For instance, my father get, I call into your money around program the other time. My father get house for around Amadaso Street for Gluoko for over close to, I think that house he built around 2004. I can tell you for free, say as open as that area, if the local government one day never some feel of great road, the individuals na dey do am. So if you look wetin dey happen at our local government level, you can get sort of concern. Like me, I no dey happy. Like I still talk tomorrow now, there is going to be a restriction of movement. For what reason? Even the main elections, if I even feel say there should not be a restriction of movement, because that one self is even against our law. Okay. Because there is no freedom of movement. Go there, if you choose to vote, go vote. He even say less than 10% outside the anchor. He even say less than 10%. I can show you for free. Carry your camera, go monitor tomorrow. We get for this our world, we have about 46 units. You know go any polling unit, may you see 10 people.
I just say yesterday they will disappoint you tomorrow, and I want make you be say the electoral make na disappoint my brother tomorrow. You can come out, go do nothing. vote come out well in their numbers. When I go vote for people that will be say you go take charge of our affairs for the local government level. Now and I be local government chairman of the councils. I thank you so much, my brother. Ruabo, when BCSA you come. I thank you so much, George. Mobile when BCSA you come. And I thank you, my people, so much when BCSA you deal with us. Since go out tomorrow, make you go vote. Make you join our Lagos studio, make you see what TBC the app for there. Where BCSA, Agboje, what are they? Agboje, I greet you again this morning. Good morning.
My brother Sadona, me greet you pass this morning when you take did there for minutes. Even though we don't knock doors since cause I know make una pack una load, make una they go, but that's okay. We gonna still stay small, we still there. We thank God we take the studio this morning. Like I did talk, say make we try to do waiting right. Because this election matter when they talk so. Now because of say over time the way the people they see the way that they conduct the election. Like make now they don't come on their mind. Say since now so now when they do make una they do it una they do. But when they beg our people say make we no leave out for them make you go out, go vote. Go out, exercise your franchise. Now you're right. Vote for the person where you like. Now you're right, it be. Not be that I want put out this morning. We want put out for the matter of our brothers and our sisters, our mama, our friends, our papa, where they South Africa. When do they come since? I think so we don't get like about 4 badges we don't come now, 3-4 badges we don't come since this attack start for South Africa. And it be like say we dey expect 1 badge today again. Where they come. Now the matter we want Puma because this will not be good thing for Africa. Now we want Puma this morning. I can't get one person for studio where be say aim. They help even those who don't go abroad, we won't come back, we won't find their place, he don't get experience for the matter. I be like say himself, one time before he don't first move, but he can come back and say no, not be the way to go with this. Make I relax for my upper country, make I put things in order for the country. Now in be Comrade Osita Osemene. Comrade, welcome this morning.
Thank you, Paul. Well done.
Not be me, you go say thank you. Thank the people who there.
Thank you now, people with the house. I thank you now. Well,
greet them when we see them.
I greet you. I greet you now. Now well done.
Comrade, we know say you get experience well for this migration matter and all of those things. Let me bring you come. Put out for the matter of this attack, where it don't lead to even the death of 3 Nigerians for South Africa.
Thank you so much for this program where you bring now, because me said don't cry for this program since, and as you bring and come so good, make we put mad for the matter. Because every day when I watch this matter, would even they help they receive them for airport whether they return. Every day we would they put mad for this matter. Even before government started, they help them. We don't they cry. The thing they pay me for my mind, say Africa country we're supposed to be our brother, black people, they treat their fellow brother like this. Now something with they very, very painful, and no good as far as I'm concerned. And as far as anybody we God create, we get better mind concerned. Within South Africa people, they do our people, especially Nigerians, they very, very bad. If you watch them for other Facebook or for anywhere where you watch them, you go see the way we say, now Nigeria, they concentrate on, you get one particular get there. Any small thing, I don't know whether I get within Nigerian people do them. We make them be say, he hate Nigerians well. So the thing they very bad. Say Africa, they treat Africa like that. For Nigeria, we don't treat people badly. And this thing make me they tell people, if you want travel, you cannot tell people make them no travel. Me, I don't go see as it be. I can't return back like you talk. I did Nigeria now. If you dash me any visa now, say me I know they go. I go still there here. Anyhow it be, we go the manager, we go the dig and they go for Nigeria. So the thing be say, the thing they bad, the way they treat Nigerians, especially for this South Africa matter.
The one we won't come out again, I be say, you see the way the whole thing can they go, and government can the Nigerian government won't can they respond. Do you think say the amount when Nigerian government don't put for this matter, don't they enough?
For me, what they see, we say yes. I go say they don't they try, because before it no be like this. I know the time when we started to cry from when Nigerians they suffer. That time when I returned back from Libya, after that Libya matter, people come to suffer for Libya, we come to cry, make them bring Nigerian people come. The way they take act now, strong past the way they act before. So I go say that they try, even though so they never reach the place when they expect. But if you look the way we beat them now, even what the way Senator cry, even some northern Senate people don't unite. The one put mouth say South Africa, what did they do? So somebody they talk yesterday now for house say made a sanction South Africa, made that diplomatic tie. And I know say if Nigeria do the thing will get ahead. So Nigeria they take the right step, even though say they never reach there, but they did there. Now the way the government they cry, they warn them, everybody about the matter for Nigeria. It sweet my belly well.
You know why I bring home say we will pull out for this matter, because person don't go for one place, he don't stay for like maybe 30 years. In all the better part of he don't live out for that place. Maybe person they come another place, and I could wait till one of those returnees now 5 kg. Now they say they go fit carry as load. Imagine person will get cars, he get house, everything. They cost him carry 25 kg. All the life we live. You know, so that person had trauma. if care is not taken.
Very painful.
So tell us how you think say these people will fit take care of them now, because I know say they go need help. As I say we go bring their come, you know say governments they all be say they don't go bring their come now. They wear a manner. May they tell you their life before you know some now go begin the fire what they want to survive any which way. So tell us how we supposed to handle these people as they come.
The matter is strong, because if you look at these people where they bring back, they don't carry anything come. And who carry 25 years now? Somebody who don't spend 15 years, 20 years, and maybe get what they do there, they work. You understand? You get family, it carry only 15 kg come, you know, each person where they, that one, the person already is stranded, even as they return back for Nigeria now, it is stranded. And another bad thing when no good way they happen, we say, this thing will happen, no plan for them. So now, it be say, government now and everybody within Nigeria go begin to look at how they want to help these people. Because if you ask me, no serious plan for them. You know, the plan we did now just to make sure see they bring them come first, come Nigeria. But as it did now, nothing they as they want to survive now. Because even the people where they will never feel survive finish for Nigeria now. People where they come and they go survive. So the reality where they grant now be say that thing where they carry come, no go fit help them do go anywhere. And Nigeria will not be prepared to see how them go taste, because government said they go bring 1,000 people. Like we talk, flight come yesterday for midnight. Then another flight that they prepared to come today, which is the last flight, today na 10th. Now if you put this number, you know what 1,000 be? 1,000 are plenty crowd. And nothing where they carry come. Some no even owe money. Some, you get some people who talk, say, when I watch where they say they don't go embassy. Go to sleep for embassy, they don't carry anything. Even they don't have money where they take the chop. Now somebody they buy them bread, they will come give them bread with water. So you can see those kind of people who don't spend some time for that place. You get one when I watch when he be say he build a house for there, he do everything with his family, marry with his children. They say make it they go in country. Now that one go live in house, live all in property. How you want to survive if you come this country now? It is very difficult, and things no dey ground we go fit help them now. And if you ask me how we go take help them, well, like we they do, you don't say this one now plenty return now. What would they do? What would they do now? Would they try to help people when it be say need the help on need basis? Because when plenty people come like that, you go select the people where it be say they need a pass. Out of all the children, we call them vulnerable. We check their vulnerable. We call them vulnerable group.
Yes. So vulnerability.
Vulnerability depends on how the vulnerability level they. Then we go begin to categorize them. Before you go reach some people, maybe life don't tire them. So the matter strong. I don't know as we go to do them. And this matter not be for only government alone. As far as I'm concerned, everybody need to put hand to see how we go to support these plenty people where they carry come for us, our brothers and sisters.
You see, at times the way we take they live for Africa, it could pay me for body. If Oyibo they drive Africans, say Africans, go your country, we going to be for Africa to Africa. You remember I said this South Africa, so when do you apartheid, when they maltreat them? Nigeria spend money to
contribute the salary.
Nigeria spend money, Nigerians say no, we not go agree. We do everything to see say they get freedom. See South Africa now say
they don't forget.
Now Nigerians don't make that they get job. Now Nigerians don't make that they see food job.
Some don't they beg now. They say things don't the cost now. Shops no open. They want to open. You know what you know, Sabi, you know Sabi. Now you don't set.
Because the Nigerians where they do business before they pack come off for the shop now. The South Africans don't feel rent the shop. Then business go to collapse. For what we say, them go get their own effect with all of these things. Me they talk say these are our brothers and sisters when they come home and they want to the guy we both they talk and they come back to the society.
Yeah, when our integration with the when they go integrate
when they don't get problem. You know why? Because if they don't see space to enter, they go force space. So now when they want to try to force all those space, so now wahala don't come.
Big wahala. I don't know. If you ask me, I go say make government make them plan where, make them put these people in integration. That is, make them bring them inside the matter. As they take plan, they go bring them come with aeroplane. Make them plan as they go take support them. You understand? If you watch me, I'm not saying it's difficult to, because this matter, I don't be inside this matter for a long time. In short, how many years now? I don't reach, and I don't do more than 15 years when I help people will return, both crowd and individual. It is hard before government put mouth into this thing. So now when this thing don't happen like this, me I dey beg, if government go fit bring up program, we go fit support these people. Make them not abandon them, say make them go their place like what they see now. Once they don't come for airport, they don't receive them, so give them those recharge card and some kind of support that they give them, they go say make them go. This thing where they say make them go, you know good though. Somebody who don't do for another country for years, plenty years, come back to Nigeria. You know, carry anything come back. Because make it go house, go stay. After some time, party go.
Even get house where you won't go. Some no get house where they won't go.
The ones who get house, go. The ones who no get house, plenty. Go, they stranded. Yesterday, get somebody will call me. Say they return from Dominican Republic. In the street, for 10 days, they sleep for under bridge and for roadside. Then they call me, say the guy say you no get where he go sleep, you no get family where he won't go. He don't come out since for the past 15 years. No, he confused. I come tell us, okay, I get shelter where you go stay, but I don't get money when I go give you, but I get where you feel they put head. So all these kind of things, some people say now where they go put head they need. Some need support, where do they go do? So many problems. You get one where they carry come to from India, say 16 years, they walk. They don't bundle and tell us, oh yeah, airport. Now the guy come back with one small bag. Now that one too, the same problem. Now we don't carry crowd come now from South Africa. This one Africa, we dey expect some from UK, Germany, Europe. All of them go enter back to Nigeria. So now big problem. So I don't know as government, because the problem na government, the solution na government. Waiting them go feed do for this matter when they go make them easy, so that any other person will be support. You know, churches who big men who will go feed support and support they go give.
Now the matter when me carry you come here. What we go do, all of us go do. Now let me carry you come here. But before I enter what we go do now, I want talk one thing. You get one thing when you talk, say when person don't sit down for inside house, frustration don't they enter, bad thing figure they enter in mind. And we don't need all those kind of bad things. Now with the security problem for this country, it's not too plenty. Wait, make another one go out. Join them. Because now when they sit down, no do anything. Now they for the teach person, when they take drug before they take drug. Before you know it, before you know it, you don't get group, you don't go join.
Many problems when they follow that thing. I mean they tell you, because I don't see, you know, you get one time. If you know, you get one time when it be say Libya matter strong. how many years ago? 2011. When they pack all of them come back, about 14,000. They come back, majority of them are from Edo State. After some time, I can't go Edo State, can't go do rally, carry people, Libya people, can't go to beg government, say I beg go, make them not abandon these people, say problem go day. If they abandon, when these boys come stay after some time, nothing they happen. Some of them begin do bad things. They begin that time come the year say they run for this place, they run for this place, they run for Aduawa, they run for Dubai, different places. Plenty matter come day. The people they rob, they go to hear them, they speak Arab. I can't when I hear the thing, I can't say you see because the same people not they hear. Somebody we don't go another country, go also. You read there, stay for years, can't come back. You can't abandon them for years. You know, look, say the person.
They suppose profile all those.
Now what they talk now? Not the process when they talk. So the integration.
Not the one when actually get work.
Yes.
In South Africa. The ones when not get work when I first the day for South Africa, you go know them.
Yes.
Then you go follow them up.
The first stage.
That's what you both they do.
That's what they do. The first stage of return when people return now profiling. When they profile inside that profiling, then you go know the level of the people where they there, their vulnerability status, who them be, how they waiting them be before they travel, or waiting them be as they return. Then you go know whether these people, which people need help now. Which some of them even carry plenty sickness come. You go to abandon them, put them for street. You know, I don't know as we go take Saturday do day well for Nigeria. Make we see this in a part of the system.
Okay, you don't get experience where for all this matter. If person say you first go Libya now, nobody go believe. Say,
no go believe.
Go Libya before because now you don't turn fresh boy. So that made me they ask you say, when you come, that time when you come that year, how? Because I know say when you come, you go see face this frustration. You don't go know where you for start. So how you take survival?
That is the matter. Be say. It is difficult for person to survive them, except you tell yourself. Now you go tell yourself. Now the bitter truth say this waka when you go. Now something pursue you come out go for this waka because nothing dey ground. Then if you don't get stranded, come back. Come see say that place road no day and survival dey hard. Like what people they see now, the reality don't dey now. It's either you don't get anything they do there or they pursue you come back. Now when you come back, only you go tell yourself say this coming back when I they come back. So now me go solve my problem because nobody go help you. Now what the decision when I take will help me be that when I come back, if you see me, I don't get anything again. I be like, if you see me, you go pity me. As I come back, I tell myself, I say, oh, me will be like, will be say, Nigeria, me leave Nigeria, I won't go suffer for another country because I find money. As I come back, I use my mind, tell me, say, I must make am for this country. And for you to make am for this country, you need to do a lot of things. Whether you, anything where you be before, when you fail, before you fail, that thing drop out, start afresh. Now be waiting to happen now. If you don't come, if you come back with empty hand, you know, carry any, just calm your mind, start afresh. You know, it go hard though, it had me. Because when I come, the first thing when I do be say, I avoid everybody where I know, where know me. Because I don't want frustration. I can't come out, go place where nobody know me. Now there I stay for 1 year. Make I first recover myself. Because when I come, after I recover myself, when I don't do this work, the first thing when I do now to establish shelter where people, boys like me, men like me will come back, but they stay where they come. Because everybody need a place to stay first, to take things, to take recover, not even food, not
because
even work.
It get one man when I see when he come back, he no get where they stay. Now he sister, husband, family like that. A darling man, we don't do over 20-something years in South Africa. He they do photography and everything. Now he come back. No way to put his head. He need to go they follow people. They stay. People when if they say money can't give, that child say Mona eat.
After 1 week, they go for Satan. 1 week too fast. By the time they don't feed them, help them once, 2 times, they go tell them. They go tell them in life story.
Okay, now you don't talk first thing. You say they need where they go put their head.
They need where they go relax.
Then if they don't see where they will relax. Because I don't want to talk about government.
No.
You know, I don't want to talk about government. Because we know government. for Nigeria. If not be because of say system failure, some of these people wey go South Africa no suppose go.
Who be South Africa? Who be South Africa?
They no suppose go.
Who be South Africa?
Na because of say we go just dey this country, some people go school finish, no work to school. Some person go even dey work, e go be like say no dey work. All those many matter.
People
so I don't want we plan, make we give them with government.
No.
If government let them bring their own,
no, you know what I tell you. No, the government help me. Let me help myself.
Now the hope when you help yourself, you want teach them how to
help themselves. You don't know me for a long time now. I don't agree. And this country, opportunities plenty. Now just say it hard to break into that opportunity. But with what they happen, if you settle yourself, you go break into that opportunity. But you need to first of all recover. You never recover when they talk. I mean, because some people when they come back like this, they go, hurry, may they help them, may they do this. That time when you take come back, now the time when you go take think. Because many things don't spoil. Many things don't spoil. Some people with the expectation they cut off. Okay, you come back, family they wait, make you bring something, you don't bring anything. Family go frustrate you, friends go frustrate you. So you need to replan. And also family need to help these people too. All this wahala too much. Too much expectation also from these people, too much. They need to calm down, make these people fair recover before they begin to support them. You get one, as he come back, when you know see any support, the guy go kill himself. The guy go kill himself. He said no go fit survive. Said he travel because he won't help his brothers, he won't help his family, he won't do he die now, but the people who die live, they survive now. So until people begin to get sense, say, first of all, recover, heal yourself. Then you start life afresh. Opportunities day. Train yourself in different things where you go feel do. Today, as I did now, since when I come back, I dream, even those have been graduate before I go. Graduate will not give me work before I travel. As I come back now, I can't get to the begin to upgrade myself, begin build my capacity, begin look for opportunities, begin look for ways when it be say, at least I feel become better human being for the society. Support people. So people should make them begin to look inside themselves. But first of all, may they heal themselves first. May they recover from the wound where they get as they return back. Because that thing is very important. If you don't recover fast, the thing will do. And it will make you go they do some kind of things where you're not supposed to do. Some people go into drugs, some people go into excessive drinking, some people go into smoking, different things. Because they feel say now the thing will go feed, they give them small they go to cope. All those things don't they help cope. Rather, they put you more into trouble and your head go bad. And if your head they go bad, your life don't be short with that. So my advice now say make everybody begin looking what. No, forget about government. Government fee come, we know they talk say they fee no come. But you yourself, now what you feel do for yourself, now they more important. Pass what government fee do for you.
You see, when they talk now, they count things where they talk. You don't talk and say the person go first of all get where he go put his head.
Yes.
Make he rest well for all the problem we don't do. All the night when all those South African people take the pursue for night where you don't see where he sleep, they run the hide, and all those things. He need to get where he go put his head, make him fair rest first. Rest well. Then two, you can talk and say he also needs make he start to rethink, they replan, they rethink. Then you don't sit talk and say, make family members this time, make them remove hand for give us too much pressure on them. My brother, you know say they talk and say, and I don't mind. We don't talk and just.
Now devil workshop now. Now devil take the play drum.
Where devil for the work.
They play better music there.
But you know say if person come back like this, you know he get one thing way they do. You know go to think am. You know go to think like that. I go let it. Okay, I don't lost time, but with time I go gain what I lost back because he get what they do. So what you think say? Government feed do now more talk government tone to quickly help these people get what they go do.
You know,
because some people go where the government now the fit come out and now they go send up now me send you message. So what you call concern you. You know say they quick talk. That one senator, that one way talk recently. That one bites me. Say government government no get responsibility to give citizen food chop.
Now be the problem.
Now citizen go find food wey wan chop by himself. Senator dey talk that kind thing. When you know say all our booze, bandits don dey inside.
Yes.
You say make people go. If they enter inside bush now, they go kidnap them. You dey carry security dey waka. Oga, the way una dey do things, make una dey know say God dey. Make una dey know say God dey. Make una dey know say God dey.
Okay.
Government no dey cook food for pot give person.
No na.
But government go plan. Environment.
Social security.
When you go fit enter bush even 12 midnight,
wetin we dey
they
talk
no go kidnap you.
But no dey.
But e no dey. You see they say government no fit give you food. Government no fit give you food.
You know dey.
My brother abeg, wetin you think say government go fit?
You know dey. You know like you talk. You know, I don't first talk, say, make everybody think for himself, thinking what, see what he go fit do for himself. Now, number one solution be that. Then secondly, we will continue to the talk. Make them try to see what program where they go create for these people. Because you see, for us, for what I don't learn for inside this matter, reintegration will not be 1 day, not be 1 month, not be 2 months, not be 3 months, not be 4 months, not be 5 months. Reintegration na process. You understand? And that process, they plan them. Make them do program for these people. When it be say anywhere where they dey. You get some what I see, the Edo State government received them which day here. Some days ago, I see the DG and the First Lady. They received them for Edo State. So make states identify the people who come from there, because federal government if you do everything. Make states identify people from their own states for their state. Make them do arrange program. Many programs there for state where they go fix them, where they go begin the pick up, do 1 or 2 training, give them support. They start their business. The ones who they do some, many of them get handwork. May they support their handwork, support them so that they go settle down. The other day, Abia State governor wife, I think he built a house for a widow. Give them key, give them everything, furnish them. Which means Nigeria still get what we fit do for these people. Because if we not do anything for these people, now big problem, oh, now big problem. So men fit do, make government at the state level identify their people. Begin breaking.
Comrade, when you go to talk times, say you see those state government.
Yes, I see.
They come gather the return.
Yes, welcome them.
Welcome them.
Receive them.
They receive them.
Now maybe they talk.
They top price for government. They go chop rice. Then they go come tell them many stories.
They do program
tell them many story finish. Waiting follow. Now they talk.
Now let me talk. Say not be 1 day, not be 2 days, not be 1 month. Because that 1 day, 2 days on rise and welcome.
You know that thing when you first talk. When they talk about was it 2011?
Yes.
Yes. Crowd come.
Money
are there.
40,000. Yes.
40, we follow them. Edo Benin Motel opposite. They put them for them.
Yes.
Because that time, be like say some foreign governments get some money when they want bring come say may they take the assist all this person and may they not come back again and all those things.
Yes.
But how those things stay end?
No, it work.
I say end now. You they say work.
If you watch now, no. If you watch,
where those people there to the when they dey.
If you watch now, you go no see.
Comrade, I want to ask. I ask you a question. I say those people wey come for all those parties, where they dey today?
Some don't get support. Some, not everybody get support because the number are plenty.
I fit tell you say some don't go back.
Plenty. Not
so wetin we dey talk?
Plenty don't go back.
I ask government today. Government no even get the data of these people again. You no fit know to trace them go again.
Yes, that be the thing. But you get some. I no go because say Nigeria get as e be, no mean say I go condemn everything.
No, not be condemn. I'm pretty sure we dey fight the just matter now.
It still get because the pressure wey we don dey put since some kind things they try with some kind fight wey we dey put, but they never try finish. They need to put, you get what they call system. They need to put system in place to dey help, to dey support all these kind things wey we dey talk now. Now, if you look these people, if you abandon them like we talk, if 20 people out of 1,000 get support, nothing don't happen. They do program for ground, like we talk about this 14,000 now. This 14,000, maybe around 1,000 or 2,000 they help. Other people don't find their way. You go surprise say some of these people wey come back from South Africa, they among those people wey return that time, wey find their way to another country. Because if the way the thing they go, if they come back, they stay, nothing happen. They find another country, they begin go.
But what they talk say make our government begin to find way where they go take sanction South Africa for this thing, because if they not do them, you go see say some small other countries go still won't do all these things against Nigerians, especially with say they don't kill some Nigerians for this attack matter where they attack them for South Africa. So maybe they go back their country, because if we they do like this, they keep quiet. Small countries go begin the one they stand for our head very soon.
One day they go come here.
So we need to tell them, say, we for Nigeria will be big brother Africa, and we be giant of Africa. Now here we go show giant. Not be made with the show giant to ourselves inside Nigeria. Now here we go show giants. Now to tell South Africa, say we be giant. You know, if we treat our people like this, make we leave you go. My people, if you don't come back, like you see what we they talk for you, I beg make you try apply some of these things when our brother don't talk for you, because he don't pass through it, they pass through so. And today, they okay. At least in they try, they feed, they live for Nigeria. Now he say no one will go anywhere again.
That's what this are not
remain for here. So you will not say he don't start to they do one or two things where they put food for a table for here. I beg, make you take those steps and see how those steps will help you. My people, I know say our brother for Abuja don't they knock door, say make we come out, make him come. So make we go Abuja, make the program continue for there. Now thank you, Nathan, with us.
My brother Buje, I really appreciate. I follow your discussion well, and not be lie the lie. What Nigerians go through for South Africa, the ones we did, they tell you truth, you not go like the experience. But that same line I want to talk about. I want to talk about social welfare here for Abuja studio. Social welfare now, one of the things where government supposed to do, like to provide housing, to provide health care, to provide employment, to provide food for the people where they not fit, where their hand not reach to fit provide those kind of things. That make me bring the former director of the welfare department here for FCT. I didn't there for you. Me name is Dr. Sani. I'm a doctor. Good morning.
Good morning, my fellow Nigerians.
Welcome. You were head of welfare department before here for FCT. You see, say this country, Nigeria, we get that kind of package, or they just create that department. Say me not be like say we not get that department, we just create that. We get that kind of package to fit assist vulnerable Nigerians.
Well, if you look at it carefully, Nigeria is not a welfarist nation. The truth, that's the basic parts. It's not a welfarist nation, but welfare is a kind of service that ought to be taught the vulnerable to better their lives.
This program, try and bring that down. You understand? You see, Nigeria not be welfarist nation. That means Nigeria,
yes,
the structure, the pattern, the people will not do welfare.
Not that they know they do welfare. When you say welfarist nation, like a totalitarian nation like North Korea, where government do everything, provide everything, even what to do, how to work, whatever in North Korea is government that is totally in charge. But in Nigeria here, if you look at it, we are operating a kind of system whereby you sit up and fend for yourself. That's the truth. Government is doing something in terms of welfare, but every administration have their area of priority. If you look at this present administration, let me talk about the Abuja FCT as a territorial administration. If you look at it carefully, the head of the administration, that is the minister, his own priority is in terms of providing infrastructure. If you look at it, he has little or less attention in terms of human developmental aspect. That's the truth. There is a secretariat, social development secretariat, that's supposed to be in total charge of to the vulnerable.
Social secretariat now, where do they get their money from? Now from the minister or federal government, they give them direct.
So there is from the minister.
Administration, I want to build roads. Other secretariats could just do like that.
That's it. You have already answered it. That's it. Without funding, rating. Although this is democratic, and would they say government of the people, by the people, for the people, whereby individuals, you know, NGOs, other, you know, voluntary organizations, we call it civil society, whatever, right? They are expected to equally contribute and support the government in providing such services. When I was a director there, during the former administration of Muhammadu Buhari, your own station was a living witness of some of the services we provided for the vulnerables. Yes. We look at some of our young ladies who motivate their body in order to make a living. You are a living witness. We roll out a program whereby we support them. Those who are interested to further their education, to better their life, we are given an opportunity. Those who are into different kind of petty trade, entrepreneurship, we provided that ground. The place was Jabi Primary School, where we get support from different organizations. EFCC supported us, DSS supported us, even police supported us, with both instructors and some organizations supported us with items. I could remember the then Minister of Budget of the Federal Ministry of Finance was there live with his people, and he supported our program. So we intend to start more than 5, but at the end of the day we ended up with more than 5,000 students, those who show interest. And most of them are children of the vulnerable families, peasants. Many of them who cannot even afford to pay for their children to write NECO and WAEC. So we provided that program whereby they were given the opportunity, and many of them did well.
Doctor, you get what you talk here now, but we must remain for the topic. You understand what we discuss now? We talk about welfare for Nigeria. You say Nigeria not be that kind of people they take care of the people, the welfare, welfare society. But the role of the government now to protect, and at the same time, what you they protect, you they provide for.
Yes. But in a nutshell, you know, let me make one thing clear here. You see, my problem is, yeah, I'm a politician now. Even you are a politician. Okay. Politics is everywhere. Okay. In your house, on the road, wherever there is hurricane. So the thing is, say, you know, I may be good in that kind of, anyway, let me try. No any policy of government which is bad or which is meant to be bad for the citizen. It depends on how the citizen they look, how the citizen they embrace it, how the citizen they put them for practical to implement. I mean, that makes the program or the policy to be good or bad. When I say the country is not a welfare nation, well, in the sense that if you made your country to be a welfare whereby government to provide everything, people will be lazy, and you will not see tangible progress and prosperity.
No, like now, for instance, now, if I won't get a house for Nigeria, at my level, so I work to the pay me money every 30 days or 28 days, and they collect salary. No matter how small, I feel so okay. I will pay 20,000 or 30,000 to get a house for welfare, for mortgage.
Wait.
You understand? Government figure that kind of plan. Health, so the government get plan for NSIF, all those kinds of plans they bought. What do they try to talk about? Others clients, you don't travel around, you don't see how it be. So okay, if became born, you get what the government supposed to do. You get a good pikin supposed to, government supposed to assist. You get a good supposed to as an elderly person where you not feel work again. You get what the government supposed to do. Now that department today, if the government they lacking
they lack in some areas, you will tell us the truth, because these people are truly talk, and you will find solutions so that this government, your party, Nigerians, young people will learn if what they see for this administration is wrong. All right.
Thank you. See, my bros, that's why they talk say government to be making salary for everybody free without doing anything. We are Africans here. We are yet to reach that level of development, to be honest. If you look at it, say, one, even our taxing system, corruption is what makes the team not to work the way you think. Believe me, now, as we did, if government says we introduce that country to make everything free for every citizen, let me tell you, some group of unpatriotic citizens will corner it at one area. Me and you were there when palliative was distributed. What happened? So many people corner it.
Went to school, not they.
Thank you. We talk about school feeding. Where the school feeding? Tell me. Tell me, now you go answer this question. When you talk, say...
We don't forget that one also.
Then you forget that one. School feeding, come, what will happen? So many programs to better the people's life. What we like in Nigeria, patriotism zero. Yes, I must say this. I fear no, I must tell you. And this patriotism from downstairs, we the grassroots, down to the leaders. Because we support the leaders, we are supporting the leaders to do what they do with the abusing everything. Now you go to Motor Park, go to Petit Roadside Market. You see a petty trader trying to cheat his own fellow customer by small thing of 100 naira or so. I've seen whereby a trader, a petty trader is the same small thing. Somebody will come buy him. He may give the trader money, still collect the item, still they ask for change. What do you mean that? Is it government or individuals? God bless you. So it takes a typical patriotic citizens to make a working nation to work and achieve that welfare system.
When we go small in second, your department, let me bring you come. These people, these vulnerable people like beggars, alamajiris, people they sell for streets, what thing they bring them to that kind of position in the country?
Thank you. That way as I be pass. You see, if you come to issue of begging before, begging was for people that lack, and when they get to go race. But as time goes by, some people that are lazy, who are parasite to the economy of the society, turn begging to be a business. You see a healthy individual, a girl or a young man, they go do cosmetic services, cold hand, to decorate part of the body like say he get one kind of terrible injury, to cash on people's sympathy. I be this, I be that, I be this. Some of them are far richer than you and me. I served in that department. I was into that enforcement for more than 30 years, to tell you. I remember 1997 in Area 1, where they built that park, that garden park, the Goli Julius Park. Myself and one senior police officer, by then he was the DPO Gerki. In Davao, he retired as AIG long time ago. In the night, we are parking these beggars to go to a transit camp, profile them and so that and take them to their burial state. We are packing waste to bury some rubbish. One old woman was having a very big vessel of rag. We were thinking it's ragu. Wallah, was money. Huge plenty money. The old man rush, hold on like this. Now my money, my money. In Davao was dumbfounded when we saw what is there.
How much? You reached like 50,000?
Which can be 50,000. This 1997, the money we did there in hundreds of thousands. I was the one who took that woman down to Zamfara, handed her over to the Commissioner of Home Affairs at that time, and they made her to know the parcel this woman was taking on her back, no be baby, no be item, no money. people know this business. These are the kind of people who are talking, say they be parasite in the society. They gather the money, they will not invest it, they pack it. You are a litmus. Your own station covered one of the women that we apprehended when I was there as a director. The woman was caught with how much? 500,000 cash. Beggars, yes. All the media houses covered it. It was in public that we handed over back the money. When her biological child came, for him to take her down home, this woman disowned him. She claimed he wasn't her own son. Thank God, we know what we're doing. We asked him of his other uncles in the village. He gave us their number. We called her immediate senior brother, uncle to that guy. He described the woman. We did video call. He says she's her sister, and the guy studying is her son. He told us the village she covered everything. Otherwise, she put that boy in trouble, because we think, say, he will come to carry old woman for ritual, maybe for the money safe. Imagine woman to carry a child 9 months and to deny him for money issue. Tell me, that vulnerability? She was in her license. You are the same woman that we trained in that center for tailoring. It went 3 weeks for their graduation for them to be given starter pack. Starter pack now, I tell you, they give them the red name. We give them the machine for those who major in trained in tailoring. Give them items for the tailoring and add some money. It went 3 weeks. This woman sneak and disappear.
Now for the give us small 50 naira now for her past day. Yes, now.
So business making.
But these people they bring come now from South Africa. As a person we get idea for this welfare department now. These people when they return from South Africa now, what in our government supposed to fit do to assist them in that kind of condition?
Yes, that's what we call psychosocial therapy, because the trauma or what they encounter there will make their brain change. They know why they leave the country, go there, and they know the kind of investment, the effort they put in their own investment. They know pretty well. You understand? This is where this diaspora commission, refugee commission, social and this rehabilitation departments, ministry should come on board. One, to subject these people to psychosocial counseling. That is one. Then the government to now come on board to give them a kind of an intervention, social intervention, to support them for them to settle. Before the government now negotiate with South African government for some of the things they live there, how they go settle up. Because they earn their livings legitimately there. They invest and they made it. You see, you may ask a question. I was a civil servant some few months or a year ago, and I'm now wearing a political party, like a political organization kind of jacket. You didn't ask me that question. Why am I wearing it?
I look you now. I'll ask you before you go.
Thank you. If you look at the right, RHGN, Renew Hope for Greater Nigeria, not Renew Hope Agenda, not Renew Hope, Renew Hope for Greater Nigeria.
APC.
Yes. Why APC? You may ask me why this Renew Hope. This Renew Hope for Greater Nigeria is a group of patriotic citizens aimed at checking most of all these governmental organizations to see what have you done to the citizens. You as government requesting for re-election.
Okay.
You understand? So us, we are not going to campaign to do this.
So we're going with your own, with you now with this. You don't do inside government, and now you're out of government. This administration, you see, say Nigerians want me them come back because what we don't discuss today. You see the number one tell us we will not be welfare society. As Nigerians, we need to overeat, we need shelter, we need good security. They see
all this. The citizens are contributing to the problem in a major way.
But the government, that their first work is to protect.
Yes.
So this administration, they don't do their work, well, they will come back.
Thank you. That's a better question. Me and you will answer this question together. What is the government doing? And what are the citizens expected to do? It's just like a doctor and patient.
We need to pack up. Just do a sharp.
Okay. See, the citizens are like patients. The government is like a doctor. When a doctor prescribes medicine for you, and you don't follow the instruction, and you have problem, will you blame the doctor?
No, not blame the doctor.
You're not going to blame the doctor. Good. We have issue of insecurity. In every community, you see there are when security people are moving toward that community to deal with the insecurity, the people there will now disclose. He is coming, the big man. See, on social media, a bandit, one by name Mohammed Kachala, who terrorizing Katsina site, happened to come from that side. This man said, the security personnel that they sent there, the people around there are his base all over. Then they tell them how did they move, the number of people on the entourage of the security, the kind of machine guns, everything they are carrying, they do inform him. And you expect him to stay there for them to come catch him or to stop him the atrocity he's committing, because he's enjoying doing it. Didn't you wait? Who are the problem with the citizens? President Minister of State, Minister of Defense was a commander in the Northeast, and now he's in the what do you call it, in the government as a civilian and a minister in the executive. He complained when he was wearing uniform of how they will arrest, they will bring, how the other aspect of the government, that the judiciary, other the way they handle and treat these culprits, this dangerous element in the society, the bandit, the insurgent, and the likes of it. You can see. So we are all complicit in this case.
In our country, everybody will put hands together.
The change begins with you and me.
To make sure, say, the government.
God bless you.
Work. Thank you very much for coming. Next time you will come school on time. You understand?
Perfect.
So that we'll take time to discuss. And I've got people are saying, I know since for studio with Dr. Sanyama, in our former director for welfare department here for FCT, and now you don't enjoy APC. That one a story for another day. We'll go back to Benin, we'll take the news. After the news, the program. Good morning, Nigeria. We'll still continue.
A very beautiful morning to you. Thank you for joining us on the news update on ITV. I am Lawrence Osifo. The Edo State Independent Electoral Commission, EDSEC, has said that all is set for Saturday's local government elections with logistics, adequate training, and formal ad hoc staff, and mobilization of security observers, the media, and other partners on all duly participating people in the election. The distribution of sensitive and non-sensitive materials, which will soon be distributed according to established operational procedures. Chairman of the Commission, Sir Jonathan Ifobokian, speaking on the operations for the exercise and preparations for the exercise with newsmen at the headquarters of the Commission at Oko Ogba off Airport Road in Benin City, appealed to the electorate to turn out in mass to vote for the candidates of their choice. The report filed in by Donald Ehime is presented by Mausa Ugiagbe.
At the office of the Edo State Independent Electoral Commission, EDSEC, in Oko Ogba, Airport Road, Benin City, evidence of tidying up preparations for the Saturday's local government election were visibly present, with voting materials orderly arranged and ready to be distributed. EDSEC Chairman Sir Jonathan Ifowohan says there will be restriction of movement between 6 a.m. and 3 p.m., disclosing that about 10,000 ad hoc staff have been both technically and digitally trained for the election, adding that that concrete arrangements have also been instituted for hitch-free election in riverine areas. Sir Jonathan Afowohan expressed deep appreciation to security agencies and other partners for their due commitment towards a very successful election, maintaining that modalities have been instituted to ensure smooth, timely delivery of electoral materials as well as uninterrupted ICT and communication.
The Commission has worked diligently over the past several months to ensure that every aspect of the electoral process complies with the Constitution of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, the electoral law of Edo State, and internationally accepted democratic principles.
The Commissioner in charge of ICT and Communication, Dr. Suleiman Ihwaria, in his remarks, assured the people of an election that will reflect their true wish, asking the media and other stakeholders to render objective and balanced services to the election on Saturday.
They will urge you to give a very responsible and accurate reportage of what you see on election day.
Other commissioners at the briefing were Honorable Frank Habib Umoru, Chief Anthony Izwagbe Akpowome, Honorable Thomas Igbomo, and Barrister Hope Osaodion Ikmomosa Ugiagbe, ITV News.
Edo State Governor Senator Monday Okpebholo has solicited for stronger collaboration with traditional rulers across the 18 local government areas of the state to tackle insecurity and other criminal activities. Speaking while receiving traditional rulers from Edo Central and Edo North senatorial districts who paid him a courtesy visit in the government house in Benin City, Governor Okpebholo said that traditional rulers remain critical stakeholders in the fight against crime due to their closeness to their communities. Again, Ikmawosa Ugiagbe give us details.
Governor Okpebholo noted that recent kidnap cases involved local collaborators who are familiar with the movement and financial status of residents. He urged traditional rulers not to encourage or shield criminal elements, stressing that young people should be discouraged from engaging in crime. The governor also appealed to the royal fathers to mobilize support for President Bola Tinubu ahead of the next presidential election, expressing confidence that Edo State could deliver substantial votes for the president.
There are so many crises all over regarding insecurity. And the best person to help me fighting this insecurity are the kings, because you are the one that know your vicinity. Many of those kidnappers that we are arresting now, they are not even from outside. Many of them are our people. So I want to beg the traditional rulers, if we must stop it, we have to work together.
Responding on behalf of the traditional rulers who passed a vote of confidence in the governor, the Ojuromi of Uromi, His Royal Highness Ansem Edonoje II, described his developmental efforts across the state as commendable. The Ojuromi assured Governor Okpebholo of the continued support and cooperation of traditional rulers in promoting peace, security, and development across Edo State.
Your Excellency, we are proud of you and the giant strides you are making in repositioning our state infrastructure as well as other important sectors in our state. We want you to know that we stand with you as we are ready to give you all the support you need from us to ensure your administration's success beyond expectations.
Ikmomosa Ugiagbe, ITV News.
The Edo State Executive Council has approved the appointment of His Royal Highness Senator Francis Ali Mekena as the Okumagbe of Wano Clan in Isako East Local Government Area of Edo State. This is contained in a statement released by the Commissioner of Local Government and Chieftaincy Affairs, Honorable Paul Ohombamu. According to the statement, the appointment of Senator Francis Ali Mekena as the Okumagbe of Wano Clan takes effect from 6th July 2026. The statement congratulates Senator Ali Mekena and wishes him well in the discharge of his responsibility to the people of Okumagbe of Wano Clan. The Catholic Secretariat of Nigeria has announced the death of the Metropolitan Archbishop of the Benin Metropolitancy, Most Reverend Augustine Obiora Akubueze, at the age of 69. A statement by the Secretary General of the Catholic Secretariat of Nigeria, Reverend Father Michael A. Banjo, says the late Archbishop was a unique shepherd who understood that the true development of the church embraces both spiritual renewal and the historic growth of God's people. The statement adds that under his care, the Archdiocese of Benin City witnessed significant developmental stride, noting that he was deeply committed to the welfare of his priests, with the conviction that the future of the church depends on well-formed shepherd. The Catholic Secretariat of Nigeria observed that as an erstwhile president of the Bishops' Conference of Nigeria, he firmly stood as a pillar of orthodox truth, while his patient listening and selfless generosity embodied a passionate shepherd. The body prayed for his gentle soul to rest in peace, while the risen Lord, who conquered death, grant him eternal rest in his kingdom. Igbenedion Education Center has held its 2026 valedictory service for graduating students in the senior secondary school arm, marking the successful completion of their academic session. Usamudema Osagi reported that the ceremony held at the school's chapel featured praise and worship, word ministration, prayers, and spoken word poetry.
Procession by graduates kicked off the event, which featured praise and worship, spoken word poetry, and scripture reading. In his sermon, the officiating minister, Pastor Christopher Usagiede, urged graduates to develop godly character and maintain excellence as they prepare for higher academic pursuits.
Have nothing to do with your fruitful works of darkness as a teenager, and finally, walk wisely.
Special prayers were offered for the graduates as they move to the next phase of their academic journey. Director of Administration, Igbenedion Education Center, Pastor Angela Igbenedion, congratulated the graduating students and appreciated parents for entrusting their children's education to the school.
On behalf of the board, chairman, deputy chairman, board, principals and the management, we appreciate God for keeping them safe. We appreciate the parents. In the midst of it all, no bad reports. God has been faithful.
Some graduating students thanked the school's management, teachers and parents for their support and guidance through their academic sojourn.
And to IEC, I want to say a very big thank you, everyone that's taken care of me in my time at the school.
I want to say a very big thank you to my teachers, the deputy chairman, Lee Cherry, and everybody supported me as I'm graduating.
Some parents expressed gratitude to the school's management and teachers for the quality education and moral upbringing given to the students.
I pray as they progress into the university that it will be a good ambassador of the school, of their families.
I thank God Almighty for taking us from the system to the stage of our children's education life.
100 senior secondary school students successfully completed their secondary education in the 2025-2026 academic session at Igbenedion Education Center, Benin City. From Benin, Osemudeme Osagi, ITV News.
That's the size of our package on the news update on ITV for this time. Don't want to join us at 12 noon and 3 p.m. for the World News. I am Lawrence Osifo, thanking you for watching. Do have a beautiful morning ahead. Bye for now.
ITV, certainly the best.
Good morning, Nigeria, the new program. Of course, we did the last lap now. I salute my brother, Ekanem, for Abuja, and also our brother for Lagos, Ikoria, Agboji, for all the good work and all those interviews. Tomorrow, na local government election for Edo State, and the police and SA don't tell us say the restriction of movement today. I make sure you get PVC and vote for yourself. So by way of wrapping up, let's look at some of the area of growth and begin to set agenda for the new local government chairman, because before he go be like say na grants, now people they talk to.
Actually, Ima Apolola, I believe say some local governments they need to wake up. Immediately, like the one for Via North or Via South, then Ego. One day X is with the city.
They still work for Wood.
Yes.
Wood.
Yes.
Who talk for Wood?
One day, if you go to the secretariat,
yes.
Presently,
yes.
You don't believe see that secretariat what they see that time. 9 days now. Aside that, we don't see here through man around town roads where they don't grade, especially from that Ikubai when they just give the new when they give the tractors and all these things. So from there, I think he started the road from the town here before he go village. So then Kubaha, yes, Kubaha, but we call them for a Simon around and then draw attention to Eweka and he assured us.
Okay, because of time, he get what he could do for this program. For man around time, I hear a local government chairman, the Argo chairman, what they call Sonny Ekpesin, we say governors made to employ 300 vigilantes. So since you dey follow them up, and they come now, Ego talk say he get 300. I listen to her for rush hour. Oredo say he get 300. I listen to her for rush hour. Ego, I'm about to say get 300. So you go let us know whether now true 300 people, all these children, because it's a heavy Obuye dey inside that talk, because the chairs. Wetin we dey see for field and wetin dey on ground no come, so you go let us, since you see say local government is trying
in that vigilante aspect, now the more you look, the less you see. Now bubu na e be. So now the state government no wan do anything about that vigilante.
No way say they pay 300.
Why you go say they pay? Local government wey say local government dey pay in monitor whether they pay. Most of out of 300, some local government dey pay 50.
50 vigilante.
50.
So you go let us know. I want you to go. That's what I'm saying. You go out now. Let us know. Hey, go. Now this is not the repeal, but see what the government talk.
And that is the reason.
That's not the repeal.
That is the reason why they don't talk to Oludara.
That's not the report. So that's what the government.
That's why they don't talk to Oludara. Police don't talk them to Oludara. And they collect daily pay now from the bus drivers.
All right. Time not day again for this program. Like we talk. Make we ensure say for Edo State, if you want outside Edo State, you are free to move. But for Edo State, there will be restriction of movement tomorrow
from morning to 6.
The local government election. I think from 7 a.m. right?
Yeah.
So please let's see how
to 6 p.m.
Please do our voting and vote for the kind of election. For what we hear now, 12 people, 12 political parties that register for this election, and so. Tomorrow to test the political strength of these new political parties now, and they want to take over power from the current government. All the different political parties there, according to ESEC law. By today now, the campaign don start, so we no go mention political parties name again. So we will see how that will go.
If you not get a voter's card to vote, not come out for your house, so not go cause problem for voting centers. So, and if you vote, go your house, go wait. When time reach to another result, you go here. Say you wan dey there cause problem, when you know say you don vote. If police see you, they will arrest you. So if you no get voters card, no comot for your house, remain in your house. When time reach, you go hear who win and who no win.
All right, that's all we wrap up program today. Many thanks to all our technical crew when they do support us for inside the program. On behalf of my brother Thomas Sado, Manager News, ITV Radio, and also the main anchor of this program, and every other person, want to say thank you very much for being with us this morning. We hope to do again next week. I'm sure by next week I will give you a report from another state, and of course the subsequent week also do not report from other states. Bye-bye.
ITV, certainly the best. ITV, certainly the best.
The new Idiom expressed excitement as they danced and rejoiced before the Esama of Benin Sir Chief Dr. Gabriel Osawa Igbenedion, who also joined in the dance. As visiting and paying of homage to various homes of senior elders continued, the initiates spent 7 days performing diverse kinds of rites as required by tradition. They were furnished with rules and regulations regarding their new office as Edion.
That I grew up in this community to the point that they have now also chosen me as an elder in this community. It's a thing of great joy. All thanks to the Esama of Benin, my people, my family, everybody, all Okada community for this great honor. I am very, very grateful.
Well, this is my brother. I'll call him my uncle because he grew up with my father. I'm so proud of him because we are doing the same rituals as the Edions of the Okada. It is our duty for us to make this place a greater place, for outsiders to come and see the goodness of God in Okada. And I'm proud of every one of us here. So shall it be to each and every one of us in Jesus' name.
Odionima, Okada Zima, Esama Zima, Bonazima, Obanazima, Manawe, Mario Sama, Jonena, Nimado Pomisama, Nimado Beken Sama, Emma Dio Warena, Esama, Magbeken, Osaba, Obuyo Bitone, no get Tony Maga, not Yami Magame. Manido Beken, Denena, Emma Yafe, Emma Ato, Emma Agmo, Aropai Uduri, Emma Diawagene, all the Tiagoyano, Emi Magame, and then just question on me our farm.
In this summer, in our father's house, in respect of our initiation to elders Edion level. As tradition demands, we are here today to come and also pay our homage to him, for him to also pray for long life and prosperity.
The climax after 7 days was paying of homage again to the Odion Way, where he gave the initiate the full rights to function and to henceforth participate in meetings with Edion. It will go down in the history and minds of Okada community, Ovia people, Edo State, and Nigeria in general. The ambience, style, and the colorful ceremony associated with the 2025 initiation into the Edion Council of former Governor of Edo State, Chief Lucky Nosaka Igbenedion, his brothers Bright Ayamekwe Igbenedion, Honorable Charles Osenwige Igbenedion, Peter Osawa Igbenedion, Dr. Fred Osawuni Igbenedion, Barrister Mike Osane Igbenedion, Executive Director Operations, ITV and Radio, Chief Elder Ogbedio Wonse, Honorable Efosa Douglas Igbenedion, Ukponwa Igbenedion, Osawe Igbenedion, Edosa Igbenedion, Dr. Daniel Omorige Igbenedion, as well as Agbong Steve Igbenedion, among other sons of Okada. In the evening of the initiation day, all the newly initiated Edion danced to the residents of the Odion Way and also visited some homes of the various senior elders, where Chief Elder Ogbedio Wonse was very conspicuous, especially at the country home of Sir Chief Dr. Gabriel Osawa Igbenedion with his family on the night of the initiation. On the following morning, as part of the rite to be performed by the newly initiated Edion in Okada town, the initiates, led by Chief Edalbedo Onwonse, visited the Esama of Benin, Sir Chief Dr. Gabriel Osaro Igbenedion, at his Okada country home residence to pay homage and appreciate him for all he has done in the development of the community, which has placed Okada in world map. They also thanked him for his role in the success of their ceremony. They commended the Esama of Benin as a custodian of Benin cultural heritage and for revitalizing the age-long tradition of the age-grade ceremony.
Oh, my son, my dear. We say, oh, my dear. Oh, we're not here. Is that where I not over? Yes. You're not do so much. Yes, my dear. Where's it happening? Where's it happening? Oh, not here. Where's it? What's my dear? Is it? Você papai você
Sama tope.
Ise.
Sama tope.
Ise. Wayagi magbo me sama me. Wayagi magbo
Esama of Benin Kingdom thanked the new Edion for visiting him and advised them to always abide by the rules and regulations of their new positions. The Esama urged them to indulge in what will continue to bring development and progress to the community.
When I say it's your job, I wait to us and I know what I will.
Yes, Papa.
Caliban wa yina ko pono na wisdom. Upedio. Baba. Eko mwana sewa.
Ndiyo.
Ewa ya lo nete dirwe asewa ma. Awe huwe ni ne. Ejo wi. Ejo na wele. Ejo na pulupe. Ejo na mluri akwa wa yoda. Ba ko ba. Ojo we. Kaje de na ya de wo yi. Wa we ate wo na mo no ma se lo ka yi.
ITV, certainly the best.
Welcome to another edition of your program, Hitches and Voices. On this program, our conversation centers around persons with disability. My name is Kingsley Okoje. Don't forget that this program is brought to you by Network for the Advancement of People with Visible Disability, NADVID. NADVID is a non-governmental organization based here in Benin City that is advocating for the rights of persons with disability. Special apologies today because we are unable to have our sign language interpreter, which is made to cater for our deaf audience. But subsequently, we'll be able to fix that and we'll have a sign language interpreter on set. Today is the 12th of June, 2026. It's Democracy Day, a day set aside to celebrate our democracy. I don't know if I can still refer to our democracy as nascent, because we've gone more than a decade, and that's no mean feat. On the program today, our attention is going to settle around the subject of democracy and disability participation. And who is best to have this conversation with us? We have with me in the studio a very revered and highly distinguished personality, Melody Omosa Esquire, one who has cast a niche for himself, not only in the disability community, but in our nation. I'll call him a national treasure because he's behind the conceptualization of the Braille Ballot Guide, a voting material that is meant to aid voting for the visually impaired. So you can understand why I call him a national treasure. Barrister Omosa, welcome to Hitches and Voices.
Thank you very much. Always a delight when I have the opportunity to be with our audience and viewers.
Welcome. I'd like to say a big thank you to our audience who are following on radio, and those of you who have taken out time to follow us on television as well. A big shout out to the management of ITV for walking the talk when it comes to disability inclusion. They have made Hitches and Voices a household name in Edo State by ensuring that this program comes to you live on television and on radio simultaneously. But back to the subject. Today we are talking democracy. Like I said, I don't know if I can refer to our nation's democracy as nascent. I would like to have your overview on this. What's your take on Nigeria democracy? Do you think it has properly evolved? Do you think our democracy can rank among celebrated democracy in other climes?
All right, thank you so very much. Thank you, viewers and listeners, for joining us again on Hitches and Voices. 29th May 2026, our democracy became 27 years, and that in an economy that is stable, in developed societies, if when things go according to plan, a man or a woman that is 27 years is already a father or a mother, have graduated and started living their life. So by no stretch of imagination should our democracy again be referred to
as nascent.
27 years down the line.
He's a grown man.
He's a fully grown man. And I'm happy that today, of course, that leads me back. Chief Anthony Enahoro was said to have moved for the independence of Nigeria in 1959 at the Western House of Region, the Western House. Then, when he was but 26 years. So, when juxtaposed against our democracy, the Fourth Republic, that is already 27, you agree with me readily that it is not a baby anymore. But it's a long way. But of course, when juxtaposed with other democracies, United States, France, and all that, well, we are still a very long way away. But we're talking about June 12th, the 12th of June, and I'm sure many of these present, the Gen Z generation, they call them, except they do a little bit of history, may not have known why June 12th.
But unfortunately, history has been taken away from our
curriculum. Very unfortunately. You recall that on the 29th of May 1999, the military handed over to a civilian elected government, and President Olusegun Obasanjo became the president, and that day was set aside as democracy. But down the line, there was a clamor that before May 2029, there was a June 12th, where MKO Abiola, Moshood Kasimu Olayiwola Abiola, was elected by an election that are then adjudged to be the freest and fairest election that was organized where he won, had a landslide victory on the way to become the Third Republic president on the 12th of June 1993. Unfortunately, that process was cut short in that the elections were annulled, I think on the 23rd of June that same year, by the then head of state, General Badamasi Babangida. And of course, a year after, he declared himself in 1994 as as president, saying that the military under Abacha was unwilling to hand over to him. He was incarcerated, and in 1998 he died. The first from his own part of the region, Ogun State and the whole of the western region, continue to clamor that he should be recognized as an elected president, even though that process was cut short because he was sliding to victory very comfortably before that whole process was stopped. So for the western states, they continue to recognize June 12th as Democracy Day. That for them, that is the proper day of democracy, and would even declare those days as public holiday. But Mohammed Buhari, of blessed memory, the president between 2015 and 2023, I think a year or two before he left office, recognized June 12th and declared it a Democracy Day. What this president has done now is that June 12th is not, no, I think Buhari recognized that Abiola actually won the election and that he declared him as a former president. But this administration has properly recognized June 12th as Democracy Day. And instead of having a public holiday on the 29th of June, 29th of May, June 12th has now been declared as Democracy Day. However, the handing over day and change of government from one administration to another remains on the 29th of May because it's a constitutional matter. But my take would be that the National Assembly should allow this to reflect. This is popularly accepted to move our Democracy Day by 13 days from May 29th to June 12th. Not, however, this administration or parent elected president and National Assembly, state governors and state houses of assembly benefiting from it. But this administration can do that so that whosoever is elected next will know that the taking over date and handing over date will not be on June 12th. No need to recognize May 29th and also recognize June 12th simultaneously as Democracy Day. So that's the brief history of what has happened. So Nigeria is no longer, we are a grown adult, and we should be seeing some features of an adult who is actually growing and in charge.
All right, you said something very stunning, that a 26 years old Auntie Onaru moved for the independence of Nigeria.
Yes.
And I'm wondering where our current 26 years old, where they are now. I'm sure they are out there hustling for jobs, trying to get themselves one employment or the other. Meanwhile, years ago, a young Anthony Onaru had the opportunity to be in an assembly where he could move that motion. One would have expected that we would have evolved to a point where we have younger people in position of authority to impact governance. But like you said, a 27-year-old child is a grown man, and there are certain things expected of him. And we are hoping that we'll continue to mature. But let's come back to disability participation now. There's the issue of democratic inclusion. Do you think our democracy as it stands today is more inclusive of persons with disability? And what does democratic inclusion looks like?
All right, thank you very much. In democracy, we say there's always a social contract between the government and the people. And that is what distinguish or differentiate the system of government to other types of government. Whether the monarchical system of government that is largely by hereditary, or the authoritarian system of government, or the theoretical system of government, where people take either by religious inclination or by other forms assume rulership position, not even leadership. But any form of democracy, being parliamentary, presidential, provided the people have the free choice, can participate and decide who their elected representatives will be. It is said that the people willingly donate their power to their representative, and therefore a social contract exists between the government and the governed. And I think that opportunity to participate in those who lead you should be the starting point. You don't wake up and say government is not responsive and responding to the yearnings of their citizenry, when in the first place you have no say whatsoever in either due to lethargy or you fail to perform your civic responsibility, or the opportunity to so do was not even provided in the first place. The point I'm struggling to make is that democracy starts from when the people are able to participate and decide who leads them. And it is to that extent that inclusion should be the bedrock and the watchword of every system, democratic system, that is aimed at bringing everyone on board. And to how inclusive can we say the democracy is for persons with disability, I would say the conversation is on, but we are yet not there at all. We have started because I recall that I and the organization I lead, NABID, or Network for the Advancement of People with Disabilities, were a part of a process where we campaigned for Access Nigeria Disability Vote Matter campaign, where we engaged the Independent National Electoral Commission, the National Assembly, and other relevant governmental bodies to the end that they would make our electoral process and open enough for participation by persons with disabilities.
All right, we'll go to the issue of electoral participation. They usually say that in democracy, majority have their way, and the minority can have their say.
And only have their say, yeah.
I know that the community of persons with disability, we are in a minority in terms of our population and in our democracy. Would you say we've had our way, or we've been able to have our say, even though we can't have our way?
Well, I don't know how much you are in minority. It depends on what your calculations are. We are talking about over 35 million persons with disability in this country. And if we are able to harness that, everyone come together, I think the community of persons with disability as a constituency can sway election in any direction in this country if we properly harness. By what margin, what was the participation of the vote in the 2023 election between the candidate? We had a little over 25 million people participating in that election. And so I wouldn't really say that we have, as a constituency, that we are
in the minority.
Of course, if in any case, we say that we are the largest minority. That is how we like to brand ourselves. But of course, we know that we are not a political party, and so we belong everywhere. But the point will be that when it comes to advocacy for inclusion of this demography, the women group, for instance, and started long before, even the youth. Certain things were considered for the women and the youth group that we still yet do not have as a constituent.
All right, we'll stay on that subject, but we'll go on a quick break now. When we come back, our conversation continue with the Executive Director, Navi Melody Omosa. Let's go on a quick break and we'll be right back. Hitches and Voices on Independent Television and Radio. My name is Kingsley Okoje, and our subject for discuss today is democracy and disability participation. And before we went on that break, my guest disagreed with me that the community of persons with disability, we are not in the minority. Nigeria has a population of over 200 million, and it is estimated that the disability population in Nigeria is well over 30 million. So that is not a minority, or we'll call it the largest minority, like you said. Let's go to the issue of electoral participation. INEC at a time talked about inclusion. It was a big issue within our electoral conversation. But I recall in the last election, it seemed to me, my personal opinion, judging from what I heard from other persons with disability who were in the field, that INEC seemed to have relaxed in terms of their commitment to disability participation in the electoral process. Where I voted, for instance, there were no Braille ballot guide, not just for me, for other persons with disability who were there. People complained that there were no instructional materials for the deaf. Elections were held in places where wheelchair could not access. So a lot of persons on wheelchair would rather stay at home rather than suffer themselves to go to a polling unit that is not accessible. So when it comes to participating in the electoral process, either as voters, let's even stay with voting. What's your take? Where are we on that?
All right, thank you very much. Like I said, there was this campaign where we tried to deepen inclusion in our electoral process with INEC, and we very well believe that engaging was the way to go. So we did not only advocate, but we were actually on ground to provide a solution. That's where the Braille ballot guide you talked about was designed in the first place. First piloted in Osun State in the 2018 gubernatorial election that held on the 18th of September 2018, and thereafter deployed nationally at the 2019 general election. One would have expected that there will be a progressive use and coverage in terms of distribution of the use of the Braille ballot guide. And Braille ballot guide is a system by which visually impaired and be able to vote for candidates and parties of their choice. Like I mentioned, used nationally in 2019. After then, we continue to engage INEC to find out how we were progressing. Since then, in every election, we have always monitored. I have always been on the field to see the inclusion and the deployment of materials for the blind, the hearing impaired, even those with albinism, the provision of magnifying glasses for them to use. And what I see is that, like you noted, INEC seemed not, the momentum seemed to have dropped. I wouldn't know what happened. I recall that not only did we provide this guide, these materials, assistive materials for INEC, we also embarked on collecting data to know where voters with disabilities, the polling units, they vote, so that with that record, INEC can deploy materials meant for the individual voters to use depending on the disability type. And we also ensure that the CVRO, Continuous Voters Registration, that INEC now have, would, in the process of registering, you would have your disabilities type and stated in the form, so that they know firsthand that you are one with a disability, and on election day, seamlessly, you'll be able to participate in the process. But that's not what we are saying. INEC has always had this logistic problem. And I think that for a group of persons with disabilities, for that matter, it should not be much a problem, even though we know nationally they do have their challenge. But I would say that from what I monitored in the last election, I'm not impressed at the pace INEC is going. I think that, yes, it's fine that we had this problem 2018 when it was piloted, 2019 it was used nationally, and given the obstacles election, if in the obstacles election, organizing an election for a state like Edo, Ondo, and all that, you cannot successfully deploy these materials for the persons with disabilities to participate in the system, I wonder what will happen, what happens
All
in
right,
general
all right.
elections.
I mean, like you said, this is a 27 years democracy. And one would expect that at this stage, disability participation in elections should be a given. It should not be something we are still urging INEC, trying to encourage INEC to do. It should be a foregone conclusion that persons with disability can indeed participate in the electoral process, because the electoral process is accessible and inclusive. So we can only call on INEC to do the needful. Let's move over to representation. Do you think that persons with disability are adequately represented in leadership and in governance?
Well, they are not. The Convention on the Rights of Persons with Disability, UN Convention on the Rights of Persons with Disability 2006, Article 29 has asks that state parties should open their political and public space for the participation of persons with disability. And that was also ratified by the Discrimination Against Persons with Disability Prohibition Act of 2018. But what do we have? I think that as we tinker with our constitution, we have had the Fifth Amendment, and of course, the INEC, I mean, the National Assembly is also making move to further come with amendment. I think we need to have seats reserved for persons with disability. It's not enough to come up and say by political parties, where for some of them will say,
but they say power is not served a la carte.
Well, we are talking about representation.
Of course,
of course. Government must be seen to be protective of the weakest, of the minority, of the vulnerable. And a minimum standard. Why are women asking for a 35% affirmative reserve for them?
Women?
For why are they asking that certain seats should be, 1/3 of the seats should be reserved for women participation? That's why I said that the youth, of course we have, power is not served a la carte, but we have the not too young to run be speaking to the participation of youth. But why are we not having something specifically directed at persons with disability, protecting their representative rights in the executive and in the legislative arm of
sorry for cutting without
arm.
Mentioning any political party. I heard over the news that a particular political party has mentioned that as part of their policy, women and persons with disability who want to contest under their platform will be given their expression of interest free at a very minimal discount.
I say that is tokenism. that is just, that's playing to the gallery. It's like, oh, the Kingsley Okojen has the money to buy the form and I do not have, and we are contesting for the same position. You have paid for the form and I've given the form free. Who do you think the party will hand over the tickets to? The one that did not pay to contest and the one that paid for it. Until they make such persons their candidate to say, okay, we have reserved because this person have indicated interest, this party is presenting this person to run for that seat, then there's no guarantee. And even where parties are willing to do that, what is the assurance that other parties will follow suit? So I think the way to go is to have our constitution amended, to have a represent, and it is done in all democracies. There are
like in Uganda, for instance.
Yes, in Uganda, even in Iran, in Iran and in Iraq, for instance, I know very well, which is an Arab nation. They have certain seats for reserved for the Christian population, a certain percentage, right? That is an Islamic country, and so we see that everywhere that certain group must have some level of protection. That is not all they should have, but at least we shouldn't have a 360 National Assembly members with no one representing the disability community and issue. Like I said, we are not just only a community, we are a constituent, and our issues should be so seen. So I think that we will do more to amend our constitution to guarantee some level of protection. That way, it will be a far cry for disability representation. You look at the executive, you talk about women, you talk about youth. How many governor or president have in their cabinet a one with a disability holding a substantive position, apart from what they try to do sometimes, having an SSA on disability matters?
All right. But very quickly, in 30 seconds, I've known you over the years. I've seen people in politics and in governance. I don't think some of them have some of the qualifications that you have to contest. Looking at the future, are you considering? I hope you know what I'm thinking. Are you considering contesting for any elected position? Because I know you are more than qualified, more than qualified than some of the persons I see out there. Would you consider that?
Not for the moment.
Yes.
We'll see what the future holds. But
because I'm preparing to be your campaign manager.
Thank you so much for offering that. But I actually want to see that our system change and our democracy, our electoral process have such integrity that people will believe participating will not be shortchanged.
All right, this is a wrap on the program today. Such an interesting conversation, always with the Executive Director, Nabi Melody Omosa Esquire. It is our hope that as our country's democracy continue to evolve, that disability participation will become more inclusive and accessible for persons with disability. My name is Kingsley Okoje. Spot the hitch and be a voice. Goodbye.
ITV, certainly the best. ITV, certainly the best.
It's yet another time for us to talk about issues as they emerge in our country, Nigeria. And today we're going to be talking about the NDC's anti-defection oath that states that any candidate contesting on the platform must have to meet some requirements, mandating the candidate to sign the anti-defection oath, committing to vacate their seats if they defect from the party after winning the election. And the idea is party supremacy, and also to help curb politicians from defecting and dumping the party at will and at their convenience after winning and contesting on the platform, in order to search for other political parties that suits their ambition at will. It is a Viewpoint on ITV. I am Caroline Okonji.
I'm one of those that have doffed my hat for Seriake Dickson since I heard the news. The truth is that he hasn't done anything too new. The law had always respected and expected that the political party's ticket belongs to the political party. It doesn't belong to an individual. You win election on the basis of a political contest. And that's why you find that in the ballot papers, there are no individual pictures. It is the logo of the political party. It's the political party that owns the ticket. Now, because our laws were not respected, especially since oftentimes it is the party in power that is most guilty of this kind of infractions, people took advantage of that to begin to behave as they like. And then the situation has gotten to a point where we needed someone of courage like Dixon, who has courageously taken the bulls by the horns. Because why would people come into a political party and then after party members have invested confidence in you, that you are going to raise the profile of their party and that you are going to help their party to become a sustainable party? Because if party wins an election, that party has the chances of winning again. And with continual winning, you are dealing with sustainability. Parties are supposed to be institutions. They are not just supposed to be platforms or, where you have the kind of waka pass attitude that you have in the media, in the movies. Party is an institution, and continuity is important. It is continuity that has helped America to establish their democracy to a point where you now have people who will tell you that they are born Democrats and the other ones will say they are born Republicans. It is only by sustainability that we begin to develop ideology. Ideology evolves from sustainability. What you continue to practice, if for instance a political party continues to practice free education, housing scheme and so on and so forth, that becomes part of its ideology. So we have had a free-for-all fight, everybody doing as he likes, until Dixon stepped in now. So I'm one of those who supports it. If you come to the question of the exemptions, if you look at the statistics of party defection, there are certain people that are very hard for them to leave their party and defect to other parties because they have attained the position, like the president, the vice president, and so on and so forth, where they are now so big in that party that they just consider themselves leaders and elders that shouldn't be running up and down. The defection is mostly among young aspiring politicians, and then some in the party who are building influence and they feel that they have enough influence to move some people away. And it just becomes, it is not on the basis of ideology, just because it's on the basis of either ego, or on the basis of the fact that you want things to go your way, just your way, and then the party thinks otherwise. So I think it's a very welcome development, and I support it wholeheartedly. It is not going to be a political setback in the long run. In fact, in the short and long term, it is a blessing to political parties. I mean, if Peter Obi, for instance, had done the same thing when he was in Labour Party, he would be contesting right now under Labour Party and not under NDC. Now, one of the pushback against Peter Obi is that within a period of about 5 years, he's been to about 3 or more parties. So if he had remained in Labour Party and built it up into an institution, he and his Obedient movement would not be itinerant politicians today, which APC refer to as nomadic politicians. That is not by any stretch of imagination a better option than if you remain in one place and you build it into an institution. So what Seriaki is pushing is that you have to build political parties into institutions. They call it movement, and then maybe they probably interpret it literally that you have to keep moving. When you say it's a movement, you simply mean it's a particular organ that at that moment is driving an ideology. The moment you now achieve power, you establish that ideology and build it into a sustainable institution. So that's what Seriaki is pushing, and that's what I think is the best thing that has happened to our political parties and political environment for a long time. I'm going to push and advise and insist that our party, the ADC, would have to come up with that kind, because I would ask ADC to push so that it will affect the other political parties to also have that in their law, because we don't want many people rushing into the ADC. We want those who were there, who struggled to win the elections, to also be the ones that would establish, because they believe in the ideology of the ADC. That's why they are there. Therefore, they should be able to be part of those who will drive ADC into becoming a really sustainable institution. And in any case, we started that, those strategically, by coming out with a manifesto that will guide all our candidates. We have one manifesto for the ADC, and it's national.
It's a welcome development. That is a measure for internal discipline. The political parties in Nigeria should enforce that internal discipline to curtail the excesses of our politicians who tend to decamp from one political party to another when the parties do no longer favor their interests, most especially when they won election in that particular political party. There are explicit law and a very definitive court judgment to that effect that, taking cognizance of section 68 Article G of the Nigeria Constitution said that a politician shall cease to be a member of House of Assembly when he defects from a political party that sponsors that election. What that simply means, every politician that wins election under a political party does not have the legal right to defect from that political party to another, except on the occasion that there is a national division in such political party that render the leadership of that party incapacitated to manage that political party. That is only a situation or time it is provided for politicians to defect from one political party to another. But what we see in Nigeria, taking locus classicus, the senator representing Edo South, Senator Neda Imasuen, who won the senatorial position at the level of the Labour Party. At the time, it could understood at the time that the Labour Party had a kind of a division in the party. He defected to APC, and in this instance, he could not secure the second tenure ticket. So, in my own opinion, every political party should enforce that internal discipline, and any politician, any party member who wins election under their platform and tend to decamp with that seat or that position, the party should do everything legally possible to ensure that that seat or that position is stripped of such persons. That is the provision of the law, except otherwise, like I stated earlier, that there is a division in that political party and the party can no longer manage the affairs of that political party. That is the only time defection is allowed, because the provisions of the Nigeria Electoral Act does not provide for an individual candidature. It is a political party that sponsors election. A member or a candidate contests through a political party. So I cannot win election in party A. Tomorrow I defer to party B when there is no crisis in my political party. The law has coherently and explicitly states that at such circumstances I will vacate or fulfill that position that I won under my political party. So that is the position of the law. So it's a welcome development, and I want to appreciate such measures to sound a warning to those that are defecting now, because the reason majority of the politicians are defecting is not because they want to serve Nigerians. It is because they see it as a new platform they can use to cling to power. And having cling to power, if that political party does no longer suit them or please them, they move out. So that political party should ensure that it is a very stringent measure to ensure that when they win, they don't decamp with that position. And I also urge our political party to do the same. And in the provisions of our laws, there is no exemption to whether some political party or positions should be kind of alleviated or exempted from that disciplinary measures. The law did not say the president have the powers, or the president or the vice president of a country can decamp from his political party to another party because he's the president or vice president. No. There's an equilibrium for all Nigerians. This equal rights. The same rights are applicable to every member of a political party. It's also applicable to the president, to the governor, and everybody. So there is no exemption. Perhaps the political party want to use it to please their presidential candidate, but the law did not exempt any individual or any position from that decamping or enforcing that law that affect defection. So if a political party comes up with measures to enforce discipline, they are turning around to also give an exemption. To me, they are not ready to enforce that law, and it's going to cause more problem, except they have their own internal rules that tend to support that. But with the provisions of Nigeria Constitution, the Electoral Act, And the Supreme Court judgment on this matter, there is no exemption. So I advise NDC, if they want to enforce that discipline, they should enforce it across board without kind of trying to give some persons a special preference, or without inequality. There should be equality and there should be equilibrium, because equal rights across board.
It's funny and it's laughable. First and foremost, it won't work because the Constitution preaches freedom of association, and in one breath you are preaching taking an oath not to leave the party. It won't work. Is it a secret court? It's not a secret court. On the same breath, they are exempting some persons, the presidential, vice presidential candidates are not affected. That alone, spoils the whole thing. So it won't work. It not with our politicians. Trust me. Even in the NDC, it won't work. It must have to pass through constitutional process. If it passes through constitutional process and it is embedded in the constitution, that's the only reason it will work. And if they do that, yes, this jumping here and there in the name of getting party tickets. Our political parties, they don't drive on ideologies anymore. They just want to find a party that they can grab ticket from and contest election and win election and do whatever they like. So no ideology. All the parties, there is no ideology, because everybody in all the parties, they are neither in PDP, APC. They are all one and the same. So if it's done, if it passes through constitutional process whereby that okay, if I get into this party, it is for life. The constitution has held me there for life. It will be fine. It will work. By so doing, there will be ideologies. There will be discipline. There won't be this rowdy going here and there. That's the only reason it can work. But as it is, trust me, it will not work.
You cannot be working in John Oates and receive salary at the 11th. But however, the party have to strengthen their internal democracy very well. So you cannot say because candidates have sworn an oath of anti-defection, they will be maltreated and treated anyhow. In fact, internal party democracy should be strengthened, and the manifesto of the party should be strengthened. A situation whereby you now depend on candidates who are now elected to run the party. That's not how it's done. Political party, all members are supposed to be financial members. That way, nobody will have a say, over the control of party affairs. What normally happens when the burden is now too much on the office holder, you find out that you'll not be looking for shelter elsewhere. And of course, it's clear in the Constitution of Nigeria 1999 as amended that if there is serious trouble within the party, particular member is permitted to leave for another political party. But however, looking at what happened in 2023, where a lot of persons came under the platform of the Labour Party, and at the end of the day, before we even got to the primaries in 2027, they've all defected to the ruling political party. So this anti-defection oath is meant to keep people within their party. If people elected you, because if you look at the ballot paper, names of candidates are not written on it. It is the party logo that is there. It is the party's name that is there. So therefore, it is the party that contests for any election. So if you are leaving a particular political party, having won election on the platform of that political party, then you should also relinquish your position and go and contest freshly in that party.
Every person who contests on their platform and wins an office will swear to an oath that they will not cross carpets. It's a novel idea, but we are looking at it vis-a-vis the Constitution. What does the Constitution say about freedom of association and peaceful assembly? If someone believes that he's no longer comfortable in a particular political party, can he not leave that party? It's a germane issue. Ordinarily, I think the mischief the Nigerian Democratic Congress is trying to cure is very important, because we see politicians cross carpet at will. But I believe that the superior courts need to pronounce on this before it becomes binding, or the National Assembly really make a law. But we see that that National Assembly is not very willing to make such laws because they are the principal culprits in this saga. But I think that right now, that policy may not really work because it is contradicting the Constitution, which speaks in Section 40 of the 1999 Constitution as amended, which says that everyone has right to peaceful assembly and peaceful association, right to association. And so it's a new development, and I hope the superior courts will eventually pronounce on it. They just seem to have shown that they are weak, just like the National Assembly did, which exempted governors and presidents from that law that says they should not defect. I think that Nigerian Democratic Congress has shown that they are weak and that they are not serious with this. What is good for the goose is good for the gander. If you say the other political offices should not defect, then why do you not hold the gubernatorial offices and the presidential offices accountable to that? I think that they have not been fair, and I don't think this will hold water.
Majority of the opinions of our respondents centered on the fact that political parties is not an individual thing, and during the election, you don't get to see individual pictures being put on the ballot paper, but rather it is the party logo that is being used during election and it's seen on ballot paper. So for that reason, any individual that decides to dump a political party after winning under that platform must be ready to vacate the seats if they defect to other political party. That is the opinions and thoughts of most of our respondents. And then again, they considered it a welcome development in order to curb this idea of politicians defecting at will, especially when elections are around the corner. It is a Viewpoint on ITV. I am Caroline Okonji, saying to you many thanks for watching and bye for now.
ITV, certainly the best.
The Ugewe is the final ceremony of the series of festivals. It is one of peace and lightheartedness, following the more solemn of the ritual year. Ugewe is the festival of the Ewe leaves, a symbol of good luck and joy. It is the most popular of all that heralds the dawn of a Benin New Year, new vow, newness of life and freshness of life, and a new hope for the future. In the evening, the Ewe leaves are presented to the Oba of Benin in grand style in a colorful ceremony. The Ihogbe Society, amidst singing and dancing, bring the sacred leaves that symbolize good luck, blessings, peace, and prosperity. Each of the senior members of the Ihogbe proceeds to give the sacred leaves directly to the Oba of Benin, and others put theirs at his feet. The Ekoko masquerades from Ute village, whose cult is connected with Obaeware and his mother, Elere, appear on this occasion to bless the Oba. Ekoko is a ritual masquerade that dances to please the guests and the Oba.
ITV, certainly the best.
ITV, certainly the best.
It's always an exciting time to have you join us on the program Heritage with yours sincerely, Oloije Oikohai. Getting you closer to your custom and tradition is what we know how to do best. Yes, letting you know about individual tradition, letting you also know that it's always good for us to associate ourselves with our tradition. Now, talking about tradition, today we will be taking a ride down to Enugu State to go see Obolo Masquerade Dance. I tell you, if you are not energetic enough to dance this, I tell you, you ought to just, leave it down for the professionals. So let's go over to Enugu State to go see the wonderful and colorful display of Obolo Masquerade Dance. This is Obolo for Masquerade Dance that originated in Udeno local government area of Enugu State, Nigeria. The masquerade dance is rooted in the Igbo culture and it is prominent in the cultural spectacle and designed to enforce community morality and provide aesthetic entertainment and celebrate icon.
Mobo was also going to the Shabana with the water in Madame, but the Cora Gerardo Watua. The Gura, the bottom of the watch, you really will the ladder. I said, the man, my shadow go that if I know Mogazan came to Motrasa, many of Magazan lived to Mogazan Motrasa, Gazan lived to talk with them. Mogazan Bagra, she hope I so far to be. Oh, let me make you go to Moscow, my best to go through. I said, come on, the Kuzanas, Mogana Tabazan, the motor, the Bruna, Buchima, Monagana, that's all. Yeah, Morocco was a back in the question because you can no group back in the back of the bomb. What about Boko? That won't do it. What does a book with a couple to watch your Panama? You have our own to get to the Coga. Okay, go young man. I took on the fact that it's hard to show with the movie.
This masquerade dance is performed for several core spiritual, social, and cultural reasons, such as Omadi, which are seen as sacred pageants, arriving briefly from the spirit world. They are believed to be reincarnated spirits of ancestors returning to interact with and bless the living. In Obolo Ofo community, these masquerades steps in to maintain social order and discipline during festivals and public gatherings.
La funiga zumberiki na zeka de kufuga na suru. Okani ka ko badaza ka bodo do bi kore do tu ko ro do li to ga ble ti le ku. Badana badaza ka ba to wa uru ku cho so ke gele bo bla dai. Ade kutana badaza ba so kelele. Aba na ba sa Zinara ni ro le ka uru la zo para ko ro le ka ro ba no le ka ko ni me. Agora vamos lá no governo Coco nosso mundo na bolsa de la catacuru meje do Coco le de gata na magalo se leta se de go la lena le be grande gru de ya na ma baba baba na ga o ka ta de gata gru na fumo fubi ga na benya o fubi na do e ma fubi ba bra o fubi ni kale ko bale ka ga de wo sokori eti le se da mi ma baba wa so wa na no ma za de mi na za lo ko na bu ko de ojo mo na za za ko ni Magolo to ta dere mana ne guru mar mo de ne guru ja mari wa wo ko ko jigure de no ga de pe ni to sa bula na ko soro ko ra be bi de bula de ko se no bare ka wa baba wa so wa bula pa ti le me ko mi ko fi ko mo ko tara be suru be so le lo so me ba bu chewro ya shi ji le mi suru be bar kwa do bu wo o kere ka ta pa kro o ga bo si ko ta ji to we me ga me ta pa so me ka ko le cho ga le man e ro e je le fi man no re ko go wa ko go e ti le so na wa ku na ba ji do le za pa ka le da pa to ko bi ko na ko pa be ji do ko na je bu ko ji guri ke ro go ba o de so go le la ba sa me wa ti guri le be za sa ro we re ese ma mo gbere mo ka duro ba obe mo ga ni bete do gumi ga na pare
This masquerades in Obolo Ofo community. They are known as entertaining masquerades as they provide vibrant, acrobatic entertainment and joy to the community. The dances and display were heavily featured during planting and New Yam festivals to invoke blessings for fertility and bountiful harvests.
Consider my way there. Consider.
Wata ma ne tu go na bro, ma pata mo ne tu go wa. Wata ma goda mo no da lo ga go na fu ma mo do ga na fu ya ma. So aga na wa ble tu le wa ga ble. Ma be na da ne tu de no do wa ga mo la ko mo ne tu le. Na ni be be le na go na ba pa lo ni to le we. E tu le so da mo wa ma ba. Oka kuchukura gelo ga de tori to. Wede poko ko motar mako ko mai de ko suna ga de ga ba de ni yo ga poko ma de ngere. Onti to ko kuri de na pa ga go. Ito ko shagro no, ne ko shagro no. To poko no ne ko ba ga no la ko ni. Ngure de kusu no ko. Oka ko bara ba de no de chito ko de ga no to ko. Anu manu. O ko ba no.
Abaran gacho no ebe dile yini kokor lagana aka ma ka me ku ga bere no no jina la bere te fresh na bere ku be no ma ga no go wa mo bia la ro ngure nsi jo le woro pata ya se onya ga ijo le ya la bibia na agbo onya ga bia pa gogo onya la re na pa ga to ma no fo goro gere gere ano ma no bo na chi me kiri be na nya
From the eastern part of our country, Nigeria, I sure do know you had an exciting time today watching Obolo Masquerade dance. Yes, colorful display and energetic display, I must tell you. So we'll be seeing you again next week for another exciting time on Heritage, taking you around the world, taking you around Nigeria is what we know how to do best. Till then, do have yourself a blessed day. Bye for now.
ITV, certainly the best.
Some days, there comes the Ugemobo Festival, which the Oba celebrates outside the palace gate. A pavilion is built of red cloth where rites are performed to drive away all evil spirits still unsatisfied by the year's sacrifices. The Ugemobo Festival is to commemorate an event in Benin history which dates back to 1504 AD.
Yari, Oba Tope!
The Oba of Benin added a colorful mood to the year's celebration as he walks round the city center amidst cheers.
pleasure to have you join us today on the program Healthy Living. I'm Adesu Wansawagie. Today on Healthy Living, we shall be looking at malaria. We say malaria.
Good afternoon and thank you for joining us today on the program Healthy Living. I'm Adesu Wansawagie. Today we're going to look at malaria, prevention and of course treatment. Most of us already know what causes malaria, but for the purpose of education, we're going to go all over that again. And I have with me in the studios Dr. Jolly Nusa Iguma, the CMD Jonas Medical Center here in Benin City. A pleasure to have you join us today again, Doctor.
Good afternoon. Good afternoon, viewers.
Okay, so how is everything?
Everything is fine.
All right, we are in the rainy season and malaria is everywhere. Talk to us. Walk us through that line. Malaria, what malaria is, what fever is, how do we get malaria, what not should be done and be done in this regard.
Yes, malaria, as common as it is the commonest cause of death in Nigeria. The commonest cause of death in Nigeria is not killer asthma and is not bandits.
But you know that's very hard to believe because people will say ordinary malaria. At what point does it kill?
Yes.
You know that kind of a question because you just said is the #1 killer disease in the world. But for me and some other persons, we are finding it so difficult to understand that.
Yes, malaria is an endemic disease that is restricted to some particular part of the world. It is not a pandemic as we have with the COVID-19 that affects or ravage the entire part of the world. And by definition, we see that malaria is a parasitic infection that is carried by vector from one person to another. And this malaria carrying vector or the mosquito that carries this parasitic infection must be available for malaria to be able to be transmitted from one person to another. And this parasitic infection is called the Plasmodium parasite. And this Plasmodium parasite is of different types. We have the Plasmodium vivax, which is the commonest. We have the Plasmodium falciparum, which is the deadliest or the most fatal of this parasitic infection.
So where do we find all of this in this Nigeria?
Yes, they are actually found in the gut of the mosquito.
Of the mosquito.
Because the mosquito feeding habit is sucking of blood. There are different types of the mosquito. We have the Anopheles mosquito, we have the Culex, we have the Aedes. Those one might be feeding on mosquito on the flower nectars. That sweet, that color part of the flower. But however, this Anopheles stephensi
feeds on blood.
Yes, feeds strictly on blood. And through the process of feeding blood, they will have been infected through the process of sucking an infected person that has malaria, thereby carrying it to another person that is non-infected. So that is to say that for the malaria to be very common, for malaria to be prevalent, it therefore means that there must be mosquito that is the vector carrying the organism. According to World Health Organization, more than 300 million cases are reported worldwide. More than 200 million cases of malaria are reported worldwide. Out of this figure, about 400 to 600,000 deaths are recorded yearly, of which Nigeria in particular contribute to 25%, while in Africa we have about 95%. That is to say that
that's huge.
Malaria is a scourge. It's actually a disease that we have to eliminate in Africa. And this disease actually is a killer to under age group, usually under 5 age group, and usually pregnant women. That is to say that pregnant women as well as children that is under 5 years of age are those that are usually having the complication that might result to mortality or death.
Okay, so why does Nigeria carry the highest malaria burden in the world?
Yes.
Because you just said about 27%.
Yes, because of the geographical location of, of the climate, not only that, I will not say that the Nigeria government, because of the political setting, they are not doing enough in the elimination of malaria. But we will say that climate or the weather is a contributing factor.
Okay.
Just for the very just now, Nigeria is a very hot climatic environment, and not only that, we have a very long rainy season period. Like we're in July. Rainy season will start from June down to September, October, and November. So this long period of rainy season, is actually a factor that will contribute to, abundance of mosquito in the environment.
Okay.
Because the water is needed for mosquito to multiply. Water is needed for mosquito to lay their eggs.
And we have stagnant water
everywhere. And not only that, we have bushes which also serve as ED places for those adult mosquito.
All right, for viewers and my humble self who usually think that malaria is just ordinary fever or just fever like that, tell us what exactly happens to the body when someone gets infected, and when does it become severe? That point where we say, oh, there's nothing we can do anymore.
Yes. Once you are bitten by an infected mosquito, the Anopheles stephensi mosquito, like the female mosquito, it takes 10 to 15 days for the symptom to be manifested. And the commonest symptom of this malaria is fever. The reason why some people will say malaria fever. And once you say fever, some people will even think it's the malaria.
It's malaria.
But the malaria is a disease. The fever is the symptom.
Okay.
The commonest symptom of malaria is fever. And the commonest cause of fever in Nigeria is malaria.
It's malaria.
The commonest cause of fever. My body is hot. I'm feeling feverish. What comes to mind is malaria that is responsible for it. But that is not to say that other disease condition cannot also cause fever. Other than the fever, another symptom that the malaria can cause is cheese. That shakiness. Not only that, headache is also a symptom. Joint pains or joint weakness is also a symptom.
Okay.
Then you can have abdominal pain. Usually in children, abdominal pain can also be as a result of malaria in children.
Okay.
Not only that, nausea and vomiting. Not only that, somebody can also have diarrhea as a symptom of malaria.
Malaria.
Even cough too. Yes, even cough. Somebody can also cough. And if you look at the pathophysiology, just like the way I said it, once you are bitten by a mosquito, the parasite in the gut enters the blood, and from the blood it finds its way, the sporozoid of that parasite now, whether Plasmodium vivax, whether Ove, whether Neomycin, whether Falciparum, whether Malariae, any of those Plasmodium parasites, that it depends on the mosquito, that is, depends on what the mosquito is carrying. But the commonest one, as I said now, is the vivax, which is very common. And the deadliest of all is the Falciparum. So once it enters the blood, it goes into the liver. It's the liver that is an organ that enables those parasites to mature and multiply. Thereby, it empties into the blood. By the time it leaves the liver and enters the blood, that is when somebody starts manifesting those symptoms.
All right, we're going to take a short break now. When we come back, Doctor, we'll be talking about prevention and, of course, protection. because that is the point we're getting to now. Malaria has started hitting people now again, and in a very, very, very serious way. All right, we're still here and we're talking about malaria with Dr. Jolly Nusa Igoma. So at this point, doctor, let me ask you this question. You know that once somebody is feverish, we look for PCM, we look for something, or somebody can even go all out to say, let me go get malaria drugs, we do self-medication, we rest. Maybe after some weeks, the symptoms comes back again. So what are the danger signs that means that someone with malaria needs to go to the hospital immediately and not stay at home and be doing self-nurse and self-doctor?
Yes, malaria symptom can be acute. It could also be a severe form. The acute symptoms that include fever, the chills, the headache, the cough, the diarrhea, the joint pains or the joint weakness, abdominal pain, usually in children. Those one might just be an acute manifestation of the disease condition. But in chronic, somebody might begin to have convulsion or seizure, as the case may be. They might even go into
as a result of malaria.
As a result of malaria, what we call cerebral malaria. It therefore means, you see, when people will say that after the feverish condition, they now start talking, having what you call, hallucination. They start saying things, visual hallucination, kind of. So malaria does that when it enters the brain, the parasite can cause the, blood-brain barrier. That will cause the person to have that kind of a symptom, become a severe form. Of course, you don't have to wait till it gets to that before it gets to that stage. Not only that, some person that begin to even have what we call malarial nephropathy as a complication, where the malaria will now even affect the kidney as an organ, usually the Plasmodium falciparum. Some people can come down with kidney failure because of malaria. So person might even come down with, a pulmonary congestion. They will be having difficulty breathing because of, malaria, as the case may be. Not only that, some person might even begin to pass dark color urine because once the liver starts releasing those toxins system, which the malaria parasite now into the blood, because the liver is actually the organ where the malaria, the parasite will have to be matured before it's not releasing to the blood. Therefore, it attacks the red blood cell. So when you start destroying the red blood cell, somebody might become anemic, which may even require blood transfusion for this particular individual. Not only that, somebody might even begin to have passage of a blood urine. As a result of malaria. Yes, exactly. What the red water fever, as the case may be. So you see that malaria can cause death. Malaria is curable and is preventable, and it's also a killer disease.
Okay, let's look at the R21 vaccine that was somewhat talked about in 2024, I think middle 2024, and we had states like Bayelsa and one other northern state as pilot state to try out the vaccines. How far with the vaccine, doctor?
Yes, the vaccine is still on trial.
Okay.
It is not a vaccine for the very just now. You can just go to any clinic or hospital that you access. It's still on because the target is for children and young adults.
Well, what about pregnant women? Because they also it's very dangerous for them to have malaria.
For the pregnant women, we already have a target for them. There's what we call intermittent prevention treatment. For the reason that, for the fact that we are aware that if a woman is pregnant and this woman develops malaria, this woman is at risk of having preterm labor or preterm contraction that will result to a preterm death. Not only that, it's still possible for a woman that is pregnant that develops malaria in pregnancy to have what you call intrauterine growth retardation. The baby will be having a stunted growth that might even be comfortable to life. They might not even be able to survive in that early stage of life. So as a result of that, every woman that comes for antenatal will give them 3 doses of IPT, at different time.
Okay.
Whether they come down with malaria symptom or not. But that is different from malaria and pregnancy. Somebody that is pregnant can come down. Somebody that is pregnant can come down with malaria symptoms, and we must be very sure that it is malaria. That is why the investigation, the laboratory investigation is very important. Either the use of microscopy or the use of rapid diagnostic test, which will actually reveal that this patient has malaria. We can treat this patient like a normal patient, considering the risk against pregnancy. Yes. Okay. So for pregnant women, we already have a target for it. So the vaccine is to target young children. Is to target under 5 age group and young, adult, as the case may be, because the major deaths that we say that 300,000 to 400,000 deaths are recorded yearly. I will tell you that pregnant women as well as underage children, usually less than 5 age, are usually the highest number that is recorded in terms of deaths. So those persons need the vaccine. However, we are still expecting that very soon the vaccine will be very common.
It was a great relief, and it was well accepted when federal government came out with the announcement that there's going to be malaria vaccine and all of that since 2024. Abi? Yes. Maybe so, doctors.
Yes. Actually, the organization came up with it in 2021.
Okay.
So it was in 2024 got to Nigeria, but not too very accessible. It's still not very accessible.
Because one may be tempted to ask, COVID-19, within 6 months, the vaccine was everywhere.
Because it was a pandemic.
So because this one is not a pandemic.
Yes, it's an endemic disease. It's restricted to,
to Africa.
To Africa and some, few European and Asia countries, as the case may be. Don't forget that even during that COVID-19 pandemic era, when those vaccines came out, how many of them were produced in Nigeria? It was international donor. We got them through a donor.
We get some vaccines from the international community.
Yes,
malaria is not one of them till now. At least the whole place should be like flooded with malaria vaccine since it's endemic.
That is supposed to be the goal. That is where the international body. That is why we still believe that.
Is it that some persons are not pushing the right buttons at the right corner?
And in pharmaceutical, this is not something I'm supposed to say on air.
I tell that the
commonest drugs available
are malaria drugs.
Everybody so once you have the vaccine and maybe
they say malaria drugs.
Nigeria is not 45 free for malaria. Even when you go to hospital, I will tell you that they will say 1 out of every 5 is malaria.
I was somewhere trying to pump my tire, and then this Alagbo, this herb, these people that sell herb, how do I call them, street hawkers of herb, was administering Agbo to somebody.
Yes.
And he said, after you take him, 2 hours, go take fancy that. That fancy. And then I say, hey, okay, make a right hand. And then he wrote it. He said, now that one, after you take this Agbo, so I'm beginning to wonder what is really happening to us when it comes to taking care of our health. Yes. What you have said, that malaria is dangerous. It is not just, it is not ordinary. It is a killer thing that we should be mindful of.
Yes. Once you are infected with malaria and you play with it, like the Plasmodium falciparum, the Plasmodium parasite, which I said is the deadliest, sometimes the manifestation of the symptom might just last for like 24 hours before the person will just be reported dead.
Okay.
To tell you how deadly it is. So taking the right drugs is a step in preventing malaria from causing death. So World Health Organization they came up with combination therapy. You see, most of the drugs that we used to know, they are not resistant. Chloroquine was a very common drug for treating malaria, but chloroquine is no longer in use for the treatment of malaria because even the Plasmodium parasite now is resistant to chloroquine. So the accepted World Health Organization regimen, in fact, most of the drugs, very common drugs that you know, they are either a combination of artemether plus attest to it.
All right, what's the way forward now? We have just a minute to do that. What's the way forward now?
Yes, the way forward is to ensure that your environment is free from mosquito.
Okay.
Because the mosquito is the vector carrying microorganism, the parasitic organism that causes the malaria. Therefore, you ensure that there is no stagnant water in your environment. The government have a role to play. Individual too have a role to play. So ensure that those gutters, those stagnant water around, they are well drained. In the house, ensure that the open water, some persons, they will fence their house, they use this water, and they use this bottle, bottle as a defense, against, invaders for coming to their compound. But those bottle bottles can begin to retain water. And by the time those bottle bottles retains water, mosquito goes in there and start breeding. So any water that you are not making use of, maybe like an open jar in your house, ensure that you close them. Because water is required for mosquito to multiply. Like this very rainy season now, you will not see that mosquito is everywhere. Because they will breed, they need water to breed. And not only that, if you live in a mosquito endemic area or malaria endemic area, ensure that you sleep under a insecticide treated net. Usually your children that is under 5 age group, pregnant women and children are usually those two groups that are at risk of developing complication of malaria that can cause death.
All right, doctor. We've said all that we can say this afternoon on the program. Thank you so much for finding time to be with us. We'll do this again next week. We will definitely do something on your health again next week. So until then, please take advice we concern you. Until we meet again, bye-bye.
Ugieni Madonna, Imagedion, Orero, Obesni Agbe, Manazo, or Ugieni Madonna.
You will have to serve the community for 30 years before you come to this stage. They will ordain you ordain title. Then by then you are one of the elder.
This year now, we don't read the year, so that's why we can do this year.
Historically, joining the Elders Council, an individual must have reached a certain age and must have made significant contributions to the community through leadership, service, or other meaningful ways. There was jubilation in the community as sons and daughters of Okada, both at home and in the diaspora, trooped out to be part of the ceremony with various hymns of the initiates agog with festivities. Friends and well-wishers of those initiated into the Elders Council jubilated at the Ogwedion after performing all traditional rites. The elders, known as Edion, in company with their loved ones, danced to their various homes where guests and family members were entertained.
ITV, certainly the best.
This is Aqua Game, a popular game in Africa played by our ancestors to entertain themselves after each day of farming. It is also relevant in our coronation in Africa. It is a sport and indeed very interesting, as every seed had a role in the game. Playtime is 45 minutes per set. There is no age limit as long as you can spin Aqua seed. Ayo or Aqua game, known as the game of intellectual. This game requires a lot of mathematical skills. Aqua game is played with carved wooden box containing 12 holes.
ITV, certainly the best.
Well, there is always this feeling that comes with knowing that it's another lovely Wednesday afternoon. And of course, it's time for your ultimate socio-cultural program on television. And I'm talking none other than Flipside on independent television, reaching you live from the city of Benin. Now, for those that are just joining us for the first time, Flipside is a unique program that, tends to pinpoint some pressing issues in the society. Of course, there is always a different way to look at every issue. All right, there is the popular view, and of course there is the not so popular view. And that's basically what Flipside is all about. My name is Harry Aigboje, and it is my pleasure to have you join me on this episode of the show. Now, today we have a very, very important conversation, something that has to do with us as a people. Africans are unique in a very, very special way. And, ever since we gained independence, especially as Nigerians, a whole lot has changed. Okay, some persons are of the opinion that we've actually not gained independence because just like I think it was the late Kwame Nkrumah that said that Africans are still under neo-colonialism. What does that mean? Well, perhaps in the course of this conversation we are going to throw more light on that. Well, I've got joining me on the show this afternoon the erudite Kingsley Ikeke. He goes by he is a clergyman, and of course he's also a public affairs analyst. Welcome on board, sir.
Thank you very much. Good to be here.
Always a pleasure to have you, sir. Yes. Today we're having a conversation about international organizations. Many a time we hear people make mention of international organizations, but I don't think it's everyone that actually understands what they stand for. So, what are international organizations basically, and what are the objectives?
Okay. Thank you very much, Harry. Well, like we all may know by now, we are already used to some of them unknowingly. The actual organizations are set up by interested countries. Most of these set up are voluntary; they are not mandatory.
Okay.
The idea is actually to foster peace, security, enhance adherence to international rules and engagement, promote international relationships, also to enhance the educational segment of some of the underprivileged countries. So they were set up to actually mitigate some obvious problem or imbalance that exists amongst nations.
Okay.
Yeah. Well, the objectives, whether it have been met, it's even brought altogether. There are different segments of these international organizations, and there are actually two basic types. We have the one called the governmental.
Okay.
Those ones, the government are directly involved like the United Nations, like OPEC, like the African nations. These are government-related organizations that are internationally known.
The African Union.
Yes, the African Union, even the ECOWAS.
Okay.
There's even a new one called the Alliance of the Sahel country between Mali, Burkina Faso, and Niger. What I think that is voluntary. Like Niger was formerly.
What's the primary purpose of that one?
Initially, Niger was formerly part of ECOWAS.
Okay.
If you feel that where you belong to is not meeting your needs, you are not obliged to be there. We are not there by compulsion. We are there voluntarily. You can choose to be. For instance, in OPEC, Russia is not a part of OPEC because they don't want to be restricted in their oil production. They've looked at their economy. They want to be free to determine how much how they produce oil on a daily basis. Unlike Nigeria is a part of OPEC, we have a limit by 1.something million, so close to 2 million barrels per day. You can't exceed that because our OPEC quota.
Okay.
So and if you have a budget that exceeds that, then we have to look elsewhere to source for funds. So that I said, most of these bodies are voluntary. It's not mandatory. I said that the governmental segment of it is also what we call the non-governmental, which they call the NGOs.
Okay.
These ones are not really funded by government. For example, Doctors Without Borders, Amnesty International, these are non-governmental organizations.
Is there a difference between non-governmental organizations and international non-governmental organizations?
They are all international.
Okay.
Only that one of them is funded or government is fully involved in a way. In the fact that, for example, we are members of African Union.
Okay.
It's not a non-governmental organization. It's a national collaboration. We are part of that union. But when you say amnesty, we're not they're not binding us to amnesty. We can choose to listen to their counsel, we can choose not to.
See, Doctors Without Borders, they are working on they're independent. Although they are still somehow regulated by the country, but you can just talk them at any time. You're not directly funding them.
Okay.
Yeah, so their funds comes from donations from foundations, and what we call them non-governmental. And because government is not directly involved in their day-to-day running, that's why we call them non-governmental. And their funding are also self. They do their funding by themselves, either by their foundations or by philanthropists, depending. So they are non-governmental because they don't rely on government for anything.
Amazing. Now, how effective do you think the United States is, for example, in solving Africa's problems, especially economic and security problems?
The United States, especially
United Nations.
Okay, nations.
Yeah.
For me, I would like to deviate to a point. I don't believe that, although the United Nations were actually set up after the Second World War, it was a fallout of the devastation of the Second World War.
Okay.
So as to ensure that they prevent further kind of catastrophe that went with that particular war. But when it comes to benefit, you look at it from, I think really the bigger nations really benefit from them, to be very fair. Because the exploitation has remained. It's just that this time it's like we are cooperating with them to be exploited. Some of the internal conflicts you have in Nigeria, you have in Africa, if you trace some of the root cause, you find that international hands are involved. If the weapons are not purchased here, where are they coming from? If you're the one manufacturing, where are they coming from? If the company is coming to the forest to lift people, where are they coming from? You see, somehow they are involved. So I think they have a way to play because of the advancement, but I think that we should be the first point of call in resolving our own conflict.
Okay.
Yes, because it's a thing that wears the shoe knows where it pinches. We should be the fulcrum of our issues, and we should understand our issues better than another person and know how to resolve our issues. Because most of these solutions that we think that are there for us, they're actually there for their own interest. No nation just does a selfless service for no reason. When the new president of America came up, Donald Trump, he was looking for what will benefit from Ukraine for him to continue pumping the billions that was pumped by his predecessor.
Yeah.
There were some areas that have these rare metals. He wanted to harness it and have a stake there. Then he will now stand as a defense against the Russians. So when you look at the whole thing, it's pure politics, economic policies they are operating. They are not there for your vested interest. I don't want to lose billions in a region where there are no stake. There's nothing for them to carry over at the end of the day.
So it's a trade by barter.
It's not a trade by barter. On this platform, it's done with consent. You are agreeing to their alliance, and their terms. You don't have the technology, you don't have the wherewithal. If you see America coming down to Nigeria, like trying to come and assist us, be very weary. There's a good side, and there's.
Could that be one of the sentiments that were expressed quite recently when Donald Trump showed interest in helping Nigeria fix its insecurity problems, and some persons were raising an eyebrow, saying that he must have some sort of ulterior motive?
As I said earlier, they only have their vested interest. I did see here once on this platform that I keep saying that that's one of the most blessed nations. In those northern part where you see these conflicts still prevailing, the level of minerals, recently it was published that in Kaduna alone, commercial deposits of lithium and some rare metals were discovered. But they are saying that it has been there, and persons have annexed those villages and they are using them. So the government also know that if they come in here, help us to give some bit of stability.
So there has to be something.
Yeah, there will be something that goes back to their country. Yeah. For example, most of those will be exported at a very subsidized rates without tax. So you know what they're doing. They're not just coming here because they just love the black race, they just want to help us. No. They've also calculated what they stand to gain at the end of the conflict. So that's exactly what's happening. When you see them trying to mitigate in matters like this, there are always vested interest. It's why when they are dealing with those advanced and very highly economic countries, they are not just there as doing a philanthropic gesture. No. That's the wrong notion we have when we are inviting them, thinking they are there for us. No. Like we talk about the new colonial stuff, we have been liberated, let me say physically, but spiritually and mentally, we are still under bondage. It's just that they are not just here, but they are here. In fact, our action tells us that they are still here. That what they do how they come to the country, do what they like and leave without us even knowing.
So it's more of a psychological warfare.
Exactly, and we are doing it with our own. Allowing them to do so without saying that it's an invasion. It's an invasion to be precise. Before you get into any person's aerospace or whatever airspace, there must be permission. Some of these things are done without even the consent of the Nigerian government, without even the Nigerian Airways or whatever aviation, those in charge of the airspace, knowing what is happening. And you can't talk, you don't have what it takes. So they're not doing it for free. I can tell you that for free. They're doing it for a particular purpose. But by and large, we have found ourselves in the mess. We must find a way to find ourselves out of the mess.
Amazing. Now, talking about finding a way out of the quagmire, okay, the contributions, I want us to take a look at the African Union, because we talked about solving our own problems by ourselves. Okay, so if we are going to leverage on our ability to solve our own problems, or our potentials to solve our own problems, let's take a look at the African Union, which is the biggest, should I say, the biggest body that we have, you know, that has the capacity to solve our problems. What contributions do you think it has made towards resolving conflicts on the continent? Because we've, you know, experienced pockets of conflicts here and there, you know, over the years on the continent. What role do you think the African Union has played in helping to mitigate against it?
Well, for me, from my own observation, I have not seen anything tangible. To be fair, nothing really tangible from the African Union. I think what was most effective then was ECOWAS.
ECOWAS,
the time they had what they called ECOMOG. They had a military arm that could enforce an ECOWAS policy. But for African Union, I don't think so. I don't think there's anything they've done. Look at what's happening in South Africa, for instance. Now, the South Africans are saying Nigerians should go. Now, go back to history and check what Nigeria has invested in South Africa. Now, you will be shocked that the massive wealth in South Africa is not owned by the blacks. In terms of percentage, most of the wealth they are owned by the whites.
When you say wealth, are you talking about
both the landmass, the economic strength, the mega industries or whatever? They are owned by whites. Go and find out. If are the blacks, you see, I don't know how they do it, but the blacks now see the other blacks as the problem. You know, one thing I've seen about of these more advanced countries that they found a way to make us fight each other at their own benefit. We think that we are resolving our issues, but it's to their own advantage. What has the black man who opened a shop in South Africa has to do with your problem? It's not holding your wealth or holding you from working. If it's work, but they're going to cause a conflict where the blacks are now fighting the blacks, sending every Nigerians, Ghanaians, Mozambique, Zimbabwe out of their country. But when we look at the real core of the matter, who owns the resources? Who owns the economy of South Africa? It's not the blacks. It's the whites. Now, someone who came from somewhere else and has invaded your country is not a citizen, and those who fought for your liberation are now your adversary. And they are fighting it with passion.
Brothers fighting with brothers.
Exactly. Nobody's even thinking that Nigeria was a heaven for them when their country was in turmoil. Even I saw recently in Israel that Ghanaians are saying the same thing. Ghanaians left their country and they came to Nigeria and they were helped. After a while they said Ghana must go. But after that, we have to Nigerians in Ghana. Now Ghana says Nigerians must go. You see, we must sit down and
come up playing out.
Exactly. We can see that we have not understood our problem. Let me give you a simple example. The EU has a currency which we call the euro. Far before they even had that idea, there was this proposal for an EU currency. Even as simple as a regional West African currency, it's not even there. We cannot even cooperate to have a single currency. We cannot even integrate. We cannot allow ourselves to stay amongst ourselves, you know, to enhance our economy. The connection is not there, and there is strength in unity, and we don't believe in it. Whatever we say, we don't believe in it. If you're asking us to leave, let's look at the economic benefit from Nigerians from South Africa and whatever takes away from Nigeria. Go and do the comparison. In fact, what we take away from Nigeria is if not 2-3 times its value of what we get from them in terms of diaspora remittances. And yet they're asking us to leave. Then we are in Nigerians crying that all South African companies here should be removed, or they should find their way out. You see, we are not opening ourselves because many of us are subscribers to their network. You can imagine if that begins to play out. You see, we are ending up fighting ourselves for no just cause.
No just cause.
So I think that we should look inward. The African Union should be more decisive. The ECOWAS just like they did with ECOMOG when they were trying to enforce democracy in Liberia. They did that. They did that, and it worked. So it's not about joining an organization, and you cannot bring the policies you are preaching to reality or people.
I actually do have a question to ask with regards to the ECOMOG thing, but that will be right after this break. In case you just joined us, it is Flipside on Independent Television. Please stay tuned. It's good to have you back. It's still Flipside on Independent Television. Now, I have joining me someone who happens to be an entrepreneur and, of course, a public affairs analyst. He goes by the name of Matthew, or Deacon Matthew Ahirabo. In fact, his portfolio is actually very long, but let's not...
Thank you for having me, though little issues.
Absolutely. One of those things that happen sometimes. It's good to have you on the show.
I greet Edo State, I greet Nigeria for having the opportunity to listen to us this time.
I like your African regalia.
My brother we must buy made in Nigeria, we must consume made in Nigeria, yes. And that will help internalize our economy, to block leakages and all that we've been experiencing. Because we cannot keep depending on other products from other countries, creating market for them while we suffer.
And we are complaining of unemployment.
You see, complaining of unemployment while you are the one causing it by your consumption appetite. So
okay, so we're actually not talking about internal production or economies today.
Global economy, talking about international agencies, what they influence. It still boils down to consumption.
Absolutely.
And
so let's get started. Let me ask you this, because before you came, Mr. Kingsley was actually taking us on a journey through Africa's experience or interaction with the international community thus far, and the challenges that we've had, of course. So I would like to ask you, could you please set the tone for the conversation, with regards to organizations such as the IMF and the World
Bank? You see, it is derogatory to see that they are like cooperatives. Only they are made up of heads of government. When we talk about IMF, I think there are about 191 member states, and the other one 189 member states. Different. I begin to ask the question, what is the significance of African authorities, African heads of state in this global body? But I was told that it's just infinitesimal compared to what the composition is, as it were. And you ask me, talking about demography, talking about population, Africa, put together of the about 50-something states, commands huge population density in the global economy, that his contribution or his impact is small compared to what we are expecting. The other day I was told, when the fuel, the petroleum we are consuming now, well, it was about, I think, 200 and something thereabouts. IMF were predicting that the fuel price should be sold at about 700 and all of that. And not just too long now, about 2 weeks ago, we were also told that IMF is saying Nigeria is credit worthy, their debt is not that high compared to... Are they to dictate to us how we are to run our internal affairs? And that's because we've been depending so much on what comes from outside the country, and that has been the problem. So it is good to come together, like pooling resources, like when we talk about insurance, for instance, you do not wait for risk eventuality to happen before you organize yourself. You understand? You have to take a step ahead. It's good to come together, but by the time it gets to the point that you have no say whatsoever, whatever they dictate, they tell you, I have problem with that. And that is why...
Are you implying that Africans are not proactive?
They are not just that they are not proactive. They've not been how will I put it now, productive to be able to decide what happens within their state. Then talk more of international influence. That is where I have the problem. You should be able to control your resources what happened, you know, within your as a sovereign state. That and outside the world power, so to speak, made up of like this organization we are talking about, and they now begin to decide what happened. You know, I have a problem with that, and I'm not finding it funny with them. I say it everywhere. They are not helping us. If you want me to come that straight, they are not helping us to dictate, you know, what is happening within our natural, what we do with our natural resources, the production process. Imagine now they are giving you that opportunity to come and borrow money, for instance, like the World Bank, and they will be telling you how you are going to spend it. Don't invest in capital projects. Don't invest in the industry. Don't invest in productivity. Invest in recurrent expenditure. Invest in palliatives. Invest in, you know, to cushion like rolling out of vaccine. Just imagine. I'm not okay with it, and that is why I thank God and I salute ITV for this opportunity for me to air my grievances. For God's sake, we are a sovereign nation, and our leaders should act thus. They should act, you know, in that direction to be able to dictate what we are doing and how we should go about it.
All right, thank you very much. Your grievances are very much acknowledged. And I'm hoping that the powers that be, especially on the international level, are taking notes and you know, planning to do the needful, just so we do not keep moving in circles. Now, let me ask you, Mr. Kingsley, how has the World Bank supported economic development in African countries in the past, say, 10 years?
Well, they've been doing their bit, like he said. When you are in an organization where you don't have a say, or even when you have a say, the say is only when the money comes to you. There are two major problems. One, we don't have a voice in the World Bank.
Why don't you have a voice?
Because we are not. We are more of a third world country, and you cannot sit with millionaires and billionaires and a poor man. You say you have idea. Who wants your idea? If you have idea, why where you are?
I think there's a Benin adage to that effect.
Yes. so you may be talented, you may be wise, but because you are poor, your idea is discarded. That's where the problem is starting from. It's not as if we are not intelligent. For instance, I was looking at the IMF loan that IMF loan that came to Nigeria. I thought it came out through the COVID-19. And you know that COVID-19, for crying out loud, I hate to sound always controversial, can be managed by our medical concussions.
Yeah. You think so?
I'm telling you the truth. Not take it anywhere. I've read the symptoms. You see, when they say they have given you vaccine and they ask you to put a nose mask, if you understand what the vaccination is, what it means to be immunized. Yeah. If you are immunized, sometimes I can say for a decade, if you are predisposed to such infection, it will not affect you because you are already immune against it. How can they give you a vaccine and yet you are still following the preliminary precautions? It means you're not safe or you're not safe. So two things are wrong. One, we don't have a voice. Two, when the money comes, who are the ones the monies are given to? Is it the same corrupt leaders we're talking about? That we engineer a project. There was a project that happened once. I don't want to mention the state so I can be covered, so I don't put people in trouble. It came in I think about 20 something million. And when we saw what was being executed, we raised an alarm. And they went to meet the governor. But the governor said the governor has taken half of the money. Of about 20 million, 11 million has gone. Then you have paid tax. Then the contractor took another half of the money.
What is
and now called Mr. Harry, say you can build something. Say, yes, I have 10 million left, but I'm taking 5. Can you execute the project with 5 million? You say, I can try. And you want to also make profits. You now execute the project with about 3 million. You now make 2 million. From 23, 24 million, the project executed is barely 3 million. So when the WHO gives us funds, who monitors the implementation of those funds?
I think that's a very salient question.
Because most times we take loans. If you check, if you do what we call forensic auditing, you find most of the loans or facility that comes by donation. If you check the way the money are expended, you eventually find that more than 75% of that money ends up in the pockets of leaders. Let me not be specific. Ends up in their pocket. So the money is not really sent back to the economy, That's why it was complaining, how can they give you money and tell you what to do? Because they know our kind of person and what we do when money enters our custody.
And they know that we are not.
Yes, we don't have integrity. When you go to even the non-governmental organization, for instance, you know that at the time because of fraud, you can run an NGO, having partnered with some persons abroad. They'll be sending you money for a particular reason, maybe for child maternal issues, maybe for women empowerment. They may send you money of say, let me just make it simple, 10 million to disburse among women that are disadvantaged at the rural setting. And you look at the 10 million, you give them 100,000. So you just call some women, maybe like 50 or 60, you will give them maybe 20, 30, you write their name, you fill form, you submit the form. Out of the 10 million, you snap there, hey, thank you, you find out of the 10 million that was given to you, only maybe if you have fear of God.
Generous.
If you have the fear of God,
okay,
you may give half. But if you are devoid of the fear of God, you may give 10%.
But what kind of fear of God would that even be in the first place?
The fear of God means to an extent you have conscience. You have conscience, you are still compassionate. Some people are not even compassionate. Entire money enters back into their pockets. That's why most of these interventions by the government is not effective, because there's corruption on this end and there's a lack of voice on the other end. So there's no proper synergy, and who monitors what is given and how it is implemented. So the effectiveness becomes almost zero. Because if I get funding because of a particular reason, and the funding will not get to the target audience or the target beneficiaries, then what is the essence?
All right. Now, the issue of monitoring is a very salient point that you've raised, and I would like us to revisit it right after this break, because we cannot keep moving in this direction. You know, we get funding from international organizations, but there's no accountability whatsoever. Now, that is the aspect I would like us to, focus on right after this break. Please stay tuned. All right, welcome back. It's still Flipside on Independent Television. Now, Mr. Kingsley, the point you raised about accountability is quite a very serious one, because it will go a long way to determine how these funds or these aids are utilized, when they do get here. Now, what do you think can be done to create a system of accountability, a mechanism that ensures that the wrong people do not hijack these monies that are actually meant for the well-being of the people?
I think the very first thing will come from your end as journalists. When monies like this are being sent, they should be made public. People should be aware that, for instance, UNICEF is donating $5 million to underprivileged Nigerians in some areas. They will give us a demography of the breakdown of who gets what and what they are to get. And should make a public document so that everybody can have an input. They can see exactly what is on paper. That way, whoever is trying to steal is already
on alert
that it's not going to be business as usual, because whatever is going to steal is already known to the public. Awareness should be made. Most of these transfers are done in secret. Most of the benefits don't even get to know. For example, somebody sent a couple of grants to me to disburse to a couple of persons, and there's a grant. I've already told them what the money came. Not because of my kind of person, that's all. Ordinarily, money has even entered my custody. It's a small money though, but then I can just, for conscience sake, I told them before now, it's small money, small pocket grant, fine. I knew the person is an NGO, send to, I have a few women that needs this help, send to them. Send it now, send it through because of the confidence. But what I'm trying to say, for those mega donations, mega transactions, the journalists should do their investigation properly and allow the public to be aware that this sort of amount is being sent to alleviate poverty. Some of these things are sent to mitigate this immigration influx of foreigners to their country. If they're trying to make us to be really comfortable here, so that the drive to want to come over will decline.
So as to also reduce the burden on
them, on their facilities, their security and stuff like that. So let's just help them, so they will not have to run down here. But what they don't understand, when the monies are sent, they don't also give us the privilege of knowing that this amount of money has been disbursed for this and this purpose. So we don't know. That's first problem. Second problem is that they should get religious bodies involved in a way. May not be the major agents of disbursement, but they should be formally aware, you know, and before the money even lands, to really educate their followership that this and this amount is coming for this and these purposes, you know, and it should be part of the board that disburses such money. That way we can, you know, if you don't have, like you say, a monitoring system, it will not work. Like I didn't tell you when I said, we do programs with TEDFund. I always say that. There's a way they monitor us. For example, when I did my master's program, it was sponsored by TEDFund. When I was done, they didn't ask me when they gave me the money, but I have to do a retirement. I have to send my thesis, my certificate, everything I got by virtue of that sponsorship, which they can always validate from the school I submitted for that I was going to attend. They can validate my claim that this young man was given so and so amount of money. He went for the program. He has finished the program. Now, if they find out that the money was released and I didn't go for that program, I'm already in trouble. If I'm going to face either EFCC or ICPC, you get a picture. Yeah. There must be a check and balance a routine that already puts fear in your heart that if I steal this money, it may not be easy. Yeah. I may easily be caught. But we don't have those checks and balances.
So you think all of this happens because it thrives in secrecy?
That's one. Then the composition of what, you know, like we do in regular organization. Now you have the head that signs, you have the treasurer or secretary that signs. You know, you have people that can checkmate the other person. You know, when you have absolute power, you're the one that signs everything. They say absolute power will now corrupt you absolutely. Yeah. Because nobody checks you. Like we were saying earlier at the back door, we have the 3 arms of government. I would say there's no longer 3 arms. We are now having 2 arms. To be fair to the judiciary, let me still call them an arm. If I would say we have 3 arms, I will give it to you, the journalists, as the second arm of government. But when you say assemblies, whether at state or national level, they are an extended office of either the governor or the president. I don't call them rubber stamp. They've gone beyond rubber stamp. The rubber stamp still means you can have some bit of discussion before you stamp. You must stamp because you are an extended part. In fact, I'm your employer. You must stamp. And that's why we are advocating for independence when it comes to their financial dealings. Yeah. As long as the government is the one that funds the assembly, the day you refuse to stamp, that's the day funding will disappear from the assembly. And before you know, your roof is leaking. You go and hold your meeting somewhere else. And nothing will happen.
Right, that was a rather hilarious one. Now, I'd like to ask you, Deacon Matthew, what challenges, because he has actually pointed out some, okay, but let's take a look at it on the spectrum. Yes. What challenges do you think limit the effectiveness of international organizations in Africa?
The level of education is still
on whose part now?
On our part. Okay. On our part, because what you refuse to find out will be hidden for you for, if not throughout your generation. You know, Bible says, study to show yourself approved as a workman that need not to be ashamed. It takes through, the other day we talked about research and development. There's huge finance, capital allotted to that. Don't look at it that in everything I must get quick win, quick gain. Do your time, you understand? Study hard, and before you will know those things that are easily available to you. Okay. If you know the composition of the crude oil that is under our foot, you understand that when you distill it, you have so many byproducts. You understand, even down to the bitumen that we now go and source for as a raw material in constructing our road. You will not have that mind to say, let me sell it, you know, to the international market for them to refile. And imagine the other day now, is it not Dangote that was saying he's taking delivery of crude oil from another country? When in OPEC, we are one of the biggest country with huge resources in crude oil. Why will it have to be sold? You understand? Because this same international organization that I'm very, very upset about, you know, we want to use it as collateral, you know, to get you the fund, you know, that is, you see, in so many instances, it is easy for you to borrow, but how is good? No nation on earth will say it does not borrow. You understand? It's good to borrow, but what do you spend it on? So one of these challenges.
Do you think we are borrowing too much as a nation, for instance?
One, we are borrowing, we are not using it for what it is meant.
So the problem is not that we are borrowing.
No, it's not that we are borrowing.
But you don't think we are borrowing too much?
We are even borrowing too much because it is not being spent for what it is meant. Okay. So these are all these things we have to look at. You know, our nation, we should take the bull by the horn. You know, let us go the hard way. Do your time, pay the sacrifice. You know, work on your raw material. Let it be that it is the product you don't have the raw material of making, you will not make for exchange in the international market. Because if you keep consuming, you are worsening your balance of payment deficit, and that will lower your voice in the international community. You understand? You cannot be talking when you are a highly indebted nation, where other countries are talking, heads of states are talking. Like Mr. Kingsley said. You understand? You have no voice. You understand? Because of what I do, you understand, I'm able to stand shoulder tall when it comes to, you know, deciding policy, even for this state and nation. But if I have been so dependent on salary, looking up to somewhere, you know, I will not have this credibility. So what I'm saying to us here in Nigeria, even to Africa member states, let us look inwards, work on our raw materials, add values to them. Then let it be that it is what you don't have, you make for exchange, you know, to balance the economy. There must be trade, whether it's by barter or by currency. There must be trade, whether at the local market, national market, and the international market. So that is how it is. We must invest in education. Let us know, you know, the composition of what we have, and how we must utilize them. And also talking about monitoring. You understand? It is the duty of like the legislative arm to check what the executive is doing. So if there can be a way, each of these arms gets their funding from the constitution, not passing through the executive, I think that would be another way that this monitoring will be more effective. You understand? Because it becomes like an appendage of the executive, even to the judiciary. Just not too long, we are told that judges should not be taking gifts, so that it does not corrupt them. You understand? Because if what they decide, what
pays the piper they take.
You understand, is coming from only the executive, you know, they'll be able to, that will influence their judgment in court. Then for the legislator, that will influence their oversight. You know, we cannot be keeping moving around circles, circumnavigating and think we are going far. You know, you come to where you started from, you go over again, you come to where you started from, and those around their journey, they are heading on. So that is how it is. Let's invest in education, then monitoring and evaluation, very important. Because if you do not know where you are coming from and know where you are now, it's difficult for you to dictate where you are going.
So when you say monitoring, you're saying that it's the role of the international organizations to actually monitor?
Even if they have business, because no nation is an island of its own. Okay. You understand? Whether they are doing well to my own perception before now or not, you know, let them involve, like my brother said, let's involve religious leaders. Those some can also be corrupted.
Of course, but I was going to say,
yes,
religious leaders are even...
We understand that. So by the time media takes it up, we'll be able to know what is happening.
But the whole according to him is transparency.
Transparency. Mm-hmm. Let the journalists put it up. Let us know what is coming in. Then who is it on his table now? Let us know. Then where is it going from there? Because look, ITV, thank God for what ITV is doing, even with all your sisters program and all that. How we are able to even call, you know, while on program, we call a sitting chairman, called DPO, called the state commissioner of police, you know, to give accounts of what they are doing. This makes for check. It's not just what the legislators are doing that we don't see. Let us hear from them live.
Could that be the reason Mr. Kingsley called us the third?
You are even not doing more, you know. They say we are the fourth.
No, they call them the fourth. But in my own explanation, I will rewrite the economic history and call them the third arm of government. Because one arm is already missing. It's not an arm anyway, it's an extension of one of the arms. So they are the third arm. On my own,
you think we have filled the vacuum?
To a large extent.
feeling it, you are acting
because we are actually flattered, and
you don't have to flatter. It's obvious. You know, you are able to make people know what is happening. You know, give people space to air their opinion, to voice their grievances. You know, you are now doing the job that we expect the legislature to do. That's what you're doing. Okay. I'm not speaking about any legislation in Nigeria, because it's like the same trend all over. Yeah. When you have an assembly that is at variance with that we have in River State, it's always volatile. There's always one institution where the assembly will say yes, yes, yes. And our late Archbishop, the Patricia, will say, if you have the people around you at the yes type, you know you are finished.
The Bible says all men say well of you.
Yes, you're not safe.
All right. Thank you very much, Mr. Kingsley. Well, it's still Flipside on Independent Television. Now, this is our final break on the show. When we return, we are going to be, piecing things up and just, find a way to make sense of all of this conversation, especially focusing on the solution part of the conversation. Please stay tuned. Welcome back. This is the final lap of Flipside for today, and I still have Mr. Kingsley Ikeke and of course Deacon Matthew Ehorobo right in the building with me. Now, finally, I would like us to begin to examine the way out of this problem, because so far it seems like we've been focusing on the problems and so let's begin to profess solutions in the best way that we can. Now, let me ask you this, Mr. Kingsley. What reforms do you think are needed to make international organizations more effective in Africa?
The one first thing I said when I was talking was that we need your arm. In trying to get ready for this program, something struck me. I remember that when you say cleaner air or using a greenhouse emission, whatever, there used to be compensations. I forgot, but when I was trying to, when I got through, I felt there used to be, so I checked. There are funds. What I said, education is one of the key. Journalism is another key. That people should be aware. For instance, if Edo State, for instance, now decides to change all the transportation vehicle into electric cars or into solar vehicles, they can do a proposal, a calculation of the level of emission that comes out of these vehicles on a daily basis, and the benefit of bringing in vehicles that don't use fossil fuel. The fossil fuel are the one that comes from petroleum. And those vehicles that don't use fossil fuel, they tend to be more friendly to the environment, and they make the environment healthier. They also help to check climate or global warming, because most of these vehicles that we use, or machinery that we use, we do what we call carbon 2 oxide, which forms carbon 4 eventually, and that carbon 4 has a way of trapping heat. And when it traps, if you have what we call the heating of the atmosphere, what we call global warming, the other ones that deplete the ozone layer. The point I'm going to is this: if we are aware, but there are funds, there are even concessionary loans. When they know that you are trying to make the environment healthier, they give it to you with almost zero interest. So you can now implement those transportation, like we talk about CNG, that the emission rate is far minimal than the regular diesel or fuel. So you can have a calculation and make requests, and you're giving even funds outside the loans. You are giving. So we need enlightenment. That's why I say you are very key to this matter. We need education. We should be enlightened. We are ahead. I think they're using solar cacao. Yes. So that does not use any. Does not pollute the environment. It makes the environment healthier for all of us to live in. If they are covering a very large population and they could calculate what they have removed by virtue of this new introduction, they are compensated. People should go and investigate. Most of these things are hidden. They are buried because the awareness is not there. People are not aware. Even when we are aware of most entertainment, Wizkid is coming, Davido is in town, Rema is in the stadium, everywhere is jam-packed. Those ones that brings benefit to life, we don't emphasize them, and we don't reward them accordingly, and that keeps us in the dark. And once you're in the dark, after a while, you begin to see. And what you see is not a real thing. What you are seeing is virtual. So we need education. We need you guys to step up your games. Investigative journalism, very, very important. The case in question, which they are still battling with, be with the chief of staff and the one, no, whatever. And that person's agency was captured in the budget. Somebody raised the eyebrow. This agency is in the budget. Now they are investigating. Only God knows the truth of the matter. But the point is that somebody looked into it when they were trying to deny the existence. They found that same body was captured in the national budget and money was assigned. So who was supposed to do an oversight? Who assigned people to the agency? So many questions get unanswered.
Okay. You have something to conclude quickly.
To add to that, I want our politicians to know that, I keep saying this over and over, your political party will come and go. What remains is your identity. First, you are a Nigerian or you are an African, and that is your identity in the global community. You understand? That is your DNA, your deoxyribonucleic acid. It works in you, and that is what you transfer to the next generation. 4 years will come and go, 8 years will come and go, but what you make out of it, the value of your economy, it remains. So they say he that lives in a glass house does not throw stone. You know, if you want Nigeria to take her pride of place in the community of nations, know that it is beyond your political party. So let us stop patronizing those that help us carry ballot box during the election. Stop, look for technocrats, those that are professional in that field. You know, like you imagine a medical doctor who walk all his way through the school, you know, blocking lecturers and all that. That's when you see the number of deaths, you know, coming from surgeries and all of that. You know, but if you know your own name, you know what you are made. The last time we had in the immediate past doctors president of all that, he's a Nigerian, even an Edoman. World Trade Organization, he's a Nigerian. That is the chairman there. So we have brains here. Let us know to add value to our resources. We may be well read, know all the theory, but if you do not have product to offer and service to tag to your identity, you keep living a consumption life, and your imports, your balance of payment will keep displacing at the international community. So what is necessary is that it is beyond your political party. You understand? It is beyond your tenure. Patronize professionalism and be transparent in your dealing. You understand? It is, Bible says, having food and raiment, be content. It is not food or money or a car or a house our leaders are now still looking for. They have all of that. So let them be content with what they have.
Not sure they should strive to make impact.
Make impact, positive impact, such that when you travel out, it will be respected that this is a Nigerian. Right. Your passport will be given the honor it deserves.
It's okay. Thank you very much. I'm Deacon Matthew Hirobo, entrepreneur and of course public affairs analyst. Thank you so much for being on the show.
It's nice being here.
And of course the erudite Kingsley Ikeke. He's actually a clergyman, but it's actually amazing how much he knows about Nigeria and of course international affairs. Thanks so much for being on the show as well.
Thank you very much.
Well, it's been Flipside on independent television, and it's been a very interesting conversation. It's also an ongoing one because it never ends here. There's so much more to say, but I guess that is where our leaders come in. That is where the stakeholders come in. Okay, it's not just enough to talk here. All right, we expect that action is taken, and of course the needful is done. It's been an amazing conversation indeed. My name is Harry Aigboje, and until I come your way again, same time, same station next week, do the right thing, stay out of trouble, and have yourself a beautiful day ahead. Bye for now.
Oh, my son, my dear. We say, oh, my dear. Oh, we're not here. Is that where I give you? Not over. Yes. Not do so much. Yes, where's it happening? Where's it happening? Oh, it's not here. Where's it? What's my dear? It's comment c'est papa de voici quoi voici nous irons ça m'a topé oh mais so Sama tọpẹ. Ìṣe ìwàyà kí máa pọ̀ mi sáàmà mẹ́. Ìgbàgbọ́ rẹ̀ ìgbàgbọ́ rẹ̀. Ìwàyà kí máa pọ̀ mi sáàmà mẹ́. Ìgbàgbọ́ rẹ̀ ìgbàgbọ́ rẹ̀. Wákùn mẹ́pẹ̀lú ìgbìdé jọ. Ìgbàgbọ́ rẹ̀ ìgbàgbọ́ rẹ̀. Wákùn mẹ́pẹ̀lú mi sáàmà mẹ́. Ìgbàgbọ́ rẹ̀ ìgbàgbọ́ rẹ̀.
The Esama of Benin Kingdom thanked the new Edion for visiting him and advised them to always abide by the rules and regulations of their new positions. The Esama urged them to indulge in what will continue to bring development and progress to the community.
When I say it's your job, I wait to us and I know what I will.
Yes, Papa.
Caliban, why you know, no, we say, who paid you? Upedio.
Baba.
Eko mwana sewa. Ewa ya lolote nete dirwe ya sewa maboma. Awe huwe nini. Ejo muhi. Ejo na wele. Ejo na pulupe. Ejo na mnuri ya kwa ewa. Wawe kwa ba. Ọjọ́ wèé kájẹ́dé nẹ́nà ya jẹ́wò yìí wọ́n rí wíwá jẹ́wò náà mọ̀ náà máa ṣe lọ́kọ̀ ayé.
ITV, certainly the best.
In the evening of the initiation day, all the newly initiated Edion danced to the residents of the Odion Way and also visited some homes of the various senior elders, where Chief Elder Ogbedo Onse was very conspicuous, especially at the country home of Sir Chief Dr. Gabriel Usaro Igbenedion with his family on the night of the initiation. On the following morning, as part of the rite to be performed by the newly initiated Edion in Okada town, the initiates, led by Chief Edalbedo Onse, visited the Esama of Benin, Sir Chief Dr. Gabriel Osaro Igbenedion, at his Okada country home residence to pay homage and appreciate him for all he has done in the development of the community, which has placed Okada in world map. They also thanked him for his role in the success of their ceremony. They commended the Esama of Benin as a custodian of Benin cultural heritage and for revitalizing the age-long tradition of the age-grade ceremony.
ITV, certainly the best.
All right, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, it's another beautiful episode of your favorite Rendezvous for Guys on television, and I'm talking about the Guys Hangout Show on independent television, reaching you live from Benin City, Edo State, Southside Nigeria, West Side Africa. Now, for starters, the Guys Hangout Show is a very, very interesting show that teaches men to put themselves first in a society where nobody cares about the feelings of men. All right, so we encourage men to prioritize themselves. I believe that it's only when you invest in yourself that you can give out to those around you. After all, you can't give what you don't have. My name is Harry Agboje, and of course, it's my pleasure to have you join me on another beautiful episode of the show. Now, tonight I've got two gentlemen with me. Of course, they've been with me before, and we're doing this again. And let me begin with the one that sits far away from me. All right? To my far left is someone that is really passionate about everything that concerns guys. Okay, he goes by the name of Osas Zabi.
Yeah, yeah, thank you. It's great being here again today.
And it's great to have you.
Yeah, thanks.
All right, and of course, seated next to Zabayo is someone else who is also very passionate about masculinity. He goes by the name of Benedict Ochagu. good to have you on the show, bro.
Were you thinking about it?
No, I was actually looking for a better way to introduce you.
Oh.
Yeah.
All right, thank you so much. It's always a pleasure being here, knowing that you are listening and watching us from the comfort of your home.
Absolutely.
Once again here.
Okay, so gentlemen, we have something really serious to talk about. It's one of those very controversial subjects, and of course, you know that we live in a controversial era where certain things tend to offend certain people. Okay, so as guys, we come across some terms that we use, and some persons just get offended. And one of such terms is, you know, jealousy and insecurity. All right. Now there seems to be a thin line between both. How would you define jealousy and how would you define insecurity? Some persons believe that both of them are the same thing. Now, what's your take? How do you see both words? Do you think, you know, they are the same, or do you think one is good and the other one is bad? So let me just hear your thoughts on it. Let me begin with you, Zabi.
Yeah. Okay. Like you said, actually, there's really a thin line between both of them. For someone being jealous and someone being insecure.
Yeah.
But they come from two different emotional standpoints. So I believe for jealousy is actually the very evil one. Everybody talks about evil is the sin, but the Bible has never talked about insecurity. The Bible has not told us that insecurity is a sin. But for jealousy, the Bible stands against that. Even the Quran.
Is jealousy a sin?
Yeah, of course, it's a sin. It's a sin. Now, how is jealousy a sin? Now, I see you progressing. I see something in you that I want, and because of that, I start hating.
Okay.
I start getting angry. I start having what ladies call mood swing.
Okay.
Because I'm seeing something in you that I need but I can't have. So that is the standpoint of jealousy.
Okay.
Now, insecurity, basically, for me, I think, or I believe that insecurity comes from me not having something, but you feeling I have something to offer, and then I now have to try to prove to you that I have something to offer, knowing deep down within myself that I'm totally empty. So at that moment, I become very insecure. So, insecurity as an emotion is something that can actually be worked on, and no, there are no casualties in the game. But for jealousy, you might record casualties.
Oh, really?
You might record casualties. Oh. But for insecurities, you might not record casualties. It's just that maybe you can learn on yourself, maybe balance up where you're lacking and all that. But for jealousy, there most likely will be casualties. When I mean casualty, someone might definitely get hurt, or you might want to go into any means to make sure that. I think we're having a discussion backstage about a particular firm where most persons are fighting themselves and all that.
Okay.
This stems from jealousy, not insecurity.
Not insecurity.
You understand?
So jealousy is the bad one, not insecurity.
Exactly.
All right,
that's how I want to put it.
Okay.
let me put that disclaimer.
That's a fair way to put it. But let me hear what Benedict has to say. He just said that insecurity is not necessarily a bad thing, but jealousy is actually the destructive one. What's your take on that?
I don't agree.
Okay.
The reason is, for me, first let me say that I think you have broadened the context of this discourse. Okay. I thought I don't know whether I'm the one that misread it.
Okay.
It was supposed to be about in the context of love, relationship, and all that.
Yeah, of course, you could also do what you narrate to
which is
romance,
which is a nice thing to do. But again, like Zabi tried to talk about the fact that jealousy is the bad thing. No, for me, jealousy is not bad. What Zabi was explaining in his analysis is envy. Jealousy is not a bad thing. Even God is a jealous God.
Yeah, I was going to make reference to how the Holy Book says that God, the Creator Himself, is jealous.
Yes, there is jealousy is not a bad thing, but again, in context, in grammatical context, some people seem to use interwove envy and jealousy.
I think it's the same thing that people do to the word pride. When you say someone is proud, you could be proud in a good way. Like I'm proud of who I am. I'm proud of my accomplishments. But proud could also mean arrogance. Right? So I guess that's the same thing that applies to.
So in context, for me, jealousy, if it is for romance, jealousy is not totally a bad thing.
Okay.
Because when you love, there will be elements of jealousy triggered in you. No matter how much you try to say, me, I don't care. If another man wants to have her, the man should have her. There must be something triggered in you. That is an offshoot of love.
Okay, so that's healthy.
That's healthy. But when it is taken beyond the boundary of relevance into insecurity, like he was trying to say, tends to be something, to be a function of an inner defect. And so we cannot excuse it.
And what inner defect are we talking about? Could it be
inner defect of
low
emptiness,
self-esteem?
like he talked about emptiness and low self-esteem. And when it comes to men, when it comes to low self-esteem for men and emptiness, we must stay and address it, because we cannot allow men to be empty.
Yeah.
We cannot allow men to be bereaved of ideas. And so because of the position, the sacrosanct nature or the sacrosanct position that men occupies, because of how important the position of men in society are, I will always advocate that men deal with the problem of insecurity. Because what brings witchcraft sometimes is insecurity. It may seem to be an innocent word, but if it is unbridled, it can lead to a whole lot of other things. Like Zabi was trying to say that it can be managed, which is the correct thing. Every man has an element of insecurity in him. You can't pretend about that. But if you have also the ability to manage it and put it under control, means that you have something beyond the insecurity itself. It means there's an element in you that is more powerful than insecurity. But if you are stuck with insecurity alone, that's a big problem.
Okay.
Right? So that is what we are trying to say, that love comes with a portion of jealousy. But insecurity with men, especially when it comes to do with a general workplace, can lead to so many things. For me, I want to say that instead of being insecure, work on yourself. Grow. When you grow, you will now find out that the next person is not your problem. That your problem was actually lack of growth.
Okay.
If Zabi is trying to do certain things, the reason why I will be feeling insecure when Zabi comes around to do his thing is that there is no value currency that I can also bring that will make me relevant around Zabi.
So you feel threatened by his presence?
I feel threatened by what he's doing. But if I have value currency, and then he's shining his shine, and I'm shining my own shine, then that self-esteem narrative will be, gradually to erode away, and will become better off, will become partners and not just competitors.
Yeah. All right.
So can I quickly let me strike on a part, because I believe that's where most of us want to really miss it.
Okay.
We believe that anything that has God in it is good. When the Bible says God is a jealous God, that doesn't make jealousy good. Because what happens to the people, if you now read it completely, what happens to the people that defect? The Bible tells you what happened to them, right? So that shows you that jealousy is bad. Because God now being a jealous God means that if you now give what is due him to somebody else, there's a repercussion.
Okay.
Which something happens.
So the problem is with the repercussion.
There is always a repercussion. There is always something.
Right.
So that's what I talk about. There's always casualties.
Okay.
So just God being a jealous God, there's always casualties.
Okay.
Well, Christians are not casualties.
All right. I think I quite agree.
You're not getting
and sometimes just in language, lexical content.
Yeah.
Sometimes the Bible was interpreted from the Hebrew and Greek.
Okay.
Sometimes the right word may not even be jealousy.
You see.
You understand? But okay, we are not here for Bible study.
All right. In case you're just joining us, it is the Guys Hangout Show on independent television, and the topic for tonight is jealousy versus insecurity. Now, you just said, Zabi, that wherever there's jealousy, there is likely going to be casualties, right?
Yeah.
Okay. Now, I would like to ask you this. What would you rather have? A woman who's not jealous, a woman who doesn't quite care what you do with other women, or one who raises an eyebrow the moment she suspects that you are entertaining the advances of another woman?
Okay. So, so I think we're bringing to the context of relationship right now. So, but for a relationship, I would always want to look at marriage, not dating.
Okay.
Because dating, anything can happen, anything goes.
Nothing is cast.
Nothing is cast. So I can just see your hairstyle and I'm done with you. I'm done with this relationship. You understand?
Okay.
But in marriages, there's nothing like I'm done with it. You're there, you're stuck here forever. You understand? So when it now comes to jealousy, then and insecurity in marriages, I believe that this naturally comes with the percentages are more from the feminine side than the male side. But whenever it comes from the male side, it's always very disastrous.
Okay.
That's where you see issues like wife beating and all that. But I believe that is actually unnecessary because before settling down with somebody, it depends on what you saw with the person. Now, if you saw, if for example, when you were dating, what attracted you to the person is what will attract everybody. No, so I believe that's why most of the times guys are advised to go for ladies that have inner beauty. When we say inner beauty, actually, we don't even talk about beauty inside. We're just talking about some particular traits, some particular values and traits.
Women who are less physically attractive.
No, not that actually. Not that actually.
I think I tried to play safe here.
All right, okay, so the point I'm trying to make is. I think they go for ladies that they have the value that everybody can see.
Okay.
And then another person sees the value and tries to admire it, and then you become insecure or you become jealous. So I'm trying to use both of them together now. So I believe that this is, like I said, insecurity is something you can work on. But jealousy is not something, they're bound to be casualties. Now, if you are being insecure, it's normal. For example, I have a very curvy wife, and then she's working ahead of me, and I'm behind, and I'm seeing guys trying to wow. Definitely, what's going on here? You understand? But that doesn't mean I'll not start getting angry with my woman, because this is the same thing I saw that I came after. You understand? But when you become jealous, you are seeing that she's attracting favors that you cannot attract, and then that devilish spirit of jealousy starts breeding in you. And when it starts breeding in you, you start taking actions, doing things you're not supposed to do. You start venturing into areas or angles you're not even supposed to look into. But for insecurity, it's bound to be there, definitely bound to be there, because you're saying that, what's going on here, what's going on here, understand that kind of thing. But jealousy, it's like I keep saying, is the actually bad one. And I believe we try as much as possible to just kill it or don't even venture towards there. But for insecurity, it's normal. Everybody has one particular area that is insecure. I can go into, like I've told you, I can go to a gathering where everybody is discussing football. I become insecure there because I don't really know much about football. You understand? But I can go into a gathering where of like minds, and I will flourish. You understand? So the same thing, I'll be in a gathering flourishing, and then somebody is there, doesn't understand what's going on. I'm just being insecure. Like, what's going on? You understand? So it's normal.
So just to be clear, you're saying that there is nothing good about jealousy.
There's nothing.
Jealousy can't be healthy in any way.
Never. I still stand by it. There's nothing. It doesn't build anything good.
Benedict, let me get your thought on this. What are the subtle ways, right? The very infinitesimal ways that people exhibit traits of jealousy, not just in relationships, but in interpersonal dealings.
Well, the thing is, I'm trying, because there is a whole lot, but sometimes when I'm on air like this, I also try to keep a lot so that somebody will not go and begin to pinch on innocency of another person and say, this was what I heard on air. This was what, you understand? Because somebody, what I may say here may be just an innocent expression from another person. And then because you heard it here, you just begin to say, okay, it means the way this person
begin to mirror somebody else's life against it.
That is the word. So I'm always very careful in making general examples. I just like just to establish an open-ended kind of thing, and then you make out of it whatever you will. But again, I think not being excited about somebody's success to the point where you want to do something to stop the person's success. That is one of the biggest for me at that point, like I always say, Zabi chose jealousy, me I chose envy at that point.
Okay.
Yeah, I call it
Envy. All right.
So at the point where you be naturally, if we are being sincere, when people are succeeding around you, there is a trigger in you that where you're now like, why this is not happening to me? Yeah. Because every man wants good thing to happen to them. So when you are seeing it around, you tend to question yourself, why am I not getting this thing? You feel a kind of a bit discomfort at some point, not always, at some point. And then also, knowledge will not teach you that everybody has their turn. Then immediately you will come up as, oh, let me celebrate those that he has gotten to their
turn, yeah.
Right? Then that is somebody who will really go far, the person that it will eventually get to his turn. For the one who always take it a step further, that I must stop there, that failure is sweet when everybody is involved, that's why it will never get to that person's turn. So, that is, I would like to restrict it there. I don't want to expand the analysis so that people will not begin to mirror people, like I said earlier, people's innocent expressions as, a kind of trait of jealousy or envy, whatever language you put.
All right, thank you very much, Benedict. Now, Zabi, let's take a look at much of what happens in our day-to-day lives, is made manifest on social media. So what influence do you think social media has on people and the way they express themselves vis-a-vis jealousy and the insecurity?
Yeah, so I think in 2019, we had a discussion like this on radio. On LinkedIn, you see somebody posting BSc at 18, MSc at 20, PhD at 25, and then you're looking at yourself like, where did I miss it? You understand? So this is for persons you don't know. But for your circle, you're seeing progress. You're seeing these guys aiming, achieving this, achieving that. It's smashing goals. Smashing goals. So I think I'm going to use myself as an experience and then as an example, and then I just break it down with the experience. Now, instead of going into jealousy, like, I'm supposed to be having this, I'm supposed to be getting this, I think what I personally do, I study the process of how they get there. How they go there. Okay. So back then, when I was working with a firm, I met top thinkers and big thinkers, and I started seeing how they're making progress. And would I say it's jealousy? No, definitely not jealousy, because I started going through the background to see how they made it and how they got it. Started doing my research, started going through their processes, the certifications they've done, the trainings they've gone through and all that. And I started taking myself through those trainings and the certifications. So I think that's what draws the thin line between jealousy and then realization, like, I want to be like this person now. Most persons will think, oh, you're jealous in the person you want, but no, I know there's a process. Okay. And then I can go through that. If this person can go through this process, I too can go through the same process and be like this person.
All right.
Yeah, so I think that's what draws the thin line. That's what actually casts the difference between being jealous and then being realistic.
All right, thank you very much. Now, Benedict, what he just said borders more or paints a picture of laziness on the part of some persons. Okay, he took his time to study the people in question and figure out how they achieved their goals and all of that. The energy to follow through to get to the point where the people that they are envious of, so to speak, went through. Do you think laziness has a thing to do with this?
Yeah, it does. The one thing is the laziness, the mental laziness, the laziness of the mind, the function in the thought processing mindset. For example, like he was trying to say that he saw some persons doing great things and then I find out, okay, what's the process? As a guy, one of the ways you know that there's problem, that you might not go far if you don't deal with it, is when you embrace people's glory without trying to find their story.
Their story, okay.
Yeah, you must find out people's stories, and their story may not be basically exactly like yours, but you must also find a pathway of that story to create your own story and know that it's not going to be an easy thing in the process. So you have to find out, like he said, he need to also go and try getting certificate. It may not necessarily be that he got exact certificate as some of them got.
True.
But again, when they eventually met at the table, it means that he has gone through his own process, and this one, and he's now qualified to have conversation with them.
So he became relevant in the scheme of things.
In the scheme of things, not necessarily because he got exact qualification, but also because he has also a lot of the principle of paying price to also get some of those things. So me, I feel if you look at it and say, what makes this person outstanding? Then you also need to find out your own strength. One of the things that breeds jealousy is that people want to be envious of people who are not even going their direction. Yeah. For example, if you are saying, like my pastor would say, if you are saying I am envious of you, find out whether what interests you is what interests me.
Okay.
You may buy a car.
In other words, it might not even be the same.
No. You may buy a car, and I come around, maybe you see my features, you feel I'm being jealous. Maybe car is not even my dream in the next 1 year. That's not my pursuit. So find out if a car is my pursuit, or maybe you bought a brand of car. Find out if I do fancy that brand of car before you say I'm being jealous. So sometimes what you need to do is find out where you are going to. Find out, create a roadmap, and then look forward to becoming better. If you can focus on becoming better in your own life, so all of this envy, jealousy will really die down. Because people can be doing well in their own choosing line. That may not be your life. And so when time this one succeeds here, you are envious of this one succeeds, you are envious of this one. Before you know what happened, you are in the game of trying just to pull everybody down and everything just. So it's about building yourself. So that when Zabi comes and Zabi is speaking as a mathematician, for example, I know he's very good with calculations. You understand? And then I speak as a journalist. My drive is not to be a better mathematician, for example, than Zabi. My drive is to be a better journalist than I am today.
Because that's your profession.
You understand? Than I am today. Or maybe, okay, going into the business line, because Zabi is also a businessman. But we are not into the same line of business. I'm happy seeing him do what he does, and then I am also happy doing what I do.
Okay.
Right? My goal is to be better doing what I do. And then, again, I will also be happy that he gets better, and life is easier at that level.
Okay, life is easier at that level. Now, Zabi, what do you think, or how do you think communication can reduce jealousy and insecurity, in relationships, not just in romantic relationships, but, across board?
Education?
Communication, yes.
Communication, yes. Okay, yeah. So I think I'm a very big advocate for communication. Not just communication, effective communication. You can actually be communicating and then it's not being effective. So I think when it comes to jealousy and insecurity, most of the times, majority, 100% of the time, is people don't study or understand the process that the person used in getting whatever the person got. You understand? So I think I was just thinking about this earlier. Like, I think in fact, the only way that kills jealousy and insecurity is understanding the process.
Okay.
So if I would really advise most persons that are actually making it out there, and I think LinkedIn has been a very good platform for that, where people tend to maybe explain the processes of how they got it, especially for legal means. When it comes to, for example, we grew up in Benin City, you see a lot of guys succeeding, and then you are a bit like, wow, you're supposed to be age mates, this guy is succeeding, and then you go back and look at the process, and then you now tell yourself, God forbid I do this. You understand? You become contented, because you're like, definitely I can't go through this process.
Okay.
Just the same way for some ladies too, they see their colleagues rising up in the office, not knowing that the colleague is sleeping with the boss. Small big girl, and then you're already envious, you're already jealous, and then you now find out the process, and you're like, so you immediately become contented. Okay. So I believe when we communicate much, like for example, I'm seeing you, and I like what I see, and I'm communicating I communicate with Bennett, like I like what I see, and he's like, don't look at what that guy went through, you can't go through it. Yeah. I don't understand the process. So I believe effective communication actually helps to reduce and kill jealousy and insecurity.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Now, as we begin to wrap up, in fact, we have less than a minute, so you're going to be saying this in less than a minute, Benedict. What's your final word, to young people out there who feel intimidated by their peers and probably don't have the energy to forge ahead? Just in less than a minute.
Be patient with yourself and take it easy on yourself. And then again, try to get better. Your speed, your pace may not be like theirs, but if you are getting better daily or weekly, before you know, you will get to a point where you just tell yourself that I have done well for myself.
Okay.
If you can get to that point, then you have conquered.
I like the part where you said, I have done well for myself. You're not doing well for anybody.
Yeah.
At the end of the day, it's yourself you're doing it for. Yeah. So that will help you to curb the spirit of jealousy and envy or insecurity, okay? No, we are all going to succeed individually. The only thing that matters is what Benedict said, that we get to that point where we are all relevant on the same table, right? Not a situation where you think that other person's success is a threat to your own success, okay? We don't all have the same calendar. That other person is running in his own lane and you're running in your own lane. The most important thing is that we all succeed at the end of the day. And not just succeed, but succeed in the right way. Well, I want to say a very big thank you to my guests, Zabi Osas and, of course, Benedict Ochagu, for doing me the honor of being on the show with me tonight. And I hope that the next time I call on you, you would oblige me. Sure. All right, thank you so much. My name is Harry Igboje, and until I come your way again, same time, same station next week, ensure that you do the right thing always, okay? Do not dabble into anything that you will regret in the future. Of course, if you look around you, there are lots of young people that are doing crazy things just to succeed. You don't want to look back in the next, say, 10 years and begin to ask yourself why you took the route that you took. Do the right thing, stay out of trouble, and bye for now. Good night.
ITV, certainly the best. ITV, certainly the best.
Hello viewers, it is Viewpoint on ITV. I am Caroline Okonji. Since May 29, 1999, Nigeria has had 27 years without military interruption. And of course, that's the longest stretch that we have had in our history. Nigeria marked 27 years of uninterrupted civilian rule on June 12, 2026. And it is the day we commemorate the annulled June 12, 1993 presidential election won by Chief MKO Abiola. And in that regard, 27 down the line, we're going to be surveying and talking about the gains, the challenges, and the current demands of citizens to know what we have benefited 27 years down the line. It is a Viewpoint on ITV. I am Caroline Okonji.
If there should be anything to celebrate, is the gift of life. But for now, in terms of our democracy, there's no dividend to celebrate about. We got our independence about 57 years ago, in 1960, 1st October in 1960. And the democracy lasted for about 6 years, being truncated by the military government. In the First Republic, then the Second Republic started in 1978 and truncated in 1983. So in that Second Republic, at least Nigeria have a feel of democracy. At that time, we operated in the region, middle region, Then we have Bende State that time. Those parties, UPN and NPP, they have manifestos. The UPN being headed by Bruce Ali. And what are the first manifestos? Talking about free education, free healthcare, social welfare, and employment for everybody. And that time, I also benefited. I benefited, I feel. I was in school, then those they have entitled to free educations, have entitled to free books. Then after that time, it was truncated by the military. In 1998, we got the Fourth Republic. From Fourth Republic till now, which make it 27 years of unadapted democracy. The people representing us are not representing the masses. The true democracies enthroned citizenship. Enthroned the office of citizenship. It gave us ownership. As of today, the 215 million Nigeria, we are not claiming ownership of Nigeria because the government is supposed to belong to the people. According to Abraham Lincoln, he said democracy is supposed to be the government of the people and for the people. If we must ask a question, even people that are listening to me, is the democracy belong to you? The power enforced to you? We're supposed to employ the people. But in 1999, or this Fourth Republic, so the democratic system, people that represent us in each of the parties, do they have a manifesto? Go and check. Harry S. Truman, the President of America, also told you, say, how do you know a democracy that is working and the one that is not working? He said nobody can get rich in politics. He said when the society, when the wealthiest and the richer people in the societies are politicians, he said that society is fundamentally corrupt. It's not democracy. What can we say we are benefited in Edo State or in Nigeria? And Innocent Man was kidnapped at Airport Road, no security. What offense does it commit to be in Nigeria? In Nigeria, we're traveling for vacation in Kevel. They were deported, called green passport. Got a call from Tripoli. They say all Nigeria must go because of our green passport. So number one, true democracies and true citizenship, anywhere we go. But as of today, nothing to celebrate. And if I must give advice, any people that must come into the system, in those days for you to become a representative or candidate for any party, you must have something to offer, must be educated. But today, what can we say? Out of the 36 states in the country, how many governors can you say is representing actually the true color of the citizenship? Where your governance is never what that a gate man that could be teaching your children. Go and find out the issue of Abu Saleh in his days. Nigeria, they benefited it. Go to the west, a lot of people feel them. When the government was truncated, do you see any Abu Saleh having the house? In present day today, go and see all people representing all the governors, even for the House of Senate. The bill they are passing to favor them, don't favor the citizens. So we need to advise our people. In 2027, actually, I'm still worried if the democracy can still work because the people that are in charge of the elections, who planted them, who mandated them, it's the same people. So I just pray that in 2027 we'll have a good democracy. But this 27 years of democracy, not to benefit. Not to benefit. They are not to benefit. The only benefit we can benefit is the air we are breathing, which is given by God. All the political children that are in university, the governance children that are in university. What can you talk about? Primary health care. Go to private government hospital. You can't pay the bill. My father retired as a military officer for 30-something years in the military. What does he benefited? But not today. People now, this Fourth Republic, what we practice today is not democracy. We practice 3 types of democracy in Nigeria now, which are called not democracy. 1, we practice bureaucracy. 2, we practice lootocracy. 3, tifocracy. They borrow, they loot, and they use it for their family. That's what we are practicing today. That is why Harris Truman told us, he said that society is corrupt. So what we are seeing in Nigeria is corruption, nothing to celebrate apart from the gift of life. We just pray and hope for 2027 for a better country, so that the citizens who voted for the people, because the power belongs to the citizen. And when the government fear the people, there's democracy. And when the people fear the government, it's tyranny. Today, what are we talking about? Can you speak out? In those days, in America, we say we the America. We the America. Why? Because the power belongs to the citizen. Can Nigeria say we the Nigerians? When you speak against the government, before you know, they censor you with DXS and arrest you. So democracy belongs to the people. But in Africa, in Nigeria, here, it doesn't work. Not to celebrate. We hope for a better country. We want transparent election. We want fairness, equity. We want security. We want social welfare. And the only thing we also benefit before, which was the subsidy, it will be removed to benefit the people on top. So if we can have a credible election, where when the people were elected come through a rightful process, they will have interests of the people at heart, which have given mandates to the citizens and the right of the people.
We are not enjoying anything from the democracy. This is not democracy at all. Because why? The democracy we know before, you can travel around 3, around 4, around 5. People are no longer traveling through the land again. Everybody is not taking flight. It's not everybody that have money to avoid a flight ticket because the road is not safe. If you travel by the road, maybe in the 2 hours or 3 hours time, they will start calling your family for ransom. So we are still begging the federal government and the Edo State government to please, they should beef up this security so that we can be able to sleep with our 2 eyes closed. Well, we can still thank people like the OC Anti-Kidnapping and the DPO Urban Market and New Benin for still providing security to still make sure that people are still coming out to do 1 or 2 things. The OC Anti-Kidnapping cleaning down somewhere in a black spot to make sure that they can solve most challenges that we are facing this period. At least we are still begging the Edo State government to please to mobilize people like the vigilante and the rest. Even as I speak with you now, people are dying somewhere. It's like there's an uprising in Nigeria just because our own zone is very comfortable for us. There are some places that people are running for their dear life. People are dying as I'm talking to you now. So we are still begging the federal government to look into this insecurity matter. Not only at those states, not only Benin, everywhere.
I want to tell her say congratulations to Nigerians for 27 years of unbroken democratic or civil rule. Let me not say democratic rule, civil rule. Because to say democratic rule, you will mean that there are all the indices of a democracy are there. What I see here is we have had civilians in charge, no doubt about that. So we can say 27 years of unbroken civil rule, but to say 27 years of unbroken democratic rule, I would think that would be a stretch. A democracy actually entails a government by the people, where the people are the ones in charge and in power. The question is, in the last 27 years, have Nigerians been in power? How can we say that we have a say in what happens in our government? Because the government where those in charge can tell you that this is what will happen, and whether the people agree or not, it doesn't matter. I do not think that is a democracy that we should be celebrating as a democracy. How did June 12th come about? Because we are celebrating June 12th as our democracy day. They even mentioned the late Chief MKO Abiola and celebrated him, but they didn't mention the issues that led to Chief MKO Abiola being celebrated as June 12th hero, as democracy hero. The man is being celebrated because he won a very democratic process of election, a people decided election. He won that election, but the powers that be did not allow him to sit on his seat as the president of the federation, as it were then. So that is why we are celebrating June 12th as Democracy Day today, to commemorate, to remind us of that day, so that we make changes, so that when we want to go astray, we remind ourselves of what has happened before and what should not be allowed to happen again. Because these days, I see a lot of factors that are repeating June 12th every day. We repeat every time we want to do election, we do everything to frustrate the will of the people. And exactly what the military did then. We are only calling June 12th and celebrating the MKO Abiola because it was a military government that frustrated the will of the people. What about the civilians that are frustrating the will of the people today? Have we talked about them? Are we dealing with their issues, how they are frustrating the will of the people? What about the courts? Are we also looking at how they are interfering with the will of the people? Because if we say the military interfere with the will of the people, that is why we are celebrating June 12th, to say it should not happen again. Have we put in place, machineries in place to say other institutions, other powers, other factors should not also interfere with the will of the people? Because presently you have cases where everybody is saying we voted for Mr. A, but when the court decides, you see even D, it will not even be B or C, you see D sitting there in power. And you begin to ask how he got to that stage. You don't know. It's factors that vitiate democracy have interfered with that process. So I think it's high time we look at those factors, correct them, so that people can actually be the source of power, not power being the source of power. Because what we have today is, once you win election, you become the source of power. You are the doer and say, oh, you are an emperor. We have a emperor kind of system, government, where no matter what the people want, it is nothing compared to what the government says. For heaven's sake, if we were running a government, a people-powered government, a people-backed government, where people's will actually count, you won't be hearing of trillions of naira missing. NNPC cannot account for it. A senator will speak about it. That senator will be the one that will be vilified. Now, the entire sense of naira that has not been accounted for by NNPC, the Senate will now concentrate on who went to say it. How did he say it? He said it in a way that cast doubt that rubbish NNPC. A senator stood up and said, oh, NNPC is a representative of Nigeria. If you say NNPC is a thief, Nigerians are thieves. So that's what the senator was concentrating on. It's here of a whole generation of Nigerians. It's missing. That's not what is bothering senators. What is bothering the representatives of people who say they are the arm of the democracy, that represent people, because the National Assembly, the legislature, is the arm of the government that represent the people. So if you say you are representing the people, as a representative of the people, would it be your plan? They talk about NNPC in a defaming manner. And for heaven's sake, if you steal money, you do not have character to be protected. So this attempt to, don't defame somebody's character. For heaven's sake, if you steal money, you are a thief. If you cannot account for money that is placed in your custody, you should be called a thief, nothing less. That is the truth. If trillions of naira pass through your hands and it couldn't get to where it's supposed to get to, for some reason or the other, it has not been accounted for, you are a thief. People should be allowed to.
Good morning and welcome to the AM News. I am Will. Teachers abducted by bandits from 3 schools in Orire local government area, Oyo State, after about 56 days in captivity, with 8 suspected kidnappers arrested and several others neutralized during the operation. The presidency announced a breakthrough on Friday evening, describing it as the outcome of sustained security operations that also foiled the abductors' attempt to secure the release of one of their detained leaders. The special advisor to the president on information and strategy, Bayo Onanuga, disclosed the development in a series of posts on his verified X handle. Mr. Onanuga also denied reports suggesting that the victims regained their freedom through negotiations or a prison exchange. The victims were abducted on May 15, 2026, when heavily armed bandits attacked Community Grammar School, Baptist Nursery and Primary School, and LA Primary School in Isiele and Yawota communities of Orire local government area, seizing dozens of pupils, students, and teachers. Catholic priests and other faithful on Friday gathered for a special mass following the death of the Archbishop of the Benin Metropolitan See, the Most Reverend Augustine Obiora Akubeze. Ehis Uhunamure reports that an atmosphere of grief enveloped the Bishop Kelly Pastoral Center in Benin City.
Archdiocese of Benin City has been plunged into mourning following the death of its Metropolitan Archbishop, the Most Reverend Augustine Obiora Akubeze. The news of his passing has left priests, religious, and thousands of Catholic faithful in grief. Following his passage, a special mass was held at the Bishop Kelly Pastoral Center. The high point of the mass was the narration of the passing of the late Archbishop to the Catholic faithful by the Chancellor of the Catholic Archdiocese of Benin, Very Reverend Father Michael Oyanuafo, and prayers for the peaceful repose of his soul.
They had dinner that evening, and he jokingly told them, whenever in Nigeria it's 11 o'clock, I'm already sleeping. That's already 11 by his calculation in Nigeria time, went to rest, so they all laughed. And they dispatched from the table and went, good night, see you tomorrow. The following morning, the younger sister, as she usually did, prepared breakfast, only to get to his apartment, knock on the door. There was no light in his room. That made them kept surprising. They opened the door, discovered he was lifeless.
Archbishop Akubeze was ordained a Catholic priest in 1983 and was appointed Bishop of the Catholic Diocese of Uromi in 2005 before becoming the Metropolitan Archbishop of Benin City in 2011. He also served as president of the Catholic Bishops' Conference of Nigeria, where he was widely respected for promoting peace, justice, dialogue, and the spiritual growth of the church. The late Archbishop reportedly preview news.
Meanwhile, Edo State Governor Senator Monday Okpebholo has expressed deep sorrow over the death of Most Reverend Augustine Obiora Akubeze, Archbishop of the Catholic Archdiocese of Benin City, describing his passing as a painful loss to the Christian community, Edo State and Nigeria. Governor Okpebholo, in a condolence message sent by his Chief Press Secretary, Dr. Patrick Evojele, said the late Archbishop devoted his life to the service of God and humanity, leaving behind an enduring legacy of faith, compassion, integrity, and selfless leadership. The governor noted that Archbishop Akubeze distinguished himself as a humble shepherd and courageous advocate for justice, peace, and good governance throughout his ministry, both as Metropolitan Archbishop of Benin City and as former president of the Catholic Bishops' Conference of Nigeria. Governor Okpebholo extended his heartfelt condolences to the Catholic Bishops' Conference of Nigeria, the priests, religious and lay faithful of Benin Archdiocese, as well as the family of the late Archbishop. He assured the Catholic community of the solidarity and support of the Edo State government during this period of mourning and urged all Edo people, irrespective of their religious belief, to pray for the peaceful repose of the departed cleric. In the same vein, the Catholic Church in Nigeria has announced the passing away of the Metropolitan Archbishop of Benin City, Most Reverend Augustine Obiora Akubeze, who died on the 9th of July 2026 at the age of 69. The announcement was made in an official memorial statement issued by the Catholic Secretariat of Nigeria. In this special report, Williams Yama chronicles the life and times of the devoted shepherd.
Late Archbishop Augustine Obiora Akubeze dedicated his life to both the spiritual renewal of the church and the holistic development of the faithful. Under his leadership, the Archdiocese of Benin City witnessed significant growth and development, while he remained deeply committed to the welfare and formation of priests. As a former president of the Catholic Bishops' Conference of Nigeria, Archbishop Akubeze will be remembered as a steadfast defender of the Catholic faith, whose preaching and leadership were anchored on truth, humility, and faithful service. His episcopal motto, that I may bear witness to the truth, John chapter 18, verse 37, was reflected throughout his ministry. He was a compassionate pastor whose patient listening, generosity, and gentle disposition earned him the respect and reflection of both clergy and laity. Archbishop Akubeze believed genuine authority in the church was measured not by power but by service. He principled his life to the service of God and humanity, leaving behind an enduring legacy of faith, compassion, integrity, and selfless leadership. Archbishop Akubeze distinguished himself as a humble shepherd and courageous advocate for justice, peace, and good governance throughout his ministry, both as Metropolitan Archbishop of Benin City and as former president of the Catholic Bishops' Conference of Nigeria. The relationship between the late servant of God and the house of Benilio could best be described like that of a father and son. On September 17, 2022, late Most Reverend Augustine Akubeze dedicated a 3,000 church edifice, singularly built and donated to the Archdiocese of Benin by the Honorary Roman Consul to Edo Delta State of Nigeria, His Excellency Sir Chief Dr. Gabriel Osarbirino, the Samar of Benin Kingdom. The Catholic Church, dedicated to the patronage of St. Gabriel the Archangel Catholic Church, is located in Okada Town, headquarters of Ovia North East Local Government Area, Edo State. Beside the church building, the Samar of Benin also donated a rectory, a vocational school, and a convent for the nuns who will manage the school. Late Archbishop Akubeze was full of gratitude to the Samar of Benin, whom he described as the very 87th birthday celebration of the Samar of Benin. Late Archbishop Augustine Akubeze eulogized Sir Chief Dr. Gabriel Osarbirino as a humble, humane, generous man who has used his word to better a lot of people all over the world. Children of this summer, led by former governor of Edo State, Sir Chief Dr. Lucky Nusaka Igbeneghu, to emulate the legacy of charity for which this summer is known. Born on August 25, 1956, Archbishop Augustine Obiora Akubisi served as Archbishop of Benin City from 2011 after briefly serving as Bishop of Urumi. The death of Archbishop Augustine Akubisi marks the end of an era in the Catholic Church in Nigeria, particularly within the Benin Ecclesiastical Province, where his years of faithful ministry left an enduring legacy of truth, humility, pastoral care, and unwavering service to God and humanity. His death, no doubt, is a painful loss to the Christian community, Edo State, and Nigeria at large.
That special report which chronicles the life and times of the Metropolitan Archbishop of Benin City, late Most Reverend Augustine Obiora Akubeze, who died on 9th of July 2026, was put together by Williams Yama of our News and Current Affairs Department. Edo State Police Command says there will be a restriction of movement throughout the state from 12 midnight on Friday to 3 p.m. on Saturday, 11th July 2026, to ensure the peaceful, orderly and secured conduct of the local government council. No Ikoidem says the restriction is part of the comprehensive security measures put in place by the command in collaboration with other security agencies to guarantee a peaceful electoral process, protect voters, electoral officials and sensitive materials, as well as prevent any breakdown of law and order. According to the statement, vehicle and human movement within the state is prohibited during the state period, except for officials of the State Independent Electoral Commission, accredited election observers, duly accredited media personnel, security agencies, emergency and other essential service providers on election duty. The command urged members of the public to comply fully with this directive of security personnel have been strategically deployed across the 18 local government areas to enforce a restriction and maintain law and order. It warns that any person or group found violating the restriction or engaging in acts capable of disrupting the electoral process will be dealt with in accordance with the law. The Commissioner of Police, Monday Abonika, reassured the people that adequate security arrangements have been made to safeguard the election and urges residents to come out peacefully to exercise their civic responsibility in line with the guidelines issued by the Edo State Independent Electoral Commission, as the command remains committed to ensuring a free, fair, peaceful and credible electoral process. Lagos lawmakers during plenary session tabled for second time a bill aimed at prohibiting street begging throughout the state. The lawmakers said the initiative emanated from the increasing prevalence of street begging, which is described as a social challenge that has persisted for years and now poses a threat to public safety, environmental sanitation and the image of Lagos State. Contributing to the debate, Honorable Desmond Elliott emphasized the need for a compassionate approach, particularly towards children found on the streets. He urged the government to remove vulnerable children from the streets while providing them with adequate care and rehabilitation, and also ensure that relevant state agencies effectively fulfill their responsibilities. The Permanent Secretary, Edo State Ministry of Works, Engineer John Obano, has assured residents that all ongoing road construction projects across the state will be completed according to specification and within the stipulated time frame. Engineer Obano gave the assurance during the media tour of various project sites aimed at giving journalists first-hand information on the progress of road construction across the state. Chris Onije reports.
Engineer Obano, in company with officials of Edo State Ministry of Works, led journalists on an inspection tour of ongoing road construction projects across Edo Central Senatorial District. The inspection covered several strategic road projects, including Irua Aho Ile Ukun Road and Ukun Idoa Ewu Road, with 9 spurs. Other projects visited are Ukpoke Uhiele Road in Esan West Local Government Area, the completed Prince Jimoh Momodu Road in Irua, as well as Iyoha Street and 3 adjoining spots in Aho Irua, also completed. The inspection also covered Aho Agwa, Ehane Egu Road, Ekpoma Uromi Ubiaja Road, the Uromi Onewa Udomi Iwiolulu, Afuda, Idumoza, Eko Iwaye Ewora Road, and the Ewu Uromi Ekpon Road, all at various stages of completion. Engineer Obano reiterated the commitment of Governor Monday Okpebholo to deliver quality road infrastructure.
We need to really give the credit to His Excellency Senator Monday Okpebholo. We are quite satisfied with the quality. I hope you people have equally seen for yourselves. This administration that has been working in terms of practical governance in line with the projection agenda.
The Permanent Secretary also inspected ongoing road projects in Edo North Senatorial District. This includes construction of access road to Edo Technical College, Ogbona, in Esako Central Local Government Area, Ikabigbo Ekperi Road, spanning Esako West and Esako Central Local Government Areas, and Afasho, Idato, Ikabigbo, Ayowiri Gully Reclamation and Channelization Projects along the Auchi Agenebode Road in Esako West Local Government Area.
It's a good thing now seeing that the Governor Monday Okpebholo has started his good work to the community of Ogbona.
Since the construction of the road, they now see that there are stores here, there's a business place here.
From Edo North and Central Senatorial District, Chris Omije, ITV News.
The Provost, Igbenedion College of Health Technology, Mr. Edwin, has added another feather to his cap. He has been awarded the African Trailblazers Merit Award in Academic Excellence by the unveiling African Parliament Roger. The report is presented by Efosa Owangwe.
Presented under the African Legislative Excellence Merit Awards program, the accolade recognizes leaders whose work advances people-centered development. In his citation, Mr. Edwin Ojeo was lauded for transforming health technology education through practice-oriented curricula, upgrading training facilities, and strengthening clinical partnerships that prepare graduates for frontline healthcare roles. Receiving the award, Mr. Edwin Ojeo dedicated the honor to the Esama of Benin, Sir Chief Dr. Gabriel Osawa Igbenedion, acknowledging the founder's steadfast support for education and community service. Mr. Ojeo said the institution's focus is to marry theory with practical so that graduates live not only with knowledge but with the confidence to serve. He said the school will continue to deepen practical training and community engagement to meet Nigerians' evolving health needs.
When I was told of this award, I was flabbergasted. At the beginning, I had to communicate with the founder of the college, the greatest among the universe, Sir Chief Gabriel Osawa Igbenedion. When he replied and said he wished me well, that I deserved it, I said, he said, I never knew I was doing something because I was just doing what I think I knew how to do.
The high point of the award was the unveiling by the African Parliament Writers Network, a coalition of journalists from print, electronic and digital media across 6 African countries, the launch of African Trailblazers magazine, where Mr. Ojeo has been penciled down for an exclusive interview in the magazine's inaugural edition. The award reinforces Igbenedion's College of Health Technology's commitment to producing competent ethical health professionals and to serving communities through training and preventive health programs. From Benin, Efosa Owangwe, ITV News.
Association of Okaigele in Ikpoboka local government area of Edo State have declared their support for the initiative by Obaewa II to combat insecurity in Benin Kingdom and Edo State at large. The Okaigele from the various communities in Ikpoboka local government area were full of appreciation to the Benin monarch for his gift to them to ensure their well-being. Ikpomosa Ugiagbe has details.
Members of the Association of Okaigele in Ikpoboka local government area of Edo State make merry following the gift recently distributed to youths across the Benin Kingdom by the Oba of Benin, Ewaye II. Led by the chairman Okaigele of Uhuokoyomaewari village, Mr. Daniel Omoegbe, the Okaigele of the various communities aligned with the palace efforts to strengthen security and maintain peace across Edo State. They expressed readiness to carry out the directive of the palace in ensuring security in their domain. The Okarile in Ikpobaoka praised the Benin monarch for his fatherly disposition in addressing the state's security concerns. They are assured of mobilizing the youths to ensure peace and security in their areas.
Security no time concerning Edo. Mani Ikpobaoka fe Okarile afe mama mugbe mama de ba pe. Local government area, don't be expressing our appreciation for our royal force. Giving support to the Edo State government in fighting against insecurity across Edo State and Nigeria and general.
Manado poverima, ude so enomunima, manado mueve adi manado leve, abipo baka, manabe toga, bima ibu ni mapoverima oba atokbe always.
Makabo yegbe ya deba ibi no ba mata so madaya mo egbe Okagele ni mari so ma se TV gbogba we le gada de various committee man obara to pe.
We as the Okagele Ikpobaoka local government, we are very ready to support our Oba.
By the second, they thanked the Benin Palace for the gifts, which is a demonstration of the monarch's concern for the well-being of the younger generation. Ikmomosa Ugiagbe, ITV News.
The immediate past chairman of the Edo State Tipper Drivers Association and current chairman of the Board of Trustees, Reverend Austin, null and void. Reverend Uhuago, who stated this while reacting to a report aired on ITV News on Thursday, spoke with journalists in Benin City on Friday. Patience Osaogiwa has details.
Sharing with newsmen, Reverend Austin Uhuago maintained that the alleged suspension announced sequential, insisting that the chairman lacks the constitutional authority to suspend him. According to Reverend Uhuago, the legitimacy of Comrade Igokan's emergence as chairman is currently being challenged before the Federal High Court in Benin City. He argued that it was improper for the chairman to initiate disciplinary proceedings while
witness God for my witness to give my evidence, and only for him to call for an illegal meeting on Thursday to say he's announcing my purported illegal suspension. He doesn't have such power to make such decision.
Reverend Uhuago also called on the Edo State Governor, Senator Monday Okpewolo, to investigate allegations that members of the association were compelled to purchase stickers at the cost of 30,000 naira each under the guise that the exercise was approved by the state government. He alleged that the exercise amounts to about 280 million naira and disclosed that the matter has been reported to the Department of State Services, DSS, for investigation.
280 million naira that they are defrauded the members of. So we are using this medium to call on our governor, Senator Monday Okpewolo, to call him to order to return the money back to the drivers because the drivers are standing at least seriously.
Reverend Uhuago appealed to members of the association and the general public to disregard the purported suspension, insisting that he remains the legitimate chairman of the Board of Trustees. From Benin, Patience Osaogiwa, ITV News.
And that's it on the news this morning. Thanks a lot for watching. Good morning.